Good morning. Hello, hello, everyone. All right. I am here. Sorry, I was a bit late, but I am here. Okay, let's see. Let me set this up for us. Do 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 do. Man, those TikTok songs really get stuck in my head. La 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 ba da 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 da. Okay. So, oh my God, is it Wednesday? Chess says happy hump day. Is it Wednesday and is this 2005? Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I'm really, every time I just do not sleep on Tuesdays when it is commentary day. If you guys didn't see, my new video is doing really well over on the commentary channel. Bert Simon, I appreciate the support and the comments have been fabulous. Everyone's been great. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it because your girl was up till an ungodly hour pushing this video out. So I appreciate that. I really tell myself every 2 weeks not to do this to myself, and I do it to myself every 2 weeks. This really is the neurodivergency of it all, which brings us to my first conversation that I think we should talk about at the start of this stream. I want to talk about disability and Trump, and then I want to answer a question from the Discord, and then I have a bunch of content to show you today. So, Crutches and Spice, it doesn't matter if you know their content or not, had made this video in 2025, and I feel like in 2026 it is so relevant. And so I just want you to watch this TikTok really fast, and then I want to show you President Trump talking about disability, and I just want you to really lock in on why it's so important. It is so important, so important, so important. That you really do the work if you want some sort of handle on yourself as the world spins out of control, because it's getting real, okay? In many, many subtle ways. Look at this video. You'll see what I'm saying.
To become disabled, what the fuck? Okay, so this comment.
So Crutches and Spice is reacting to this little response to them. Everyone will eventually be disabled. What the fuck?
And everyone will eventually become disabled. What the fuck? Okay, I need you all to reframe the way you think about disability. I know that in our society, we think disability only impacts disabled people, but I need you to reframe it, okay? Here's the phrase I want you to internalize, right? Bigotry is the goal. Ableism and eugenics is the toolkit, right? When we think about disability, a lot of people think, oh, well, it'll be disabled people and then us. Like they're coming after disabled people and then us. Or they think everybody's going to eventually experience disability, which is also true. But what I want you all to completely absorb from the bottom of my heart is this. If they want to disable you, they will, either physically, mentally, or rhetorically. And rhetorically is the part we're talking about right now, which means that most marginalizations, race, gender, sexuality, are aided and abetted by the very same language we use to describe disabled people. I want you to listen closely, very, very closely. The next time they're talking about women, or trans people, or queer people, or black people, I want you to listen closely. And I want you to ask yourself if they're just describing stereotypes along the bigotry in which they're talking, right? So like women aren't competent in the workforce, or that trans people are really just mentally ill, right? And I want you to ask yourself, as you're hearing them describe their own bigotry, right? Are they describing just this group of people, or are they actively trying to attach this marginalization to a disability? Because that's where the disconnect comes from. You all, not you, but like the vast majority of the public thinks that when we're talking about disability, we're only talking about disabled people. But a majority of the laws, the policies, and even the ideas around disability are attached to everyone that they want to eradicate. And that's what you all need to absorb a lot faster than you are.
Okay, are you ready? That was in 2025. This just happened a day ago. President Trump speaking about Newsom, who we're not even a fan of, fuck Gavin Newsom, but Gavin Newsom has been sharing that he's dyslexic, which, and look at the way Trump is putting out this message to his fan base.
person, with a low IQ person, because Gavin Newsom has admitted that he has learning disabilities. Honestly, I'm all for people with learning disabilities, but not for my president. I think a president should not have learning disabilities, okay? And I know it's highly controversial to say such a horrible thing. The president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia, everything about him is dumb, but with a low IQ person.
So there it goes, right? Like that is the rhetoric that Spices and Crutches and Spice is talking about, right? They are talking about, is it she? What are their pronouns? I think it's she, but I'm not sure. That is what that commentary is. Now Trump in MAGA, right? The rhetoric will be, I don't want somebody, and he says low IQ, which is very like, it's she, her, thank you, Jack. Low IQ is very used by the manosphere, red pill, all of that stuff. So again, when we have these conversations, this is why I say to you, and this is again why I'm very critical of people owning labels that are disability labels without the consequences of the reality of them. Because when you can go around and say like, oh, I'm a little autistic, but people are like, you're not really autistic. When you don't have to go around and actually own the label, you don't have to live with the consequences of being an out and diagnosed and or self-diagnosed in a very real way person. And so I do find it frustrating that, again, certain people want because what happens is the audience gives you all of the benefit, but you don't have to live again with the consequence. So we all live with consequences. I'm not saying you shouldn't, or I'm not saying you should have to tell people your diagnosis or you should have to live with the consequence. I'm saying if you're a person with a microphone and you're famous and you're saying you're going to fight for the radical liberation of all, then you have to understand that this is exactly why people don't speak out. And it's exactly why if you're the largest person with a microphone, there's an expectation of behavior. So like, here's Trump going after Newsom. By the way, I do think there's also a disconnect between the comments because some of the people were like, did he say Newscum? That's not even his name. This is why I say we have to grow the fuck up. It's a nickname. I've had it does the same thing where they come up with nicknames for adult dictators. And I'm like, guys, can you please lock in and be serious? Like people are like, they're not understanding that like, when you call adults nicknames and you're sitting here and talking about Newscum and Big Baby and da-da-da, you're not having a real conversation and people can't keep up. People don't know what's going on. So who are you making this content for? And then who does it signal to? So obviously, you know what I'm saying? It's just so frustrating. So again, when this is coming from the White House, this is the rhetoric. Now this is not going to be Newsom or anybody else sharing something that's relatable to a lot of people. It's going to be weaponized by the right, which it always has been anyways, but it will be even now in a very clear way. Dyslexia disqualifies you from being the president. Sit down, girl. You know what I mean? Sit down. Like that's such a ridiculous even thing to say out loud. But yes, it is a learning disability, but that's why we're saying like a lot of us have learning disabilities and we're smart as fuck. You know what I mean? We're more than capable. You know what I mean? And not like that's the consequence you have to live with when you share your diagnoses or the fact that because what they want you to have is they want you to have either you have a diagnosis and you're infantilized or you have a diagnosis and it doesn't matter because you can't be infantilized. And I'm saying it's like they won't accept that you can be capable and struggle. Okay? And that's what's so frustrating about this rhetoric, which I know many of you understand, obviously. I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case you haven't seen it, because you will maybe even start to get it even more from your family if you have a conservative family, or you might start to hear it a lot more in the media. And I just want you to be emotionally prepared because I did see this clip and I was like, girl, I already have to deal with the consequences of being presenting female, the consequences of having this fucking voice and this fucking name. I already have to deal with the consequences of so many things in a bigoted world. And now on top of it, it's like, oh, the president's saying learning disabilities. And here I am outly saying like autistic and BPD and dyslexic and all these things. And it's like, but one more thing to be weaponized. And this is why we want to liberate people from bigotry, from discrimination, because why are we discounting people because of a diagnosis? Like, why are we discounting people? And then it coming from the White House is so frustrating. But chat said it's so good. Chat, I lost the comment already. But you said, I don't want a rapist as president. Literally give me a dyslexic queen any day over a rapist. What are we talking about? What are we even talking about? That's the shit that just pisses me off, bro. Okay, now to move, and I'll share this Crutches and Spice video, this TikTok, I'll share it in the chat. This was, like I said, this was last year. Okay? This was last year. You know what I mean? This wasn't even recently. And look how well it aged. Well, it aged well, but we did not age well. Okay, now, I want this to relate to a Discord comment that I got as well. Oh my God, I think I have a cold. I really think I've either been overworking my voice or undersleeping because, you know, it's commentary week. It is what it is. But my throat has been really, really frustrated lately, so I might be coughing a lot. I'm so sorry. Yesterday we talked about values. Over in the commentary channel, we talked about dating within values. Discord asked a really good question that I think is going to work with this next TikTok I'll show you in a second about Trump voters. Discord said, I had watched your original values video on Sunday, and I was really excited when I saw the title of today's stream, because after watching the old video, I was still left wondering how to name my values. This may be very autistic literal of me, but I'm still unclear how you identified your values. At the beginning of the year, I journaled about my values, and since I hadn't taken the time to literally write them down, it felt a little tricky to actually name them. Maybe you just didn't have that issue. I plan to expand on those journal entries after watching your videos, but I don't want to inadvertently copy your values. I want to know what mine are. It's the process of looking at how I live and seeing where and how my values show up that makes them hard for me to name them, or name for me from, wait, hold Bernie, stop. That makes them hard to me for, hard, for, I think there's, is it me? Okay, for me to, from that top, oh my God, wait, it's the process of looking at how I live and seeing where/how my values show up that makes them hard to for me name. Okay, it is a misspelling. I was like, wait, from the top down way. I end up just contributing everything to the same few values rather than expanding longer and more nuanced lists. Hello, Trump is about to say Brittany could never be president now with the way she just read that out loud. I think this is where I actually struggle. Are you ready for this? Okay, are you ready? My values are really good and you should copy them. Without making a prescription, I think I have the best values. Honesty, transparency, reliability, kindness, do no harm. I think you should copy them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, make them your own, but I actually think they are pretty fucking good, huh? I think they're the universal good. Not really, but, you know, because I don't really believe in it. But they're pretty fucking good. So, I mean, label them what you want to label them. But who doesn't want honesty? Who doesn't want transparency? Who doesn't want less harm? You know what I mean? Like, who doesn't want those things? Who doesn't want kindness? Who doesn't want, you know, valuing kids and protecting children? Who doesn't want all these good things? So again, maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe I'm very right. Maybe I cracked the code. But again, I don't really even believe in objective morality, but I think it's pretty good. So feel free to copy them. You know what I mean? Feel free to label them the way you want. But I saw a couple comments over on the commentary video I put out about dating, and a couple people, they really get confused about like, well, people are different and people grow. And if you just break up a relationship before they've learned, yeah, but again, if these are already your values, if they're already embodied, why do you have to learn them more than refine them? Why do I have to wait for you to learn honesty at 32, 38 years old when I more or less expect you just to be refining it? You know, learning to have uncomfortable conversations, all of that stuff. But like, why am I waiting for you to learn this? I get it. You know, maybe you're young, you're 19, you're dating a person right out of high school and they haven't quite learned it yet. You still don't have to wait around for them to learn it if you don't want to. A lot of 19-year-olds are perfectly honest. A lot of 20-year-olds are perfectly honest. You could just date a 22-year-old who's honest. You know what I mean? You don't have to wait for this 22-year-old to learn honesty because a lot of them know honesty. So, you know, and you would be that 22-year-old. I should have said this in the video. You are a good person. You are honest. So you're not special. There are other people like you. You would date other people like you in the same category. The issue I find is from the assumed men in those comment sections, because even my commenters were like, "You're a guy, right?" The way they type sounds very guy. They forget that we've already been working on it. So now they feel left behind, which is why the loneliness epidemic is so interesting, because it really isn't so much a loneliness epidemic as it is like a meaning crisis. I really think that's what it is. Shout out to Vervaeke. I think it is a meaning crisis where these men are feeling left behind. And I think society should do something about that. But society meaning structures and systems, obviously. But minority people, not every minority person, but generally if you have that intersection of like minority plus introspection plus deconstruction leads you to, and then all of a sudden, yeah, the people around you feel like they're being left behind because I'm moving forward. I remember I had this really difficult situation a couple years ago, which is crazy to think about. It's already been a couple years, but time really goes by so fucking fast. Oh my God. And it felt like I was trying to like steer my boat away from this island, and I was being tethered to this island because the people in my life were like, wait, don't leave me behind. And I was like, I'm not leaving you behind, but I got to keep going. And they're like, wait, if you keep going, like, how are we going to stay connected? I was like, just follow me or just go on your own journey. We'll meet up when we do. And it felt like I had to either choose to stay tethered to this island or cut the fucking rope. And I was like, I'm sorry, girl. I'm cutting this rope. And yeah, like that kind of sucks. But also I'll leave the light, like I'll leave the path lit. Follow me down this path, or like, respect the journey, right? So yeah, I understand what it's like to have people in your life basically say like, I don't understand how we're supposed to stay connected if you grow in this direction. The same thing with any kind of relationship. It's okay if we don't. Maybe we should break up. Maybe we should end this friendship. Maybe we should move on. Maybe you stop talking to your family. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's devastating. I cry about it. Like I've cried about it. You know what I mean? I get it. And also I will cry as I steer my ship away, girl. Like I am not going to stay stagnant because my loved ones are grabbing at my fucking hem. You know what I mean? Oh my God. I need to give my throat a rest. I don't know how people do. I mean, I know I talk for a living, but I really think I fucked up my throat somehow. I feel it, or maybe I'm just sick. Yeah, Chaz has noticed he called him the president of the US. He did actually call Gavin Newsom the president of the United States. It was so funny. It was actually pretty funny that he did that. Okay, so does that kind of make sense? That I do think my values are pretty fucking good. Okay, they are pretty fucking good. Again, you're not copying Britney's values. You're copying universal values that can be found throughout cultures and have existed for thousands of years. Reminder, they are not my values. They are my I didn't create them, okay? Like they're my values because I adapted them into my structure of belief, okay? But I didn't make them up. They're not Britney's. So you're allowed to have them. Take them, Let's share. Let's communism, socialism. Let's share, right? It actually makes me kind of happy to know, because, okay, look, what I'm trying to figure out now, this is my personal journey. I'm trying to figure out if there is objective morality and we just don't have access to it, because there might be universal objective morality that if we could find it or have access to it, or it would be so interesting. And maybe that universal objective morality would be more like honesty and transparency and kindness. I don't know, though. I have no reason to think that's true, except I think it's a good idea. So I don't think I have access to the objective, but I'd really like to see if I could figure it out, or at least get closer to it as I head to death. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, Chess says maybe their objective morality for given outcome. Maybe. And like, I think that's the experimentation of philosophy. I think that's what philosophy is for. It's like, that scene from Doctor Strange where Doctor Strange goes like, and he's seeing every possible outcome. I think that's what philosophy is. I think philosophy is trying to figure out like every possible outcome to see like what is the best outcome. And then you kind of have to you know, accept that there's like a level of free will by making the choice, but a limit of free will by knowing there's only so many outcomes or so many possible choices. And so that's what I think it is. So yeah, if you like my values and you're afraid of copying them, don't be afraid of copying them. Enjoy the consensus that we might have come to together as a collective to say, hey, honesty is pretty good. Kindness is pretty good. XYZ is pretty good. They're pretty good values. I wish Christians and religious people really believed in those values more. I know they say they do, but they obviously don't. You know, Chad says those values are open source. Yes, they're open source. Exactly. Brittany's values TM. Stop. I like write a book and I'm like, I made these up. They came to me. I just made them up, you know? Honesty, that's mine. Okay, if anyone ever asks, be like, oh my God, Brittany Simon, honesty? Yeah, I made that. It was me. Okay, we're done. Listen, speaking of honesty, let's look at the most dishonest, unethical piece of shutta that's ever existed, okay? This is one day ago, President Trump. Oh, this is bad.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good honor. It's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation. I do believe I'll be the...
This man thinks he's a fucking soprano. I'm going to take it. It's mine. I own it. It's like, sir, you can't take Cuba. You can't take Cuba. Like, he's literally like, I can do whatever I want with it. Yes, Chad says sounds rapey. It is the entitlement of a rapist. It is literally, he's so fucking entitled. He's disgusting. Let's watch Trump voters talk about why they voted for him.
Going to hear you right now, what would it be? If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Are you
Honestly, I kind of appreciate that amount of annoyance with herself because you really need that amount of self-awareness to get past this. I've been there where I'm like, I'm a fucking idiot. And like that is such an important part of growth that I really hope this liberates her. I really hope she uses this to be like, fucking hell, what else am I wrong about?
pleased with the war in Iran?
Yes, it's not our war. We should not be sending our soldiers over there to get harmed when it's not about us. It's about them. Like, why are we sticking our noses where we don't belong?
What do you think about the decision to strike Iran?
I think it was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's...
Hold on, weren't the last 3 presidents also Trump? Wasn't Trump a part of those last 3 presidents?
If that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
Why do you think gas prices going up?
War. That's all I know.
Are you pleased with us being in Iran?
Not really. No, there should be no war. What do you do?
What do you think about President Trump? How's he doing?
No comment.
Did you vote?
Too good. I did vote for him.
Have you noticed gas prices going up lately?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Does that affect you at all?
Definitely. Absolutely. My husband, he drives diesel, so that's like $2 more.
What do you think about the U.S. decision to go into Iran?
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe, then that's what we got to do.
Listen, if that was the truth, we would all do that. Like, we would all pay more tax if it meant housing people. A lot of human beings are more than willing to sacrifice a little bit for the greater good. Except in this context, it's not for the greater good. That's the manipulation tactic of Republicans. That is the manipulation tactic of conservatives. And I'm trying to be empathetic to that reality. They convince you just sacrifice a little bit and will really help you. But it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a fucking lie. And then this fucking piece of shit, bro, talks about I'm gonna take Cuba. I'm gonna take Cuba. I'm gonna take Cuba out back, bro. Okay? Insane. But this is what I mean when I, what is this? I really fucking hate the Democrats. I hate the Democrats for making these stupid fucking videos. Can you please lock in?
My face to 10, my body T.
Listen, this is serious. Okay. Oh man. I'm sorry I laughed so hard, but I hate them. You're making me laugh will not make me vote for you, okay? Just because I laugh does not mean you get a vote. Oh man. I don't know what came on. It was like Sean Paul came on this morning, and I think it was a Democrats video I was watching, but the music just started, and I started like dancing in my kitchen. Like I was like, because I hardcore dance. I get my like sweat up, okay? That's how I get my cardio in the morning. And I was like sitting there like dancing like so hard. And then the video stopped, and I was like, what was this even about? I would think it was about politics, but they keep using music behind their thing. So then I'm just like, you know, you start dancing, and then you realize, oh, wait, hold on. They're talking about something serious. Please. Oh, man. Oh, okay. This isn't even the main stuff I want to talk about today. We're still just having fun right now. Okay, ready? We're going to have some more fun. Let's talk about who's ugly and who's not. I know some of you don't like this topic, but listen to me. It's not my fault. It's trending. It's not even me this time. It's trending. Okay? It's trending. This isn't me.
Wonder about for women that are attracted to men is, do you really mean it when you say that you don't see attractive men hardly ever?
Okay, so it is trending on this side of TikTok, right? Okay. Here we go. It is trending on this side of TikTok that there's some sort of statement being made that like basically there's no attractive men and that everyone's kind of ugly right now. So that's where he's coming from.
Like, I see comments that are like, saw the first handsome man I've seen in like 3 to 4 months. Like, how much of this is actual hyperbole? I genuinely want to know. Because it's like, if you're attracted to theoretically half the population, it's like so unimaginable to me that this would ever be the case. But as with all sorts of discussions regarding gender, I mean, I'll always have an open mind to believing anything. But like from a male perspective, obviously I recognize that women are just beautiful and objectively on average more attractive than men.
Okay, I just want to pause right there. I don't think that's true. I think most people are average or ugly. Myself included. Look at me today. Just look at what I look like today. If any of you compliment me, I'll block you. I'll block you. Listen, I know what I look like today. I am fucking underslept. I am tired. I did not drink enough water today. Okay? I might be showered and clean, but I am tired. My eyes are droopy. I fucking look like I've been up all night. Okay, I'm not in my peak right now. I'm not my peak. I think most people look like this because most people are tired. I think most people are fucking exhausted. Capitalism is exhausting. And I think we're all walking around tired as fuck. And I think we're just averagey looking too. Okay? I just think we're also like just your palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti. Thanks. Wow. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like we're all just tired and we're averagey looking. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where I'm like, we're overthinking this way too hard. Most people are not, you know, like the most beautiful person in the world. Most people just look like people.
But it's like, I can't imagine thinking that I haven't seen a pretty woman in like a day or a week. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, how many of us are going outside? You know what I mean? Like, how many of us are even going outside? The only pretty woman I've seen is my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, who am I going to see? You mean on the internet? Okay, there was this woman, God bless her, and I'm not going to throw her under the bus. I've really tried not to because the only reason I don't like her really is her fucking filter. Somebody in my Discord, and it even came across my feed. was like this video. I click on the video and the woman is in a full freckle filter talking about the most serious fucking topics. Please be so goddamn fucking real right now, girl. We are fighting fascism and patriarchy and you're in a freckles filter? Like, you know what I mean? Like, get plastic surgery, do something permanent, get tattooed freckles. That would be better because then it would be like a part of you than wearing a goddamn filter when you're talking about the most serious fucking shit. Like, be so serious. I just, like, I can't even fathom how that's appropriate. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? Okay, do your makeup, get a tattoo, make it a part of your aesthetic. A filter? A filter? So that's what I'm saying. Like, most people are so insecure about what they look like that we are we are just lying to ourselves. People are pretty because we like them. People are pretty because they're pulling it off. People are pretty because they won the genetic lottery or they got plastic surgery or they just like know how to do their makeup better. But like, pretty people are pretty, you know, in a neutral way as well. Like, you know what I mean? We're all mostly averagey looking people. That's why everyone's always trying to attain the perfect look because we aren't born that way. Most people have to get into shape, get a six pack, do some makeup tricks, get plastic surgery. Most of us are not born looking like the Statue of David. Okay, babies don't come out with six pack abs. So everyone's pretty and everyone's just people. We're thinking about it too hard.
I mean, additionally, is this purely a physical thing, or is the rise in like the manosphere and incel culture that affects, understandably, your view of men? How much is that an influence on how you perceive the average like street traffic male and your perception of their attractiveness? Because I think an increasingly amount of women are clearly losing attractiveness towards men just in general because of these things. So I wonder if it's really a physical thing, like you really think that there's just more and more ugly men. I wonder how much of this attraction or lack thereof is affected and predicated on like some kind of societal change addition.
I will say men, I have noticed, are grooming a lot less. And I will say that I think America in general is really going downhill with grooming. And I will say that plays a huge role. Just simply grooming and looking like you showered will do a world of wonder for you. If I look at you and I think your breath smells, that it's over. You know what I mean? If you look like your breath smells, it's absolutely fucking over. And that's what I'm like. I don't know if people recognize that. There's also a bias and a prejudice that plays into this because I feel like I can know the difference between someone who looks showered and clean and is wearing PJs to Walmart. I understand we're probably not doing this past 25, but and somebody who like literally just looks a particular way. One of my brothers, I remember I went to him one time and I said, okay, I'm sick of you. I'm sick of your clothes. I'm sick of your look. I'm sick of your aesthetic. You look like a mess. Okay. You're wearing the same fanadat, the same undershirt with BO stains. You're wearing the same fucking shorts you had in high school. They're all ripped. Buy new underwear, buy new clothes. Let's go. What do you want to look like? He tells me his ideal aesthetic. I go, is that who you want to be or is that who you think you want to be because it's cool? What is your ideal look? Let's go buy clothes. I'll buy you clothes. Let's go. And like, he didn't do it because the truth is he doesn't know what he wants to look like. So I think that Chatter, who said it earlier, is right. Sometimes the better good looking people are just people who have found their style and they pull it off. Okay. When I wear certain clothes, I get many more compliments than when I wear other clothes. Like literally, I believe in color theory. When I wear oranges and reds, people go crazy in my comments. They go crazy in real life. When I wear blacks, purples, almost never get compliments. People, I don't know what it is, except I do believe in color theory. And my mom always taught me how to color match and how to wear colors that worked for me. And even when I was younger, I'd rebel and be like, I want to wear purple. I want to wear purple. Purple makes my teeth look yellow and it makes my skin look bad. Okay. When I wear orange or red, I just like, whoa. I just look so, you know, I always get the most compliments. Okay. So when we wear, you know, when we have conversation or green, Chat says I love the green in the Burt video or green. I look good in green too. But, you know, there's like this conversation to be had about, is it like, are you ugly or are you just poor? Are you ugly or do you not know how to dress? I think yes. And sometimes, again, the person you're in love with, no such thing as ugly. You will marry. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Insert thing here. It doesn't matter what they look like. if you really love the consciousness for who they are, that's it. Okay. It's when you're falling out of love. It's when you're not in love. You notice like, oh, their belly hangs over, or their neck is kind of funny shaped, or they're kind of not attractive anymore to me. But it wasn't their body. It wasn't them. It was your relationship with each other. Trust me, when you're truly in love, it's like, maybe you call it rose-colored glasses, but the truth is like, you just love that person. That's why relationships can be so shallow, because you think you're loving someone for their body, but you're just not. That's not your person. Your person's body is different than your person. Okay? And again, this is maybe my radical stance on relationships, but I don't think girls think men are uglier. I think men are uglier in general because of their attitudes. But I also think a big part of it is there's a grooming epidemic happening, like a lack of grooming, especially with conservatives thinking like brushing your teeth is poison, or, you know, like they're not getting vaccinated, you know, they're not doing basic hygiene stuff. They're still using 3-in-1 shampoos. Like, you know what I mean? You know, there's just like, there's a whoosh, there's a split. Okay. Yeah. The all meat diet, like, ew. You know what I mean? You can't wash your ass. Exactly. It's like, you can't do the basics. So yeah, there's going to be a lack of interest in each other, especially if, you know, there was a TikTok. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. God. I can find this.
I have a wonderful husband. We're very happy. Don't get married.
Go back to that creator's original post to see the full context of that. But it's talking about women who have been married for a long time, giving advice to women who have never been married. And they're asking, like, what's marriage like? You know, and pretty much every woman is like, I'm very happy, but don't get married. If my partner died, I would never do this again. And coming from someone who has been married, been divorced, and now engaged to an incredible man, I have some very good insight. I feel the majority of women who are saying we're very happy but don't get married, or I would not do this again, are actually not that happy, but they're not wanting to actually admit it to themselves, because that means the whole world, their whole life will basically crumble down around them. And how I know this is because I was in that position. Absolutely. I thought that I was happy, or I wanted to convince myself that I was happy. I wasn't. Newsflash. It was actually DV before I even realized that it was. But especially if you've been married for a really long time, it can seem so mundane.
Okay, I will add to this as a very happily married person. My partner and I openly talk about this. Would we get remarried if the other died? And I said, look, I'm open to remarriage, but to be honest with you, the last thing I would think about doing is dating, because I've already done it now. Now I've dated. I've been dating since I was 14 years old. I've had a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I've been in and out of relationships. I have had sex with people starting at 22. But I have been worrying about dating since I was 14 to 33 years old. I was dating. 14 to 33 years old, I was dating. I'm good. So like, sure, after my partner dies, or if my partner dies before me, I probably wouldn't think about dating or getting married again. Would I be open to it? Absolutely. Would I pursue it? Fucking no. Like, probably not. Would I pursue a lover? Maybe. But honestly, guys, I'm not exaggerating when I say, listen, this might come off really weird, but I am such a passion girly. I talk about this with my partner all the time. If I did not care about work-life balance, I probably would struggle to be in a relationship. I don't know how to explain to you how much I love my job. And I know that probably sounds weird because I'm not even rich or famous, but I love this job and I want to do it all the time. Okay. And I can't, because I need to maintain friendships and talk to people in my life and talk to loved ones and schedule out calls with my friends, because like I need to catch up with people and spend time with my partner and maintain my marriage. But if I sometimes like a part of me, like, again, I have so much life I want to live, and I cannot explain to you how much dating and all of this stuff takes up so much time. And it is usually time well spent. It is better to have a balanced life. It is better to have connection. It is better to have community. all of that is better than putting your life all into your passions. And as I say this, I do also think my life would have been so good single as well, because I would have had all of these things to put my time into. And I love all of this stuff. You know what I mean? So I do think if I could get married again, I would always marry my partner 1,000 times again, right? This partner, if I could go back in time, I would marry them every single time. If they died, I just don't foresee a future where I'm pursuing dating as actively as I did when I was younger. Because I'm so busy. I want other things. Now, also, single Brittany is different than married Brittany. Single Brittany would live near her friends. Okay, well, all my friends are in different places, literally. Guys, go fuck yourselves. All those people that are like, you need physical community. Well, my community lives in 7 different countries and 7 different places. Okay, go fuck yourself. So, it's really fucking annoying. So I would have to pick which friend I would move next to. Probably my sister or my besties. Depends on the bestie, because some live in places that I'm like, I don't know if I want to live there, girl. But I would need to move near one single friend, and then I would probably see them once a week. And then I would be spending all of my time doing this, doing creative work. I cannot explain to you. I've been on a burnout cycle, and I've been on a burnout cycle because I want to do everything. I'm so blessed and annoyed that I cannot do everything I want to do. And it's like I have to be patient with myself and pick and choose what I'm doing right now. But I want to do everything. I want to do the most amazing OnlyFans shoots. I want to do the most amazing commentary videos. I want to do the most amazing streams. I want to do the most amazing Discord events. I want to do the most amazing, and I don't have the spoons. I can't keep it up. And I want to do it so bad. And I'm so annoyed. And I'm just like, I could divorce you and I could cut off all my friends and I could have no social life. And my partner's like, you could. And I was like, I'm not going to do that though. because I am so fulfilled by the things that I do. I don't know how to explain it because I know other people aren't. They wouldn't get it. I know other people are not fulfilled by their relationships. They're not fulfilled by their jobs. They're not fulfilled by their hobbies. So I know for them, they're like, this is so stupid. And I was like, well, I'm not going to do it. But I'm so fulfilled by all those things. I want to do them all the time. You know, I just want to do them all the time. And I can't. And so, yeah, I'm gonna, I have to be honest with myself about how much I can do. That's why when people are like, Brittany, you should get a plant. Okay. They're like, you should do a garden. With what time? Oh, get a cactus. All these people that are like, you should okay. Get a plant. You get a plant. You think I can take care of a plant right now? I can't even keep up. A plant. Oh my God, a plant. You know what I mean? That's insane. So yeah, I don't know. With all of this said, are more people ugly or something? More people are unfulfilled every day. And when you have a very fulfilled life, things just change and priorities change and you still have to maintain balance. Yeah, Chaz, a plant in this economy. Thank you. A plant in this economy? These people just got extra money laying around, apparently. Okay. Also, okay, should I announce it now? I don't know. I'm working on things. I sat down with my friend and we wrote out, they helped me just brainstorm burnout ideas because they're chronically ill too. And I was like, bro, I'm fucking dead. And they were like, okay, here we go. And they're really organized. And so I was like, you need to help me organize. And I came up with sort of like a structure change. Nothing will really change for you guys, to be honest, but things will change for me in a sense. And also I realized the reason I feel like I can't do everything I want to do is because I do want to do it. Again, how do I make money and pay my bills while putting 50 hours into a video no one will watch? Right? So, I'll give an example of one of the changes I want to make to kind of make myself feel fulfilled but help people. So you know how back in the day for members videos, I used to do a lot of cooking recipes? Well, I've been getting a lot of questions lately that I've been feeling like, man, I could have a whole vegan channel. I'm not even vegan yet. But I don't want to make a cooking channel, right? I can't make a third channel. Somebody was like, Brittany, could you make a third channel for TV shows? Habibis, I could make 17 channels. I don't have the time to make the content. Like I said, when I make these commentary videos every 2 weeks, I am locked into my computer, there is no break for like 2-3 days. There's just nothing. I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm not sleeping. Everything is off schedule. I don't see my partner. Everything is just completely, you know what I mean? So, people have been begging me or asking me to do like plant-based. How do I get into plant-based? So, okay, I bought everything this weekend. I'm going to finish buying all the products I need for my favorite all-time plant-based recipe that I think is like, should it be everyone's go-to when first trying plant-based food? It's like easy and digestible and like accessible and like doesn't cost too much. And I'm going to make that for members. Like I used to make videos for members that would like, here, you want me to make this video, but I'm not going to make a whole channel. Here's the video. So that's like what I'm going to do. Right now, I don't have the spoons or time to do TV shows, which is such a bummer because I really want to do this new show that hit Netflix about therapy. I'm so excited, but I can't do it right this second for March. So I'm going to build up my spoons and come back in April. But the video I can make, because I'm going to make it for myself anyways, is I will make a recipe. I will show you how to do it. It's going to be so easy. And I'm going to explain to you how I got started because there wasn't a transition time to me eating tofu. There was a transition to me learning what kind of tofu I loved and hated and in which way I would cook tofu because like I experimented with so much tofu over the last year of like different ways to cook it and different tofus for different meals and how like every little texture difference made a difference on whether or not I thought it was good or not. So I want to go ahead and make that kind of content for you because I think that's what you're requesting, but I can't make a whole channel off of it, but I can offer it for members. So you guys can look forward to something like that. But the thing is like when we have conversations about dating, compatibility, community, it all has to stem from the individual. Yes, first and foremost, knowing themselves and knowing how much to say they can do things and knowing how much they can say yes without burning out. Because trust me, I want to say yes to everything you request. It eats me up inside that I can't do everything all the time. So I have to sit down with myself and remind myself, you are but a human. And I'm like, but are you sure? And I'm like, yes, you are just a girly. You cannot do everything. But you can figure out a way to make some things work. And so this is like one of those compromises that I'm like, okay, I can do this. I can do this and it would be so helpful. But yeah, like I love food and I wish I could show you how I cook food every day, but I just don't think I'm supposed to do that, right? Jess said, has anyone watched the Louis Theroux documentary? So we're watching that with Discord. So I have to post the event, but we'll be watching it in April. We'll be watching it April, I think 4th, probably. I think April 4th is when we'll be watching it. So we're going to watch it with the Discord. And that helps too. Like that helps because then I won't have to record it and then we can discuss it. So we're going to watch the Louis Theroux documentary together so we can have a watch party and actually have a discussion because that's really good. Honestly, the best time of the internet was when people could watch TV shows, you know, and actually just hang out together. That was probably the best time. I heard that's how Hassan actually got popular. I heard Hassan actually rose to more prominence watching like cooking shows or something. He had other things he was doing, obviously TYT and stuff. But apparently like during lockdowns, some of the most like popular streamers got popular watching TV shows because Twitch just let you watch them with no copyright problem. I think they still do that for music. I think on Twitch is much more less weird about copyright than YouTube is. So, you know, that's why I think if I was on Twitch, I'd probably get pretty popular. But to be honest, I'm too scared. I'm not, you know, girls, I don't know if I'm built for fame, which is perfect because let's talk about this. So the Oscars happened and Hassan Piker was there. And This Is Entertainment Tonight showing this video of Hassan looking like a lesbian, which we love. Okay, this is Hassan talking about it on his Hassanabi.
It starts off at the red carpet.
Oh no, this is Hassan Piker. Wait. Yeah, this is Hassan Piker.
I'm right here and Quinlan's doing an interview. I walk in. You guys know I've gone out to protests. I've gotten stun grenades tossed my way. I've spoken in front of massive crowds, sold out rooms, rallies, tens of thousands of people. This was the most nerve-wracking 5-minute sequence in my entire life up until this point. I have never been more nervous in my fucking life. Shouts out to Phineas, who basically saved my life by being there and being like a very famous person that other people wanted to talk to because nobody knows who the fuck I am. I just used them as my island. I'm in the background, you can see in this interview, but basically like
is beautiful. Yes, looks so good.
If you had to be in one movie this year, what would it be?
you can tell, right? Like you can tell I'm nervous in the background. No, I didn't get to see Hannah Einbinder. I did talk to her beforehand about like what to expect. Like, look at this. You can see the fear in my eyes, dude. No makeup, no hair. Literally just fucking went in there. I met Hudson Williams, by the way. I met him. I hung out with him a little bit. He was chill. Yeah. Also, the other thing is like Tiana Taylor was like right before me, so everyone was like going crazy over her, understandably, because she's like a real celebrity. I also chickened out as far as talking to Javier Bardem. That was my biggest L of the fucking night. He was literally standing right next to me for like half the night. I wanted to go up to them and be like, yo, I really love what you guys did. Thank you so much for like hyping up the Cuba flotilla. And I just could not do it. Wagner Mora, yeah. He posted about the flotilla, I think. He posted about like the strangulation of Cuba. I wanted to talk to them and I was so scared. I'm a fucking chud loser, bro. I'm such a chud ass loser. I could not do it. I've never felt nervous. Like I don't fucking feel nervous ever. Okay. I don't feel shy ever. This was a different situation. Oh, I saw Quinta.
Okay, so let's just pause there and then we'll keep going. Chet said, I find it annoying that he's intimidated by Hollywood stars. Chet said, I'm so nonchalant, I wouldn't give a fuck about being around these stars. Okay, I thought when I first watched this, on my first watch, I was like, oh yeah, I have anxiety too. But then when he said I never get anxious except in this situation, I was like, wait, what's different about this situation? You just said you had like things thrown at you and you've been protested and you've had your life threatened, but like meeting Hollywood stars makes you anxious. And then this brings into question again the ethical and not unethical kind of stance about like, as a progressive, as a leftist, we know the Oscars are infamously just horrible for minorities, and just all of these things are popularity contests, and all of these things are just like some of the shittiest people in a room together. So I always struggle with this myself, where I want to get along with everyone. I want to be like, oh my God, you're so cool, I like you. But also it's hard to be an activist. It's really hard to say I'm here as an activist, so therefore I hate all of you. Or, hey, I'm a person, so hey, I get along with everyone, right? Because like, look, I can get along with anybody until we're serious about something. So the question is, going to this after party, is he showing up as Hassan Piker, the boy who's meeting celebrities? Or is he showing up as Hassan Piker, the activist? Do you know what I mean? And so this is like what's really, really difficult about being a public figure is like 5, 6, 7 years ago, if they had asked me to come to this, I would have gone just to be in the bubble, just to see what it was like. But now if you ask me to do this, I feel like it would be contrary to my values to go to an Oscar party. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it would be offensive to my values to be asked to come to this. Like, why would I come to your fucking faux celebrity, popular kid, fucking so unserious party? It's a historically very discriminatory party. Like, why would I come to this thing? But that's the point, is like, I don't know Hassan Piker's values. And I say this time and time again. And again, I would defend Hassan against most 99% of conservatives because they're all fucking stupid. But as a progressive or a person who's even trying to deconstruct and become like the most radical, you know, what is the value here? Like, why did you show up? It does just feel like he went, holy fuck, a chance to be in the room with celebrities. Fair. Humans are going to human. We get excited to be around famous people. We get stoked at the idea of being recognized and validated. But then again, you're rich, you have prominence. Yes, nobody knows who you are in this bubble, maybe, but you are somebody, you know? So like, why with all of your privilege and status don't you become the most radical, right? And so like, that's the question, right? Chad said, I think he wants to live sometimes because his profession is very serious. For sure. Like I can understand that pressure, but then that's the question, right? Do you lose the ability to quote, this is the Chappell Roan controversy. This is Chappell Roan all over again. Are you Chappell Roan who built your platform on being like a fighter for minorities, and are you going to continue that? Or are you going to throw us under the bus when you want to sign with a production company? Now, I know she let go of her last agency, her marketing agency, which was really good, but you know, maybe she's working with some companies that are questionable, or maybe there's some here. So again, I'm not coming for Chappell or for even Hassan. I'm saying, isn't it hard to be a good person? Look how hard it is to live within your values. Okay, look how hard it is to do collaborations with people, and to realize like even doing collaborations, even rubbing elbows with them looks kind of bad. But also, what does this mean? Okay, so we're not like, I'm not saying I know the inner thoughts of these people. I'm saying it brings into question the whole thing. And then, of course, this is the other part that's hard. The audience wants him to go. The audience does want the validation, right? You get it too. And I know you do. And it's okay that you will subconsciously feel I am more valid if people talk to me. Me doing collaborations with other YouTubers that people consider like one of the guys will bring me social validation and be like, okay, good. I'm not just watching a girl in her bedroom. I am watching Brittany Simon, who does philosophy, and look at all these people validating her existence, which validates my existence as a viewer who watches this person. So Hassan's viewership is like, okay, I'm not just watching a guy yell at a microphone. I'm watching a guy that even Hollywood invites to their parties. Whether we like it or not, we're validation-seeking creatures, and we give validation to the people doing things because we want to be proud of the people that we watch as well. We want to brag and say, like, he's not just a streamer. He's a person, or he's not just a guy. He's not just because we demonize people too for their status. Oh, you're just a streamer. He's not just a streamer. He's an activist. He's not just this. He's this. Okay, right? We're all things, but being a person is enough. But I understand what they mean because some content creators, to be fair, really are just people with microphones, and they maybe shouldn't have one, you know? So I get it. Okay, back to Hassan.
Talked to her briefly. I was like, yo, you were at BuzzFeed with my best friend Will Neff. And she's like, yeah. And I was like, you should come on the podcast. And she was like, every time I go on a podcast, I get in trouble. Yes, Quinta know who I was as well. There are people that I know, like I know Kieran. There are people like that I know that I, hung out with before this thing. And then there are people that know of me that I met. I guess
that's Brittany Broski, right?
it's like the only one that was relatively surprising was the Heated Rivalry guy. He knew who I was, and I thought that was cool. Rami Malek was probably the coolest like mega star that I met. Right there at 123 out of 162, Hassan Piker. I look like I could be like a Japanese high school kid. What about number 20 on the list? Who's number 20 on the list?
Hold on, wait, is that Dua Lipa? Or no, is that who is that? Dua Lipa. Okay, I was right. It is Dua Lipa.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Okay, I also know he got a sound machine and half his viewers hate it and half his viewers love it. I don't know, it's weird. It feels very fresh and fit for him to have a sound machine. I'm dead that moving into the future, his future was fresh and fit. Like, that is so funny to me that he got a sound machine.
I met her husband. He was chill and I could not talk to her. There was a couple people that I really wanted.
Why couldn't you talk to her? Intimidated by Hollywood stars, bro? I get it. I have social anxiety talking to strangers at Walmart, but like also
to talk to Bella Hadid obviously being one, Dua Lipa being another one, people that have done like advocacy for Palestine.
Is this like a humble thing where he's trying to be humble, like a false humility, where he's trying to be like, oh my God, I was in the presence of these great, strong women? I don't understand what he's trying to explain here. He's in love with Dua Lipa. It's a joke. He has a crush on her. Ew. Ew. What? That's so like, are we not seeing the patriarchal misogyny of it all? What do you mean you have a crush on an adult woman? What does that even mean? Are you guys, is this a joke? You're in your 30s. You do not have crushes on adult people who are strangers to you. It was a joke from COVID times. I don't know what's happening now. This is what I'm saying. I get it. You want to be a jokey and you want to be a serious person. I get it. It's hard. See how it's hard? Like, I don't understand. What are we talking about? What do you mean you're a grown-ass person who has a... Is this I'm so autistic. I actually am autistic, so I don't actually know. You know what I mean?
For years and years. And yes, I was too much of a chicken. Okay. Is that what you want to hear? I literally stood next to most of these people and I did not fucking talk to them. I am too afraid. It starts off at the...
Yeah, it's like almost like a false humility type. Like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Chat says, I don't get it. What do we mean by crush? Why is it wrong? It's a form of objectification into adulthood to have a crush on someone. When you're a child and you have a crush on someone, You're learning how to fall in love. You're learning how to have an infatuation or an attraction to somebody in secret. When you're an adult person, you know that a crush is just a lack of information, right? It's a form of objectification, which isn't inherently wrong. But as an adult, you should be able to say, I'm interested in you, versus I have a secret crush on you and I'm going to act like a girl and I'm going to act weird around you. And like, oh my God, like, I don't think it's cute. I think it's actually like really uncomfortable, especially for a lot of women, to have men only talk to them because they have a crush on them, or like, you know, you're jokey. Like, I don't think it's actually great. And it actually, if I knew a guy had a crush on me and he was being weird, like I would write him off as a creepo. Because like, what are you talking about? You have a crush on me, bro. We're in our 30s. Ask me out or move on. Because it's just like, it's a little inappropriate at a certain age. As a child, it makes sense. You don't know what to do with your life. You're a kiddo. So I'm not coming for children. Like, children are babies. They don't know what they're doing, right? Okay. And so like, when you're like, you know, Chad said it's a fantasy. It's not like being in love, but that's it. It's a fantasy. Why are you telling me about it? Keep it to yourself. It's like somebody saying like, oh my God, I have your poster in my bedroom and I masturbated to it every night. Don't you think it's fucking weird? Do you think I would end up with somebody who was like, oh yeah, like I have your poster on my wall and I kiss it at night? I'm not going to marry that person. So that to me is like kind of the same as like Hassan being like, oh my God, I have a crush on her. And oh my God, I was so intimidated by her. Don't you have a girlfriend? Also, like, what do you mean? This is why I'm confused. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? You know what I mean? But also, like, what do you mean? What does that mean? Okay. Chat says women say guys are cute all the time. What's the difference? Saying someone is cute and having a crush on them is different. Being weird around an adult person because you have a crush on them is different than saying people are attractive. One is a fact, one is true, and one is leading up to actions that are different. If you're sitting there and being like, I'm so nervous around another adult human, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? It just feels weird. Crushes are a lack of information. Just say if you're an adult, you say, I'm attracted to that person. I wonder if they're interested. I wonder if I would like them past that. You do not have crushes. Like, crushes are for kids who are like, it's all a dream. It's not real. This is what I'm saying. People don't know what they want out of relationships. What do you mean you have a crush on someone and you're 40? You know what I mean? Like, listen, when I was a little girl, my friends and I would get celebrity purses and celebrity posters and we'd be like, oh my God, I love them. And then we grew up. Somebody has to be the adult in the room. You know what I mean? Like, somebody has to be the adult in the room, you know? And so I don't know the lore. I don't know the inner jokes with his audience. I don't know how much of that is important. It's really not even about that, by the way. Okay. It's not even about that. So I don't know if his audience, I don't know what information I'm getting. It's not about Hassan though. Again, I really need this to not be about Hassan. It's just that he happens to be the largest leftist creator with a microphone. So he's going to get the most criticism because, okay. Now with that said, let's talk about Business Insider inside the kitchen making 30,000 meals for the Oscars. So just to be clear, 30,000 meals were made for this event. Again, let's bring it back to the ethics. Let's bring it back to the morals. Let's bring it back to the community. Let's bring it back to leftism, right? 30,000 meals were made for this event.
After the Oscars end, more than 1,500 hungry guests head upstairs to eat.
Welcome to Wagyu Land.
And famed chef Wolfgang Puck is in charge of feeding them all.
Most of the people didn't eat all day. You want to fit in your dress, you know, they make it as tight as possible.
But this isn't your standard party fare. Chefs are dishing out Wagyu flown in from Japan, caviar, and pot pies loaded with truffles.
$4,000 worth of truffles right there. We spare nothing for this party. This is the party of all parties.
To juggle it all, Wolfgang flew in top chefs from places like Istanbul and London. Together, they'll whip up 30,000 plates in just a few days.
Once they announce the festival...
Do you know what I'm saying? Gross. Gross. Gross.
Rector, all hell breaks loose. Everybody starts to shout.
This is Wolfgang's 32nd year catering the Oscars. And
look, I'm not coming for Wolfgang, right? Like, I'm saying, you know, $4,000 worth of truffles, lavish food, 30,000 meals for a party that does what? Now, this is the part that I want you to question. This is the larger conversation I want to have. We have a problem with things like the Oscars or other things that discriminate against people and then have been mostly a popularity contest. Can you have this event that is truly inclusive? Can you have an event that's liberated? Can you even have an event like this that isn't just disgusting and grotesque and gluttonous? Like, can you actually have an event like this that isn't just so unnecessary? Because really, what is this? They say, oh, it's to pay homage to artists or pay homage to people who are creative. Is it? You know what I mean? Like, what is it really? So, like, you know, what in a perfect kind of leftist utopia, how would this fit into that dream?
He's calm at the helm.
Don't look so serious. It's okay. Monday will come no matter what.
In sports, to have Super Bowl, we have the Oscars.
We have the Oscars.
We went behind the scenes with Wolfgang Puck to see how his team feeds Hollywood's biggest stars after the Oscars. It's 2 days before the Academy Awards, and the kitchen of the Dolby Ballroom is in full swing.
We're starting today to make all this wonderful food, but nothing is cooked today. It's just prepared.
That's Chef Eric Klein, the VP of Catering and Wolfgang's right-hand man.
He started with me how many years ago?
Over 30 years. Chef.
Over 30 years ago. He had 3 wives, but he has more luck with me than with all the wives, no? Well, yeah.
Eric is one of 120 chefs Wolfgang flew in from across his restaurant empire, which spans 7 countries.
I would have never imagined being here where I am today. When I was a kid, I just dreamt to get out of my stepfather's house and start something.
He and his executive team started planning the 84-item menu roughly 3 months ago.
I know better than anybody out there what they eat. I'm doing that for 40 years.
This year, for fact, we have a very last-minute oriented menu because there's a lot of Austrian desserts for Chef Wolfgang. Those you can really do a day before. You have to do it minute of.
And there are a lot of new dishes, like the Wagyu steak frites. Chefs can't drop the fries until the hour of the party, but they can start butchering steaks.
Right now I'm gonna cream all the fat.
Like American Wagyu New York strips. And this Miyazaki Wagyu shipped in from Japan.
Miyazaki won the big prize in Japan. Like we do Dancing with the Stars here, they have the championship for the beef.
So this is the marbling right here.
Chefs can season them now, but they'll wait to sear them until the day of the event. Some menu items come back year after year, like the Oscars with caviar. They'll go through nearly 30 pounds of the fish eggs alone, which cost $50 per ounce. The team has served the truffle chicken pot pie for 25 years. And Wolf says he'll never take it off the menu.
All hell would break loose. There would be no more Hollywood. Like Barbara Streisand, when she had it the first time, and then she gave it to John Travolta and said, taste this chicken pot pie. They ordered 3 or 4 of them.
It takes 2 days to make the chicken broth for the sauce. That sauce meets up with the veggies, peas, carrots, and celery in this industrial vat. Chefs hand pull piles of chicken. That also gets mixed in with the veggies. Each of the 1,200 ramekins gets the same amount of pot pie mixture.
We put the final touch, which is a special little shaving of truffle. So that way...
Look, I love a cooking show. I love cooking things. I love all this. I love generally event planning and stuff. I think it's interesting. But again, it's such an awkward little bubble for me because I just don't understand why it exists in the way that it does. Not generally. I understand that. Let me rephrase. I don't know why it is. No, I actually do know that. Hold on. I understand every social implication of name dropping, networking, showing up, being photographed, being named. I understand there are so many social benefits to being invited to this event, to being the chef in charge, to being a person who works on it. You get to tell people, even the people who got to work at the Oscars get to tell people, oh, I worked for the Oscars. You're saying I worked for something people recognize. And therefore, it gives you social credibility. But do you see the construct of the social credibility that we're building here? And we're saying in this bubble, this exists. And we're saying Hassan is engaging in that social credibility. And I'm saying, why? Because regardless of how well-intentioned you are, at the end of the day, the powerful and rich confirm it is true every time that you won't get anywhere without being nice to them, so you will be nice to them. And that's the irony of sort of why I say being a truly radical person does not make you rich. Being a truly radical person does not make you famous in the way that these celebrities really get famous, because eventually you will say no to someone. Eventually you will be like, no, I can't do that and ethically be good. And then they'll be like, oh, you think you're better than me? And then all of a sudden, that's what it is, right? You're afraid of somebody saying, oh, you think you're better than me? What, you won't go to the Oscars? And it's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to the Oscars. I'm not going to the after party. I'm not going to hang out with your little fucking... Again, 7 years ago, I would have eaten this shit up and said, invite me. But now it just feels like, why am I doing this? Okay, why am I engaging in this bubble? Plus, I'm plant-based now, so I can't eat anything anyways that they're serving. You know what I mean? Wagyu brought in. And by the way, I've had Wagyu. It is insanely good. Okay, I had a friend take me out to dinner. He paid for it. It was like a very expensive bill by the end of the night. And I was like, okay, I get it. I've had Wagyu. It is insanely good. And I'm never going to eat it again because I'm plant-based. You know what I mean? But like, when we have these conversations, it's like, I watch all these food shows. They're always telling us how expensive everything is. Yeah, but why? You know what I mean? It's just like all of these things. So again, I am not trying to attack anybody. I'm trying to say, you see how hard it is to be a good person? That like even the most well-intentioned people, in order to get any credibility in this world, you have to be kind of a bad person. You know?
When you open up the pot pie, it has a little aroma of the truffles inside of it. Think about 7 hours of sitting in the theater, the red carpet, and everyone at the end of the show that comes upstairs really looks forward to this.
Those get covered with pastry dough and coated with an egg wash.
Ooh, look at that. You can see the color from the black truffle. We can serve 1,000 of them and they're all gonna be hot because it's hermetically sealed with the puff pastry.
Despite the scale of this operation, Wolfgang's team makes everything from scratch.
A lot of catering companies, they buy things and then just warm it up. We cook exactly the same way as we do at Spago or Cut Any or any of our restaurants. So everything
which is cool, which is cool, right? Like that's pretty cool. The effort that goes into it. I wish this amount of effort went into also feeding everybody. And not just celebrities who God knows if they're even going to eat. How much food waste is going to happen? That's my question. After this event, how much food waste actually occurred? Because food waste is crazy. All people of all backgrounds experience incredible food waste. But like, that's cool. I love that part. I love the from scratch idea. Again, I just wish it wasn't just for you. I wish it was for everybody. Right?
Order.
They're hand rolling and filling 3,000 artichoke agnolotti. And during prep days, they're also mixing and shaping dough for 600 pizzas. This flour, water, and butter will become 750 tiny Wagyu slider buns.
The dough is ready. Now the next steps is to divide.
You know what? Chatter just had to go peace out. I think earlier they said it's hard to watch this because their family or somebody they know is going through food scarcity. And this is why I say it's upsetting to people. This is why I say, Hassan, read the goddamn room. You're a leftist and you're going to a party that is so gluttonous and people are facing genocides and they're suffering and they can't pay their rent and pay for their groceries. How are you, the radical leftist, engaging in one of the most gluttonous bubbles? That's what I'm saying. Like, what? This is such a man capitalist thing to do. And I understand that he's probably thinking, yeah, but I'll be able to spread my message larger and I'll be able to network and I'll be able to do all these things. Yeah, but like, doesn't this feel just like so silly right now? Wouldn't it have been more interesting for you to say, I was invited and I refused to go? Wouldn't it have been more amazing to say, I am protesting the Oscars. I'm protesting 30,000 meals being made for this one event versus 30,000 people being fed this week. You know, I'm protesting like celebrities have enough money to feed themselves. They should be donating all these meals to people. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like there were so many other ways this could have gone that could have still made him viral, that could have still gotten him famous, that could have still worked for his bank account, that could have worked for his audience. But no, Hassan wants to be invited to the Oscars or the Oscars after party. He does seem to be, he wants to be there. I think he wants to be validated. I think he does want people to know who he is. And I think he wants the validation from this bubble. Okay? And that's fine, right? Like, that's fine. Okay? But also, again, my values, I'm confused. I'm just confused. And I'm also just trying to point out the thing that I've always been trying to point out. Be wary of white men who rise to prominence over every other voice in the room. Because the reason he is the number one person is because of white supremacy. The reason he is the number one person is because of patriarchy. The reason he is the number one person is because of pretty privilege. The reason he is you know what I mean? Like every single thing about Hassan's story and background makes so much sense under all of these systems of oppression. Because only under these systems of oppression could he be the number one guy for a leftist movement and everyone goes, oh yeah, he's our best guy. He's the best guy. Again, this isn't even about Hassan, because if it wasn't Hassan, it would have been another white guy or another male straight man or another, you know, it wouldn't have been him. It would have been somebody like him. He's not even unique. He could disappear and another person will replace him, right? And when that other person replaces him, I'll be just as critical of that person because it doesn't actually matter who they are as people. They're fulfilling a role that reinforces the systems of oppression, in my opinion.
The dough in 35 grams.
They're also hand measuring and portioning the patties.
Everything needs to be scaled on the correct part to make sure the patty and the buns make only one. You know, you don't want it too soft because it will be mushy, or we call that. We have a nice coloration, perfect buns, very round, light, exactly what we're looking for.
To handle all this chaos, Wolfgang relies on his team from around the world.
This sampler here also is from Austria. So he's grading all the Parmesan cheese right now.
Your hand hasn't cramped up yet?
I've been training.
Yeah.
Wait, did he say Parmesan cheese? Chat really popped my bubble about Parmesan cheese. Now I can never look at it the same.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know?
Yeah, that's grading. That's grading.
Sushi chef Hiroyuki Fujino came in from Hawaii.
How long have you guys been working together?
It's about 29 years now.
Only. He has hair like that. As much as me.
There's one background that you're missing. It's mine. You need a Jamaican chef in here.
Eric, do we have a cooking jacket?
Yes, absolutely.
The young lady wants to start making jerk chicken like from her native country.
Wolfgang walks around the kitchen offering tips.
No pineapple. Because when people are allergic, we don't want to send anybody to the hospital.
A hand.
Put a lot of them together. It's okay. Doesn't have to be so precise. If not, you won't finish. And if anybody tells you...
Actually, great example. Chat says, wasn't it Bezos who rented out like the entirety of Venice for his wedding? People were so mad they were protesting him, but also think of all the celebrities who showed up at that wedding. Please be clear. If Bezos invited Hassan to his wedding and Hassan went, would that be enough? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, when is it enough to say like, okay, what are we doing here? Because every celebrity that went to Bezos's wedding, I was like, I'm putting you on a list. I'm putting you on a list. Okay, it's a mental list, but you're on the list, buddy. Okay, why are you at this man's wedding? You know? And again, it's like, it's that idea of, you know, networking. It's a crazy lifetime, once in a lifetime experience. Like, and the question is, if Hassan went to that wedding, would it be enough? Yeah, Chad says, no, it wouldn't. People would say, Hassan is there to change minds and make connections. Exactly. So when is it enough? Like, when is it really your, like, values? You know what I mean? Your values do mean that you don't, like, this is why people say, like, oh, like, don't you, like, what's the point of sacrificing this thing when everyone else is going to do it? And I'm saying, because it's your values. It's not a sacrifice. So when is it going to be? What does he not do that's a part of his values? What is something he won't engage with or doesn't, you know what I'm saying? What event will he not go to because it's a part of his values? Or will he always go to every event he's invited to in the hopes of pushing his values? I just want to know, I'm asking this genuinely, like, where is the line for him? Because I don't get it.
Anything, tell them that's the way it has to be, okay?
And some jokes.
And if you have any problems with the guys, you call me, okay? I will straighten them out.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
What's that, Parker? I used his clip. No. Parker? Well, one of those white boy debate bros. I used his clip of him and Charlie Kirk debating on Jubilee about abortion in my latest commentary video because he's the liberal, and he goes, oh yeah, I believe abortion is wrong after so many weeks, just like Trump does. And he goes, oh wow. And Charlie Kirk's like, I have to give you credit for that. And I'm saying, you see how like in conversations, there's a conversation that allows these liberal men. I don't think it was Dean. I think it's Parker. I think Parker is his name. And so it's that kind of stuff that I'm like, even if he says he's a liberal, be careful, especially if he says he's a liberal, right? Be careful because again, and I don't need you to even say you're a communist or a leftist. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. I'm looking at what you do. I'm looking at what you say. I'm looking at how you show up and how you collaborate. Reminder, I think it's a huge red flag to collaborate with Charlie Kirk, to do anything with Charlie Kirk, to show up on the same stage as Charlie Kirk. And the fact that Hassan was going to do that 2 weeks before he died is exactly my point. Why are you even giving this man any credit? Okay, example, if Trump wanted to come on Hassan's stream like he did Aiden Ross's, do you think that would have been ethical to promote him? Do you think that would have been good? Because Andrew Schultz got thrown under the bus, rightfully so, by Flagrant, by hosting Trump, right? That was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. XQC and Aiden should not have done that. Even though in my past, I would have thought, oh yeah, I want to interview the president. That's amazing. I'm not a journalist. I'm a streamer. You don't get to interview people as a streamer. You're only collaborating with them. You're only platforming them. I know because I learned myself. Oh, like If I want to be a neutral party, I need to change jobs. If I want to be a person who interviews even the worst people on the planet, I better change jobs. Because if you're a streamer, you can't neutrally interview people, okay? You can't actually be sort of neutral. And so again, the question is, where is the line?
I thought we had to, at the end of the day, I'm like a coach, I'm like a teacher, but I have such a great team who actually can execute, you know, and Phil Jackson, when he was a coach.
Oh yeah, and great point, chat. Chat said even if Hasan had basically like gone to this event to network, he admitted to himself he was too shy to talk to anybody. So you didn't even talk to anybody about leftist politics or spread propaganda or talk to people about your work in Cuba. Okay, so like you couldn't even thank celebrities who promoted your own movement. So you actually didn't go to do anything. Damn.
He never shot a 3-pointer because he knew he had the right guys.
Part of his coaching, always having a spoon at the ready.
Okay, a little more salt. They say a chef doesn't eat, a chef always tastes. After the Oscars, we go on a diet.
I'm starting Monday.
It's the day before Oscar Sunday, and the team's kicking it into high gear.
How we do with the macaroni and cheese? Don't mess it up again, okay? 40 pounds of fontina cheese and 40 pounds of mozzarella cheese. And then we are making it a little spicy, it will be delicious. 80 pounds of pasta. Yeah, wow. I remember when Viola Davis came and she...
Not to brag, but I think perfected my plant-based mac and cheese. I've been eating it. I've been enjoying it. It's delicious.
Tasted and said, oh my God, the best macaroni and cheese ever. You have more cheese? Okay, let's put more cheese.
They portion out exactly 2 ounces into each of the 1,500 ramekins. Over in the butcher room, chef...
And by the way, I know a lot of the centrist guys will try to criticize Hasan for doing these type of things, but they would do it in a heartbeat. Do not get it twisted that a bunch of these centrist boys that just hate Hasan because it's the only thing they do with their life, they're losers, okay? I know for a fact that they would fucking do this if they could. And that's the other thing. Don't mistake my criticism for Hasan's position as the top guy, anything related to these men who would do it in a heartbeat. Again, I am just asking questions and I don't understand the line. And again, it's not me looking for ways. Hasan is just sharing and I'm like surprised. I think that's what it is. When I saw this clip come across my feed, I was like, why are you going to this event? It's not like I'm looking for ways for Hasan to look bad. He does it on his own. He is a man after all. They just do it on their own. Okay, that's it.
Fujino slices 100 pounds of ahi tuna, flown in from Hawaii.
Big size of uni.
This is gonna be our cheers afterwards. We're gonna crack them open with wolf and take a nice uni party.
He portions the salmon for sushi and an Oscar-shaped classic.
We smoke our own salmon here and everything.
They pound a cracker Oscar base, top it with smoked salmon and creme fraiche. That's not the only Oscar shape they're using in the kitchen. Pastry chefs also fill molds with dark chocolate. They'll go through 2 gallons of 24K liquid gold for the coating.
Every star goes home with an Oscar from us. I don't want anybody to have tears in their eyes and say I lost. You know, they all are winners for us.
His team pumps out 3,500 mini statues.
I mean, it's cool and everything, but like, who's gonna eat this? You know, I guess they could. I mean, I'd eat it, I guess.
And 25 large ones. The dessert team handles the most dishes. They're responsible for the gelato station, which is new this year.
Gelato.
And they're also piping out madeleines, constructing macaron towers, and filling cups with tiramisu.
Now we know the Italian are here, so we're in good shape.
I think it's very like army-like as far as like being organized. So you have the generals, the captains, and then we divide, right? So I think the stress level is managed by the peers of each department.
That stress comes to...
When I watch cooking shows, I'm like a fucking broken record. I'm just like, look at all the food waste. How much of that food's going to go to waste? My partner's like, it's probably going to go to waste. And I was like, that makes me so upset. I do. I am that girl. I am that girl who watches like TV shows and I'm like, how much food waste is happening here? Like I just get so very upset in a world where people like are literally going into thousands of dollars of debt because they can't afford milk. And I've been there myself. Like I have been a person who had to look for pennies on the ground just to afford lunch that day. And I would spend $1.75 on my chicken sandwich and a croissant. And I've been that girly. And so I do get my feelings like do get hurt when I see a lot of food waste. And my partner says like one of the most significant things about living with me is that I take food waste so seriously that sometimes it can, I admit, be a little much sometimes. But I also like, forgive me, you know what I mean? For like, you know what I mean? I really hate throwing out food. I really hate it. I hate when I mess up on food and I'm like, I can't eat this. Like, that makes me so upset because I just know like people are starving, you know?
Ahead on Oscar Sunday. Today, they can tackle the foods that have to be served fresh, like sushi rolls and chicken skewers.
It's not a dessert, it's a crab chamushi, which is a traditional Japanese egg custard. We're topping it off with crab.
Those mini Wagyu patties can finally be fired and added to the buns. Steaks hit the grills, and racks of chicken pot pies and mac and cheese come out of the oven glistening. Wolfgang gives his final seal of approval.
I still feel very calm. I think we're getting everything together, making the final adjustments.
Out in the ballroom, the team begins setting up. Most dishes are served at stations like the
I
dessert.
mean, it's cool. Like, that's a cool, like, I like seeing what people can do with food. And also, you know, it's cool. You know, I hope that, you know, it makes me sad, the idea of food waste. I hope something happened with the leftovers.
Complete with freshly churned gelato. By 4 p.m., the ceremony begins, and a hush passes over the kitchen. Most of the chefs gather around a TV to watch.
Once they announce the best director, all hell breaks loose. Everybody starts to shout, but I tell them to stay quiet.
Everyone takes to their stations. One chef dollops caviar on the smoked salmon Oscars. Another shaves truffles. Everything is plated in a mad rush. Assembly lines get sauce, and garnish is on at lightning speed. Even Wolfgang jumps in on the line. 325 front-of-house staff stand ready to whisk the trays away. Working the pass is Wolfgang's son, Byron.
All right, Snake River Farms beef with chimichurri. You got it? Put your thumb on the napkin so they don't fly. There you go. I started working at Spago Beverly Hills as a dishwasher, and me coming in so high-minded at 12 years old, I fell in love and found myself with the same passion as my father. So I ended up with the best mentor you could possibly ask for.
I mean, that kind of stuff is cool, and I get it. Like, even if you become a chef, you're going to end up being in an industry and rubbing elbows with people that aren't the greatest. And that's the struggle with success. The struggle with success is like, who does it come at the expense of? And again, I'm not really trying to shit on anybody for being successful. I struggle with this myself. Is my success, how do I become successful without it betraying my value? Slowly. That's it, slowly. You know what I mean? Slowly. Because if I rush, I will do unethical things, because I've definitely had that happen in the past where I've gotten so many opportunities, but again, at the expense of my value. So I feel for these people that are so excited to work in an industry and they have to cater events that maybe they're not even like a big fan of, but also, what are you going to do? It's your job. And some people do love the idea that it's the Oscars, and like, there's a part of me that's human enough to understand that. I'm human enough to see like, oh, that's kind of cool. But also like, ew, there's two parts of me. My brain that goes, oh, cool. And my other brain that goes, disgusting. Ugh, you know what I mean? And those two Britneys exist together. Usually the disgusting one gets the final say, but you know.
First hour, you're like, we gotta make it happen. Then eventually it slows down a little bit, and then you can step back and be like, okay,
Okay, Chet says I just Googled it and they do donate the leftover food. Okay, that's good.
This is going well.
And off we go, having the greatest party in the world.
The greatest party in the world. That's just marketing.
Some celebrities brought the party to the kitchen.
The greatest party in the world is a get-together with family and friends, but okay.
Oscar-winning director Ryan Coogler stopped in to say thank you to Wolf and his team.
We've been waiting for a half hour, Chef.
So overtime. Yes. All right. Well, I think everybody did such an amazing job. Cheers to next year.
Is that caviar? Ugh.
How many years do you think you have left it?
Well, I think that question you have to ask God, how much time He's gonna give me. There will be no passing of the torch. I don't think so. I take the torch with me into my grave.
But if anyone here were to pick up that torch, Wolf says it's his son.
He's really amazing with the guests. He's good in the kitchen.
I'm proud of this legacy that my goal is to continue for another 44 years and beyond. And I know I will do just that, because there is no other thing on this planet that I've been put here for.
Cheers to the next
Okay.
generation.
Oh. It's a calling. Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, Chet says, when I worked at a seafood restaurant in California, the amount of waste from customers was atrocious. I would have to mentally disassociate each time I cleared their plate in the dish pit. I know. That's what I'm saying. I've worked in food industries myself, and you just kind of have to like, you know, and I get it. It shows up everywhere. Look, it's not just rich people. A lot of people waste food. I know a lot of people who come from even poor backgrounds and they really struggle with feeling like, quote, dignified. So they don't even eat leftovers. And I get it's trauma. We have to go to therapy. And it's just such a struggle. And again, I do understand there's something bigger here, but that's why I wanted to cover this. I wanted to cover this, you know, I understand it always, you know, it might look to people like, oh, Brittany's just like so critical of Hassan. It's not about him. It could have been anyone else in his position. He's just the guy in that position. Trust me, there's nothing special about Hassan Piker. He's just another man with a microphone. And whoever takes his place the next time will get as much criticism from me as he is if they keep acting the same way. Because again, they're just people. But I get it. I get for him, maybe, if I assume, there's a part of his brain that's like, oh my God, I'm going to be celebrities. He mentioned Phineas, like, oh my God, Phineas. And I'm like with peace and love, you have to understand how much I'm not getting off this couch. Like this like couch I live on mentally, where I wasn't exaggerating the other day when someone was like, oh my God, if so-and-so was like, come see me, I'm an hour away. I'm like, I'm probably not getting off the couch. Like, no offense. Like, why would I get off the couch to come see you? Who are you? Are you my mother? Are you my sister? If you're my sister, I'm going to get off the couch to come see you. But if it's like a celebrity, like, I don't know you. We're strangers. Is it a cool celebrity? Like, is it somebody I love? Like, I love their work. You know what I mean? Like, who am I getting off this couch for? And it feels like the only reason I would get off that couch is I would have to tell myself, oh, it's an opportunity to collab. Oh, they're bigger and famous than I am. So is this a missed opportunity? That's the only reason I would get off that couch. And I think that's kind of a shit reason. You know what I mean? I do think that's kind of a bad reason. But I think that's what game Hassan is playing. I think that's the game most people are playing. And they think I'm playing that game, which is why people had the audacity to say like, oh, Brittany's one of these orbiters, or Brittany's using these famous guys' names to get whatever, or Brittany's a clout chaser. Brittany is busy living. Brittany is not about to get off a couch. And you know for a fact this is true because every time these people DM me like, come on and collab, I'm like, nah, I'm hanging out with my family. Versus these guys would drop their family in a heartbeat to go collab with each other because they know it's going to go viral. Do you see how our values are not the same? I have the lived experience of saying no. Do you? Do you have the lived experience of saying no? Because I do. And that's the point. And that's why, once again, you should like this stream. You should become a member. You should leave a comment. You should share this with somebody else. Because your girl is never going to get famous or rich the way these boys are. But I would like to have a stable income till retirement. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're done. The gluttony. I'm over the gluttony. The gluttony of it all. Ugh. Ugh. It's so gluttonous. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back and we'll talk about Cam James, Fact Money. He's really got to decide. See, I don't like this new YouTube. See, this is the problem with this new YouTube feature. I don't know what to call you. I guess I call you Cam. But is it Fact Money? I'm subscribed to both channels, but I really hate that I have to be because I don't know which one is which. And this is why I say I'll never be famous or rich, because I don't understand this and it pisses off my autism. My PDA gets so triggered. I hate this feature. Thank you, chat. Said I hate the new YouTube feature. I hate it. It's so stupid. I don't know who I'm supporting. I don't know who I'm promoting. How do I know which shit? I don't know. It's not intuitive. I don't know who you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Who am I supporting? So if you click it, it goes, oh, here's the thing. See, I'm subscribed to both. But is it this channel that's posting? I think it is versus this channel. So I think the channel that's first is the first channel. Yeah, I don't like it. It's not intuitive enough for me. You know what I mean? I don't like it. But yeah, I've tried clicking on it. I get it. I've played with it. I still hate it. You know what I mean? I still think it's stupid. And I don't know if it's just me being bad at transitions or if it's me being like, why did you do this? And even it sounds good, but is it even that good? Because if you do a collaboration with somebody, they have to go into their system to approve the collaboration. So it's like, oh, it's a good idea because it can shout out other people. Yeah, but how many of those people do you put in the header? I don't know. What do I know about anything? I'm an autistic girly. Okay, Cam put out 2 videos back to back on learning misogyny, which got a bunch of angry men in the comments, and then debunking misandry, because, you know, every time you talk about misogyny, somebody has to be like, what about misandry? Which is so annoying. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll watch those. I'm excited. Okay, Uno Momento. Here, who should we listen to? I'll put on Samantha Dragonati, and I'll make sure that I do it correctly. Maybe. Okay, loop playlist. Do that. Okay, loop playlist. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, pausing music in 1, 2, 3. I realized why I hate that YouTube feature. Because it doesn't make sense for Cam to be using it on his, because he's not collaborating with his 2 channels. He's cross-promoting them. That's why it doesn't make sense to me either. Like, that's like me putting my commentary channel and my stream channel both as on the header of this video. But they're 2 different audiences. And he's trying to promote both as an overlap, but it doesn't make any sense. Chad says Olay does the same thing. Yeah, I don't get it. What is that? I don't get it. It confuses me, right? Because like, again, I've been told, and you know, again, this is just from a marketing perspective. I guess I'm confused, but like, they're different audiences. Like, I have seen so many people like hate on like the people who watch my podcast. I remember my second channel, my commentary channel, people were like, oh my God, I really loved your JoJo Siwa video. But then I came to your stream channel and I hated you. Like, you're so mean. And I was like, oh, and like, they don't like me live. So you know what I'm saying? It's like 2 different audiences. So it's kind of interesting. Like, some people are like, oh, I hate live streamers. Gross. Like, I would be so embarrassed to say I watch a live streamer. And then some people cross. So like, I don't get it, but it does. I wonder if there's something to this, but then I wonder if that I'm just autistic. And so I feel like I have like an autism response to things, but it also maybe triggers PDA, you know, like you're not letting me, like, you're almost like, you're not being like, it's almost like you're trying to trick me. You know, Chaz says my partner likes your scripted vids better. They're not scripted, first of all, but I appreciate that. I get what you're saying. They're not scripted, though. That's the other thing. People think I write scripts. I don't write anything down. I can't write a script to save my life. I sound so stupid when I script stuff. So I don't script shit. But like, I appreciate that because scripted videos are definitely different too. Those have a different feel, but they mean the heavily edited, non-live videos. They just mean a regular YouTube video. They like me edited versus live, you know? So yeah, it's interesting. Chess says, do you have an outline? No. I mean, I have it. It's in my head. Sometimes I have notes, like bullet points, I guess. Sometimes I look at, but not every video. Like last video, I had a list, but I just have a list that says like, it's like 5 bullet points. But most of the time I don't even have a list. But then maybe that's the problem. Maybe if I had more of a script, you know, but like that secondary channel is doing great. It's kind of crazy. That second channel is like, it has incredibly good numbers. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Chet said it did take me a while to get used to the live streams. With time, I really appreciate the authenticity from your lives. I really started watching you because I was impressed at how you respond to questions live. And I appreciate that, right? Like, I love a live stream for the exact reason. I love to know, like, it's in real time. People get to answer questions. It feels so satisfying to my brain to talk to you guys in real time. It's so cool. Like, it is my favorite kind of creation. I much prefer streaming to anything else. If only I was a more popular streamer. If only I was a bigger streamer. Imagine the conversations we could be having too. Because really, how many times do the great conversations come from you guys asking questions? Like, that's why I would love to grow this stream channel. You know what I mean? Because I would love to have more people asking good questions that we could expand upon and expand upon and expand upon and really push ourselves, because we can't do it without people asking questions, you know? So it's pretty cool. With that said, fact money. Cam James, we'll call him Cam, made a video called Unlearning Misogyny, The Fruit of American Patriarchy. This was 4 days ago. And then he made a video called Debunking Misandry 2 days ago. Let's watch his stuff together. Let's see what we think about this.
Black leaders and intellectuals whose speeches and quotes fly across social media, from the OGs like Martin and Malcolm, modern influencers fashioning themselves as leaders, the womanizers running podcasts, they all have misogyny in common. Any devout member of the NOI, just as an example, and by extension, any other Abrahamic religion or offshoot of those religions, is a perpetrator and or victim of misogyny. The hundreds of sects of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, doesn't matter. I know a lot of y'all are already leaving comments and protests, but pump the brakes and hear me out. Criticizing one aspect of the broad array of personality traits, perspectives, knowledge, and skills possessed by our cultural heroes doesn't invalidate everything they've ever done. We can and will learn things from them. It's just worth taking a look at, though. I'm still on my journey out of misogyny as we speak, so we're learning together. For anybody who's tempted to dismiss this as the rant of a male feminist, you're right. You know what's on my side, though? The facts. I hope I don't have
I mean, that was a pretty good 1 minute.
to spell this out, but breaking down the concepts of misogyny and patriarchy needs to happen before I can move into any political discussions. Both concepts form the foundation of America's social hierarchy, which in turn built our government. Patriarchy gets thrown around a lot in internet discourse, so I probably need to give it a definition before we dive deeper. It's defined as, quote, a social, legal, and political system where men hold primary power, dominating roles in political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. It structures society to prioritize male perspectives, resulting in the oppression or systemic inequality of women. Misogyny is a byproduct and necessary component of patriarchy. I'll be defining that later. Let me prove the point I made in the intro about America's dominant religion. Honestly, if I need to prove it, you haven't been paying attention for the last few centuries or so. If you're really religious, you need to watch this. If you don't need to be convinced that religions are misogynistic and don't want to hear it, that's what the chapters are here for. Feel free to skip ahead. The supreme being in the universe of every Abrahamic religion is gendered as a man in their official holy books. The Bible, Quran, Torah all do it very often. The first obvious argument from Christians is God refers to himself that way in the books. God as in the Father, not the triple-decker entity y'all call the Trinity. I can't really say you're wrong, but it does make it evident that there's some influence from the authors who wrote these scriptures going on. By definition, God is outside of creation, so why would they use a pronoun at all? Many Christians, Jews, and Muslims would counter by saying it was just a sign of the times. Which makes my point for me. Others might say, look, Semitic languages kind of default to a male pronoun, and that even though it's in the books, it's just a grammatical convenience. Again, do you hear what you're saying? I understand that it wouldn't be as
We talked about this the other day, how when I was talking to the priest, my priest friend, and he's a family friend, and the other day, meaning 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whenever I talked to him last about this, and he was like, well, God doesn't have a gender. And I was like, so I can say they. And then he's like, no. And I was like, she? And he's like, no. And I was like, so he does have a gender. And he's like, well, no, he's beyond gender. And I was like, so they. And he's like, no. And I was like, okay.
easy to convert new believers if you refer to God as an it, but all religious experts agree. God has no gender. On top of the gendered language, all three religious texts have extremely regressive laws and make clearly misogynistic statements regarding heterosexual relationship dynamics too. I'm going to pick on Christian.
You know what it is? People don't want to admit that by using they, them in a big way, especially if it's truly embodied and not just performative, you are actually more closer to God, or the idea of God, which is a bullshit narrative because you don't want to be close to God anyways, than the people who stick to the binary, right? You say you're made in his image, you say you want to be more like him, but you hold on to your gender so strongly. It's kind of interesting.
Christianity, because that was the bane of my childhood, but feel free to drop examples from your own religion in the comments. In the Christian Bible, wives are listed alongside a man's property, servants, and livestock as things that shouldn't be coveted in the Ten
Yo, nor his ox, nor his ass, baby. That's why we don't covet this ass.
Commandments. Most importantly, don't covet that ass. The 22nd chapter of
He pre-watched my stream. That's why we made the same joke, because he pre-watched my stream.
Deuteronomy is a gold mine, though. By the way, I'm not reading the King James texts on screen, but I'll put them here so y'all can't say I'm misinterpreting them. Ironically, I have to give a trigger warning for abuse and assault before discussing the Bible. Skip here if you don't want to take that in right now. Good? All right. If a man rapes a woman who is not engaged, he must pay her father 50 shekels of silver and marry her for life with no right to divorce. If a woman intervenes in a fight between her husband and another man by grabbing the assailant's genitals, you shall cut off her hand. Show her no pity. Bro, taketh him by the secrets is the most hilarious way to say grab his balls. The Bible got jokes. If a husband accuses his new wife of not being a virgin, her parents must produce evidence, aka the marriage bedsheet. If not, she is to be stoned to death at her father's door. Hey, Cam, that's just the Old Testament. It got better later. First off,
Yo, oh, can we talk about something we never talk about? Did you guys like bleed profusely when you had sex for the first time? Because I'm gonna be so for real. Why did I think as a little girl I would be like bleeding profusely? It'd be so obvious. There was no such evidence, like no such obvious. There was nothing. Like I was like, did we do it? And they were just like, yeah. And I was like, that's it? Like here I was 22 years old, terrified I'd get blood all over the sheets. We have sex and I'm like, okay, nothing? There was nothing. I don't even remember it. Like I literally don't even remember anything significant. Like, so yeah, like this idea of like check the bed sheet, like, oh, where's the proof that she bled for the first time? I know some people do. I know some people do. Okay, but yeah, chat says the hymen is often broken through natural means. True, there are so many girls I knew whose hymen broke to like horseback riding or doing sports or whatever else. So like, yeah, it's so interesting. Like this narrative we are raised with, like, oh my God, it'd be all, just ugh.
if your God has no beginning or end, they don't get to improve over time. Only humans get to be imperfect and learn life lessons. Y'all's words, not mine. Also, it absolutely didn't get better. I'm going to read this one in Old English so you can really feel the gravity of it. Moses was leading the children of Israel against the Midianites, right? Here's what he told them after they won. I'm skipping verse 17 because it's unrelated, but I'll put it on
16.
screen so you can see I'm not changing the context of it. And Moses said unto them, have ye saved all the women alive? Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. So women who've had sex. But all
See how patriarchy still doesn't save little boys? You know what I mean? The Old Testament got out here killing the firstborn son. Like, again, patriarchal religions are so bad for your mental health.
the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Women children.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Over on my commentary channel, I got some comments from Croatians that were like, oh my God, like, I can't believe you found a progressive person from Croatia. And I was like, well, it probably helps that their family isn't religious. Like, my in-laws not being religious, their parents not being religious is so important. It changes, guys. Every generation of my family has been religious. Every single generation has been religious. There is no, like, my mom was like, oh my gosh, you're moving to a Catholic country. This is so great. And I was like, stop. His family's not religious. And she's just like, this is a bad idea. I think this is a horrible idea. What do you mean? They've fallen from the Catholic Church. I was like, Mom, they haven't been Catholic in generations. And she's just like, like, it was the worst thing ever. But you know what's funny? Oh my God, let me show you this. Even though my in-laws aren't religious, when they were moving out of their house, they asked us to come over and see if we wanted anything. And this is one of the things I took. It's a statue of Mother Mary, but like, it's so funny. It's from Lourdes. But you know what's so funny is like, they're not even Catholic. They just had it in their house. They had a bunch of Catholic stuff in their house. They're like, we're not Catholic. And I was like, why do you have it? And they're like, it's culture. You know what I mean? So this is the one thing I took, was a statue of Mother Mary. I mean, it's a cool statue. You know what I mean? It's like pretty, you know? Can't really see her. She's a little bit out of focus. But I just thought it was kind of cool. You know what I mean? Of course, since we're not really religious, yeah, she's in the closet. Well, we're not really like religious and we don't have anywhere to put her. So I just keep her in the closet. Like, one day we might have a shelf to put her on, I guess. Like maybe I'll have some cool, because I love religious art. Like I do really love religious art. So I'll probably have, you know, I have a little tiny collection of stuff. But yeah, she's in the closet for now because I don't know where to put her in the house. But yeah, it is kind of interesting, the idea of like, I think the the greatest thing about, and I said to this person in the comment section, I said, my in-laws are liberal. They're liberal, but they're really accepting. Like, they know about my channel. They know about the work I do. They know about my OnlyFans. Like, they don't care. They know that I'm pansexual. They don't care about that. Like, they know all about my stuff, and they're cool. They're like, cool. Like, they're like, okay, we've talked about it. They're like, okay. Like, versus my family, you know, my parents are like, don't even tell me. Don't even tell me. I don't even want to know. Like, we can't even have the conversations, right? My dad's like busy monologuing about how gay people are rooting the nuclear family. You know, Discord said one day she'll come out. One day she'll come out. One day Mother Mary will come out, you know?
This book is evil. The New Testament doesn't really improve that much. This one's from your boy Timothy. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet.
Shut up, bitch!
This would be a good place for the fictional story about Eve dooming.
My brother has sounds on Discord, and he'll sneak into our voice chat and just play like that clip or another clip really loud. It'll be like, we won't even know he's there. My sister and I will be on Discord, and we'll be like vibing on Pow World, and then all of a sudden it's like, shut up, bitch. And it's like, that clip is so funny. Don't use the B word casually. You have to get consent of your friends to be cool enough to use that word. I do give him the B card. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Mankind forever. It always has to be a woman's fault. I'm going to wrap this section up with an example from White Jesus. Yes, he was very progressive for the time and did street magic, among other things. But again, he was the son of perfection and was supposed to be the example of perfection, right? If perfection can be crucified, the rest of y'all are forgiven as long as you accept him, etc. He stated that a man who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, makes her commit adultery. And marrying a divorced woman is also adultery. So the burden of being unmarried and getting into the wrong kind of relationship.
That's probably why divorce was so stigmatized, because like they are technically still married to some religions, or there's like this whole thing. I know Mormonism has weird stuff. Catholicism, you need an annulment. There's all these things, XYZ. You know what I mean? So ridiculous. We have to destigmatize divorce.
Falls on the woman. Say it with me. White Jesus is a misogynist. Exactly. The breakdown I just did for Christianity applies to most versions of religion in the West, because the West is misogynistic, and these religions give them a foolproof playbook to reinforce that misogyny generation after generation. America is built on Christianity, originally Protestantism, but that's obviously expanded since then. It's built into our government to the point where a Bible is used to swear in every government official, more important than the manager of your local post office. It's the reason over 9 states banned abortion with 0 exceptions, including if you've been sexually assaulted. That shit is evil, and so is the Bible. The current president virulently and
Look, I know I'm married, but this is how a man or woman or they them needs to talk during a first date for me to be like, like this is the, you know what I'm saying? You want to talk about a conversation I want to hear on a first date? This conversation. Thank you. And like, I'm telling you, this is the kind of stuff that I think is so good that I hope he's as good as he feels to me right now. I am always terrified to support a man, but I hope Cam is as good as this monologue has been. Okay? I hope his content, he feels like it, but I don't know. And I said when I watched him the last time, I said Hassan could never. Hassan could never. Because there's something really controversial and radical about this. He is being so radical in like a way that is so needed right now, and it needs to be said time and time again. Your shit is evil, bro. Your shit is evil. Because like, again, and I understand, right? People, I think that's why I get a little annoyed when people are like, doesn't Jesus have some good ideas? Okay, Jesus agrees with me. I don't agree with Jesus, right? The good things that Jesus got right, allegedly, it's because he agrees with me. I don't agree with him. You know what I mean? Like, even as a philosopher, like, was Jesus good? As much as like Marcus Aurelius was, but they had problems. Like, good in what context, right? Like, generally, you know what I mean? He still wasn't that good. You know what I mean? So give him a credit, but don't give him too much credit. You know what I'm saying?
Famously hates women. He was found liable for, as I've mentioned before. He insults them on international broadcasts casually, and it's something his supporters like by every indication.
Yep,
this
they
is
like
low-hanging
it.
fruit, though. Everybody knows Trump is a sociopath. Let's pivot to my misogyny. From this point forward, it's much more anecdotal. I've been challenging myself on this for over a decade now, from my music to the inadvertent.
And listen to how grounded he is in his speech. Listen, for me at least, what I'm hearing, though this is like there's music in the background and there's a little bit of a flow like most scripted or non-scripted, but like non-live streams will have. There's a groundedness to the way he's having the conversation. When a lot of you know who, oh my God, you know Alex from Love is Blind? When he's asked a question, did you guys see that edit? Oh my God, did you see that edit I showed in my video for my commentary channel? Ugh! And he was just like, he uses like a script. Alex uses like this very funny script. We're going to do Love is Blind stuff at the end of the week, tomorrow, Friday probably, or maybe tomorrow and Friday. But I'll show you in detail. Sometimes that's how streamers talk, specifically all of them really. But when they're asked a question, it feels like they're thinking of the answer that makes them sound the best. And I'm not hearing that from Cam right now. I'm not hearing it from him. And that's what I was hoping for when he said, oh, my misogyny, I've been looking at it. I'm like, I believe you. Am I stupid? Because I actually kind of believe him. Okay, like I'm listening. Versus the streamer boys, when they say misogyny, I don't believe them. I do not believe in any capacity that they're doing the work.
Ways I show up in relationships. I've always thought that because I actively advocate for women and femme-presenting people in general, haven't called them offensive terms in my music, and strive to see them as equals in my everyday life, that it doesn't make me sexist or a misogynist. And it's just not true. Misogyny is the dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. I'm pretty confident that I've conquered the first two. But there's a lot of ingrained prejudice that men like me carry around with us every day. We don't think it's there, but women have told me that it is. In my case, I can point to how irritated I got when some of my exes would challenge me on things that I didn't think they had the right to call me out on. Things like contradictions between what I claim publicly and what I do in private, even when it doesn't affect our relationship. I complained about the questions they'd ask me because I don't want that kind of criticism at home. If it affects you, sure, call me out, but I don't want to hear it when it doesn't hurt you. That's misogyny, because not only am I overlooking the ways it impacts her half the time, but if the roles were reversed, I'd absolutely point it out to her. If it was a friend of mine pointed it out to me, I probably wouldn't react the same way. That misogyny is rooted in the desire to date someone who doesn't push me like that. A woman who's my peace. The whole concept of us wanting women to be our peace is rooted in us expecting them to shut up about their problems, listen to ours, take care of us, etc. And it took me a long time to realize I was doing this, because I actively seek out ambitious women with a smart mouth like mine. I enjoy women being witty and at my level of intellect. What I didn't enjoy was an actual equal, someone who can call me out on my shortcomings and isn't afraid to. This is a clear flaw in my psyche that I'm actively working through. And that's just my misogyny. To the hetero men who identify with your birth gender, the ones who look up to me or admire my work, as many of you have reached out to me and said, yours likely looks completely different from mine, but they have some similar DNA. It's a wide spectrum, but no matter where you are on it, the collective effect of all that internalized hate and prejudice harms women in our society. The expectation for them to do all the labor at home while also having jobs that they aren't adequately compensated for. Our government stripping their reproductive rights in an effort to force them into reproducing. Calling gender roles traditional when you really mean abusive and antiquated. Fathers being disappointed at gender reveals when it's a girl. Supporting musicians and athletes who beat on or verbally abuse women. There's so many ways.
Oh, that was a really good question that someone in the chat brought up. Who's your favorite celebrity and why? And what are your favorite like comic book characters and why? Those are really good questions to ask on the first few dates as well. Because like celebrity worship is cringe, first of all. The fuck, get a job. And second of all, which celebrity are you a big fan of? Chris Brown? Trump? Good questions. Also, chat said I would like to know examples of the statements he was making that caught pushback. I would also like to know that. I think it's good to give examples because our imaginations can run away. And maybe it's something like taking out the trash or something. But either way, I would like to know what maybe those things might have been. And it would also give men sort of an idea of what he means because our imaginations really do run wild. So
it can manifest in real life. Let go of Chris Brown. Stop idolizing.
He pre-watched my stream. I have not seen this video yet. We're just listen. Chris Brown is just easy to go to because he infamously like beat the fuck out of Rihanna and we saw a picture and it's like ingrained in our brains. Okay.
In future and caping for Tory, stop watching the NFL. Stop bothering women who don't want you. It'll never happen, but I gotta throw those out there. And of course, some of this applies to women too. They've internalized all of the patriarchy we've thrown at them to the point where they participate and reinforce it. I'll close this out by addressing the
Yes, I did see a horrible, like, it was a hard video to watch about a woman saying Rihanna's kind of a loser. And I was like, Rihanna? And then it was like, yeah, bro, like, I don't want to say that. But like she said, Rihanna forgave Chris and is friends with him. She married a man who said black women shouldn't wear, dark-skinned women shouldn't wear red lipstick. And she did something else. What was it? I mean, she's a capitalist, of course, but there was something else she did. And it is hard because these women, you can root for Rihanna as a domestic violence victim, obviously. And we can acknowledge she was absolutely taken advantage of by Jay-Z and all those men, right? And then you can also acknowledge that, like, there are going to be issues with women upholding patriarchy, right? Let's see, A$AP Rocky. Yeah, let's see. A$AP Rocky, dark women, red lipstick. Let's see what we can find. Oop. A$AP Rocky's misguided beauty advice. Rapper says dark-skinned girls shouldn't wear red lipstick. Okay, he looks 12 in this photo. Was he 12 when he said it? Hip-hop artists are definitely not the first people we think of when we search beauty advice, which is why we were all surprised to see this interview with A$AP Rocky. We'll give it to Fashion Killa, rapper. He definitely is a stylish guy. Let's see. Skip. Okay, but for real, for me, I feel like with the red lipstick thing, it all depends on the pair of complexion. I'm just being for real. If you have fair skin to get away with that, just like if you were to wear fucking, for instance, what do dark skinned girls have that, you know, fair skinned girls can't do? Purple lipstick. Nah, that looks stupid on all girls. Purple lipstick, guys, like what the fuck? Okay, first of all, you know nothing. But wait, did he say, I feel like with the red lipstick thing, it all depends on the pair of complexion. Let's see. He was asked about his opinion on girls wearing makeup, and although he points out that he prefers natural girls over the ones covered with their faces in cosmetics, boo, he should have stopped there. However, Harlem-raised rapper went on to offer some specific and misguided advice when it comes to wearing red lipstick. Not great, but not surprised. I mean, anytime a man says I like girls with natural girls, I just stop listening. You know what I mean? I literally just stopped listening. And I'm a girl who doesn't wear makeup in real life, but like, I stopped listening. Okay, like, I do not believe it. I don't even think of myself as a natural girl. That never crosses my brains. Oh, identities. I don't identify as a natural girly. I identify as a woman who doesn't have enough spoons to put on makeup because I don't want to get good at it, and I like it, but I'm too lazy. I am not a natural girly. You know what I mean? Trust me. If I had the spoons to get really good at makeup, I would be wearing it all the time. I'm just too tired. And I've been too tired my whole life.
Pillars. You don't deserve a woman. I don't deserve anybody. The resentment that a lot of red pill adherents feel stems from the feeling that something's being done to them. Like there's this injustice that isn't being addressed properly. The injustice is that we, as men, were given this toxic, false idea of what masculinity is from the people and system that raised us. Not even saying they intended to do so all the time, or that our parents are bad. The myth that men don't have masculinity and femininity inside them, the myth that expressing nurturing behaviors as a man isn't acceptable, and the myth that toughness or bluntness are the most admirable qualities of a man are tearing us apart, and we gotta start being man enough to express the other aspects of our humanity in public with pride. I don't know about y'all, but I like to cuddle a lot. It's like my favorite thing. I like holding hands. I need more friends, and I'm actively working on it. And I'm gonna start telling my close male friends I love them more often, because I do, at least a couple of y'all. Restless, angry, isolated men are the reason we got Trump twice. I'm attempting to use the truth to deprogram even one person.
Yeah, great point. Chat says, saying that while being with the owner of Fenty is wild. Well, I wonder if that interview was before they were married. So I will give, like, maybe he's changed his mind. But it is kind of interesting. I wonder why he chose Rihanna. Why did they pair up so well? I mean, gosh, doesn't she have like 2-3 kids or something with him? Is it more? I think she's pregnant again, isn't she? Like, there's so many babies in this story. Yeah, the article said it was 13 years old. Okay, so this is way before they got together, right? So maybe he changed his mind after he got with Rihanna.
That's watching this. I'm not the behavior police, just pointing out some things we got to root out if we ever want to move forward together. That's what progressivism is supposed to be at the end of the day. My upbringing and parenting made me a tough person. And there's benefits to being a tough person, right? But like, why do I have to be tough? Why does a man have to be tough? What war am I fighting? And yeah, being a black man in America
He was only 12 anyways, was he? Oh, that was a joke because I said he looked 12. I was literally like, wait, was he 12? Because he looked like he was 12.
requires a certain amount of toughness too. But toughness looks like a lot of things. I would argue
Sorry, this is a very serious video. This is a very serious point he's making, and I agree with him.
that women are tougher than us in a lot of ways, especially physically.
Okay, that part was a little, to get the chat riled up. But I will say, okay, let's scroll down. Apparently people will first of all like the video because that's important. Okay. First comment, most voted up. Misogyny is so prevalent, even women have it internalized. I've caught myself thinking some backward thoughts. It takes time to unlearn it all. True. Okay. Let's see. As a black woman, I enjoy seeing a black heterosexual male smile and enjoying himself. Masculinity doesn't always have to be toxic. It has been demonized that we as black Americans can smile, especially at each other. It has been demonized. Oh, interesting. I don't know why it seems hard for some to do that. Ooh, I think it's growing up. I don't know if this is the case too. I think some people think smiling is goofy. Like, actually, fun fact, I stopped smiling with my teeth because it looked goofy in thumbnails. And I stopped smiling with my teeth, like, in some things because I tend to stick out my tongue when I do it and then it looks funny in photos. So if I smile with my teeth, I try to but I do like smiling with my teeth because it's like, yeah, I do like it. But I think people have given me the feedback that it looks kind of goofy. And so I wonder if people hold back a smile because they're afraid they look stupid. Because I know there was that infamous episode of Queer Eye where the woman would cover her face when she laughed. And it's because she had teeth she didn't like. And then they helped her get new teeth. And she, so I wonder if that's another part of it, something like that. There's something there, I think. Okay, let's see. Human history is chock full of stories that vilify women for the sake of keeping them as a threatening, separate other group. Can I just say something? I haven't watched the Louis Theroux doc yet, but I've seen the TikTok. And Justin Waller does this thing where he goes, everything that we use in society was built by men. Name something built by a woman. And Louis Theroux couldn't name anything, which is valid. I barely know how to name anything either. Truly, I struggle to really name stuff, so I get it. And it's a documentary edited in after. I was watching the Red Flag guys talk about that. What's their name, guys? And he was like, just edit it in. And I was like, edit it in, stupid. Put it in for the viewers. This isn't a live debate. It's a documentary. Be like, we fact check that because on the spot, I didn't know how to answer it. And fun fact, here are some things that were, it's like, it's just like that kind of stuff is so I haven't seen the doc, so I don't know how they handled it, but I've only seen the scene. Yeah, waving the red flag. I was watching their review of it and I was just like, that's the stuff that really gets to me. But also I hate this game. I actually think this is a really bad argument of what has men invent. Nobody's invented anything. How about that? I take a radical stance and nothing's been invented by anybody. That I am that radical. I actually think the only reason women need credit for what they invent is because men refuse to give them any. But in an ideal world, we would never take credit for anything. We would just say, oh, I discovered this thing. Here you go. And instead of worrying about who invented what or who needs the credit, just focus on the fact that we're just trying to help each other. But it's only for glory. That's the problem. We're always trying to, make a name for ourselves, our legacy. Instead of, wow, chat, we both said legacy at the same time, versus just actually discovering something to help people. So I take a pretty radical stance on this. I hate this conversation. What did women invent? What did men invent? What did they invent? Okay, let's see. Anything else in this comment section? It actually, right now it's pretty tame. Let me see. I'm no longer getting into debates. I'm just going to send this video. That's hilarious. I love that. Keep going. We need more men speaking out. Okay, so now let's go to debunking misandry. Okay, so this is his second video. Let's put it on 1.2 like normal. Okay, let's do this. This is exciting. Shouldn't have been talking shit. Let's watch this.
I did an intro video. So recently, I did an intro video discussing misogyny. I made the point that America was built on patriarchy, which produces misogyny, and that the three major religions in the West are primary drivers of that misogyny. We focused on the Christian Bible because that's what I'm most familiar with, but some of y'all produced examples from Islam and Judaism too. I also used my own journey to help connect with men by identifying some of the ways I've been misogynistic, even within the last year. It was mostly love in the comments, but some black men were not trying to hear that noise. Some comments were brief and angry. More than one person directly called me homosexual, while one
Homosexual.
some
We're gonna
comments
have to
were
read
brief
that.
and angry.
You are a clown. We take everything natural to life. Wait, we take everything natural to life and put it under some white supremacist banner. Stop following psyop. How do you say this word, guys? Psyop. The psyop. Psyop. It's the psyop.
More than one person directly called me homosexual. While
Thank you. It's like everybody in Atlanta is just gay except for me. If you think you're the only one who's not gay in a room full of gay people, you're gay. It was like when I was hanging out with all these autistic people, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm the only one here who's not autistic. Oops, I was autistic.
one person left a supportive novel. Welcome to my
Oh my
job.
God.
To those who didn't like it, I'm glad y'all spoke.
For the record, sometimes I get comments that are so long. I go to my partner and I go, watch. And then he's like, what are you showing me? I'm like, I'm showing you a comment on YouTube. He's like, are you done scrolling? I was like, Literally, like, I will just see these comments. Guys, I will be able to do this on some of the comments that I get. And just so you know, I usually do this. I read the first like sentence, and then I scroll all the way back down and I go to the second sentence or the last sentence. And then I just, that's it. That's all you get. I'm not reading that whole thing.
Because now I got a lot of comments to go through and debunk one by one. This is my favorite thing to do. I'm a fact checker at heart. Let's explore all the negativity, the myth of the man-hating feminists, and the misconceptions around feminism itself.
Wait, just for the record. You said I've done that before. No. There is a difference between somebody leaving a great long message. I don't mind those. I read those. No, Habibis, wait. If you are serious about the comment you're leaving, I will read it mostly. If I'm talking about the comments that are like rants about how stupid I am and rants that are like, you don't know anything, and actually in 1308, men actually did this, and the sperm located this, and this happened here in the Illuminati, and I'm just like, No. I mean bad comments, okay? Like, and I'm just like, I am not reading this. So that's what I mean. I read the first one, and if right away I can always tell women are so spoiled, they just think this, and I'm like, oh, girl. And then I just go like this. You're good. If you leave a long comment, I'm probably reading it.
In the intro of that prior video, I said this. For anybody who's tempted to dismiss this as the rant of a male feminist, you're right. You know what's on my side, though? The facts. And it didn't go over well with a couple of y'all. Let's take a deeper look into the reasons why. These first two comments match, essentially saying that I lost y'all by claiming I'm a feminist. You must be new here. That isn't some new revelation, but let's roll with it. We got to define feminism based on what it actually means, not how y'all warp the word to fit your narrative. Britannica defines it as follows: the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. The challenge I posit to every single person who pushes back on men being feminists is this. Pick a part of that definition to disagree with and defend your position. Is it the social, economic, or political equality that rubs you the wrong way? You can't attack this definition without being sexist. And that's my entire point. In order to actually score points in a debate, you need to come up with your own definition, like this bot did. I'm not calling them a
Male feminist, just patriarchy hiding behind soft words. Yeah, I will say it can be a little bit of a red flag when a man says he's a feminist. Only because a lot of liberal men say they're feminists, but they're really just like trying to get laid. And this, again, I'm not trying to figure out if you are a liar. I'm just trying to figure out if we're aligned. Like, somebody left a comment that I should have maybe answered in my commentary video. They said, like, and you remember I was asked this when I was courting my partner, like, oh, you share so much of yourself online. Aren't you afraid someone could trick you into thinking they're your person? And no, not now, not anymore. You know why? It's the same reason I can meet a woman and we can be so aligned with everything and we're not into each other. It's the same reason I can meet a man and we're so on the same page about everything and we're not into each other. Just because we're on the same page doesn't mean I'm into you. Just because I'm into you doesn't mean I'm going to be with you. Like, It really takes a very specific person. Now, I know this now. I didn't know this then. I know this now. There is a difference between believing somebody and actually knowing somebody, this is how somebody thinks. Okay? There is a difference.
Bot as a joke. This is literally a bot. I'm only engaging with this bullshit because the point is similar to what some other people said later. Taking the edge off said, quote, male feminists are just a patriarchy hiding behind soft words, end quote. That would imply that it's brave to stand your ground and back the patriarchy proudly, right? But that's the majority position in America and always has been. So who's really taking a risk? You did this to yourself. Let's take a look at your profile. Oh no. Typical white alpha male cartoon avatar, which means this is probably a foreign incel. The same video twice with different font on the thumbnails. Let's watch a little bit of this bot video.
The subtle genius of this propaganda lay in its ability to make women believe that the art of homemaking was a place of stifling oppression, positioning the workplace as their real stage for liberation.
No.
This was a calculated move by capitalist forces that saw an opportunity to harness women's labor in the workforce to...
By the fucking way, I also do this sometimes. When people leave me comments, I go to their profile to see who they are. And sometimes I'm always like, exactly who I thought you were, bro.
Further fuel economic growth.
AI voiceover throughout, and the central message is that feminism is actually co-opted by corporations that want more workers to exploit. So therefore, quote unquote, modern feminism isn't as pure as the definition I gave y'all earlier. The claim hinges...
By the way, his shirt is so cute.
...on the belief that feminists just want to be the patriarchy, and they've been tricked by corporations to fight for equal rights. Thinking women are being tricked into feminism by some kind of false flag operation is actually more sexist. Congratulations. I get the suspicion that corporations are trying to co-opt the movement. I understand that. They try to co-opt every movement.
Pinkwashing.
That's what capitalism does.
Capital
There just
washing?
isn't any evidence that those attempts are responsible for what you call modern feminism. The Supreme Court, responsible for removing their right to control their own reproductive systems, is mostly male and mostly conservative, which means almost all of them uphold the patriarchy at every opportunity. You know what would never happen? A court telling me what to do with my dick. Oh, but you think you own that baby inside a woman because you helped with half the DNA before her 9-month gestational nightmare? And instead of talking these differences out with your partner, you want to create a legal environment where 9 states can ban abortions with no exception for incest or rape. Interesting. This dude said women are up on all fronts in 2026. White men make up about 35% of the US population, while black women make up about 7.4% of the US population. Here's the percentage of VP roles and C-suite positions each of them fill. Looking hella lopsided, right? Yeah, I thought so too. And since I know you're gonna ask, this is the distribution between black men and black women, specifically in the C-suite. Each block represents 1 unit of representation, or 1 percentage point. We got one more. I'm pointing this out because one of y'all said black men are going through more than black women right now. Economically, that's highly unlikely.
And they said misogyny still does exist though. Okay, this is interesting because on my video about being queer but not gay, I made a little hierarchy quickly. And again, I don't script my videos. And I was saying under like patriarchy that black men have more status than gay white men. And I'm only talking about through a queer lens. If you are black and straight and you are white and gay, if it's through white supremacy, then obviously the white gay guy has more status than the black guy. But if you are under patriarchy and it's not focused on white supremacy, even though it always is, there's an overlapping filter, then the straight men will kill the gay guy or bully the gay guy. And it can be black, gay, white, oh no, not black, gay, black, white, Asian, whatever. So it depends on the circles, right? But the people were trying to like weaponize that comment, like, oh my gosh, no one ever says that. Well, it's because don't fucking misquote me. It's in a specific bubble. So for this person to say black men are going through way more than black women in today's time, misogyny does exist, sounds like they're saying the male loneliness crisis. It sounds to me like maybe he's a black man who's disenfranchised, and instead of blaming late stage capitalism or patriarchy, he's saying, look how much women are given, right? Look how much women are being helped, which is a talking point from the male loneliness epidemic bubble. So you know what I'm saying? So I think that's what's happening. I think, and so he does still acknowledge that misogyny exists though, which is good, but I think he's probably trapped in that cycle of I can't succeed, and it must be because I'm a man versus because of capitalism or you know what I'm saying?
We're promoted more often, disciplined less harshly, and operate under fewer societal restrictions since we live in a patriarchy that's also becoming more fascistic by the day. As another approach, you could turn the word feminist into a slur that refers to this imaginary wave of man haters, when in reality, you're hyper-focused on a few examples of women who legitimately hate men. The internet is a big place. I'm not denying that these women exist. I want to break this one down line by line.
Okay.
Quote, why is it only black men are held to a higher standard? This is called whataboutism, and it's completely untrue. I made one YouTube video, and you use that to ignore the fact that there's hundreds of white women on YouTube who center their entire channels around tearing down the patriarchy? Next line. Make a video regarding black women disrespecting the black man and women having modesty. First off, I don't work for you, bruh. Make it yourself. I can't tell you how many times men, because it's almost always men, which is making my point for me, come to my channel full of my videos that I spent days, sometimes weeks, creating, and then give me orders.
Shut up, bitch!
Black women disrespecting the black man is the next line. Look, there's literally thousands of videos about that on YouTube. You're only asking me to do it because people actually watch my videos. Let's go back to women having modesty. Again, you're making my point for me. Have you ever in your life heard anyone tell a man to be more modest? Specifically in the way you're referring to here. No, you haven't. Just a half a second of introspection before y'all hit the keyboard, bro, please. Next line, black men get beat up and picked on by everybody these days, including by black men. Is that what I was doing? I presented my own problems with misogyny.
This is very, I have a feeling like red pill or something. Men do this thing where they're like, men are afraid to walk down the street too. We also get hurt. And I was like, by who? And they're like, men. I was like, so men are afraid of men, but you're upset that women are afraid of men. Like, isn't it interesting? Like, they can't get it. Then I'm saying we should stop being afraid of gender and start asking ourselves, why do men and women end up different? When it's not even one-to-one, it's not a monolithic experience, and say, maybe it's the culture we raise our boys in. Maybe boys are suffering because they are performing so much of their life. Who says, who made that quote? See, look at me trying to give credit to people about like gender is a performance, it's drag. Straight men are performing gender every day. The question is, who are you really? When you stop performing this expectation of gender, who are you really?
As an effort to connect with your dumb ass, and you twist that into me bashing black men, presenting critique is not the same as picking on.
Oh, Chad says RuPaul, I think. Yeah, maybe RuPaul.
For a group of people claiming to define masculinity by going your own way and being immune to emotion, y'all are really thin-skinned. Last line, stop the pandering, bro. We all have things to work on as people, but stop signaling out only black men. Actually, I was talking to all men. You made it racial. Claiming I'm pandering is an effort to discredit my analysis. If I'm just making this video to appeal to black women and only black women, then it's easier for you to deal with the uncomfortable truths I rolled out. Things that appeal to—
It could have also been Judith Butler. They probably overlapped because they both talk about drag and gender. This comment says, this is the sweetest video I've ever watched. You're on YouTube, bro. Wait, this is the sweetest video I've ever— oh, sweetest gay? Is that a slur? Or is that a joke? Is that a gay joke? You're on YouTube, bro. This ain't a space to be trying to pander to women. I know it feels like this. Actually, it's literally— first of all, there's never a space to pander to anybody. Okay, there's never a space to pander to anybody. Okay, Chad said, yeah, sweet equal gay. So this is the sweetest video. Because literally, I was like, oh my God. I was like, it is a sweet video. But that makes sense, gay. Okay. This is the thing, is like, there is no pandering. People have said this to me too. They're like, Brittany, you've been pandering to women so much lately. This is just becoming a I hate men channel. And I was like, look, I'm just like telling the truth. But if you only see it as like, you just hate men, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can read that the way you want to read it. But I'm trying to be very honest and to say like what I think is actually true. And if the result is just that it sounds like I hate men, it's not true, but
black women can't possibly be valid, right? It's also easier to ignore the story I shared about my own struggles with misogyny in my recent relationships. What part of that vulnerability serves me? I could have kept it to myself and acted like I already got it figured out and preached to y'all from a pedestal. That was for your dumb ass. Moving on. A core issue with the implication that misandry, or the hatred of men, is as significant.
Oh yeah, I saw that video too. Chad says I saw a video that said English language itself keeps us at a negative headspace. I am angry versus anger is moving through me. And we say killing it and crushing it. I saw that video too. I don't know how true it is because I'm not a language girly, but I did see a video that said in other countries, they express like a feeling as sort of outside of themselves versus internalizing it. Like, I am so angry right now versus like, oh, the anger is moving through me. And actually, that kind of reminds me of DBT a little bit. Like, I do think, and that's why I say to you, I am different than my thoughts. I am different than my feelings. Like, or my body or my brain, it really helped me. It really helped me. So I think there might be something to that. Remember, America is very specific as a culture. We are uniquely violent in our language and within our expectations of being, we've been watching this TikTok show on, TikTok has clips from shows and sometimes I just watch them. I don't know what they are. It's about this hitman. And I'm just watching this show. Like, look at the glorification of the violence. Like, I usually love that shit. I've read so much Mario Puzo, Call Me the Godfather. You know what I mean? I love an anime. I just watched an anime clip for a new anime that's coming out. And I was like, oh, I feel so good. I feel so powerful. But what I'm really feeling is a faux liberation, a faux sense of control, a faux sense of power that, in this weak 5'1" chronically ill body, I can fantasize for a second that I don't have to be afraid if there's 3 men facing me with guns in their hands because I'm just going to fucking, you know what I mean? I'm just going to fucking, you know what I mean? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And that's a nice fantasy of power and control that just like isn't real, but it feels good. Sure feels good. And then there's this idea that hopefully we'll live in a culture and a society where we won't even have to fantasize about that as much because it won't need to be a cope we have to have, right? Something like that.
Significant of an issue as misogyny is your ignorance of the power imbalance. I've already covered this with the Supreme Court example earlier, but the best way I can put this metaphorically is to compare it to the black-white racial discrimination gap. Claiming those are the same in both directions is a wild take that would make sense if you knew absolutely jack shit about history or society at large. Black people could not make a Jim Crow happen if we wanted to. We don't have the numbers or the institutional power to pull that off. White people are actively trying to take us back to Jim Crow right now, as I broke down in my Project 2025 series. Do you see what I mean? Y'all just don't like being the problematic side of the equation. I didn't like it either, and I made that video to be honest about my journey.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening to Cam right now. I'm not laughing. If people are watching stream and they're like, why is Brittany laughing at this? My Discord. Is that Joey? Who is that Joey Diaz? Who even is that? It's just like this gif is so funny. This is okay. Listen, sorry. The Discord has GIF power, and GIFs are it's so funny.
Not to pander. It's crazy how every time a man deconstructs negative aspects of masculinity or the way masculinity is shaped in this society, we're accused of trying to appeal to women. It's particularly ironic because everything y'all lames do is about attracting women, despite your internal hatred of everything they represent. But back to that prior comment, some black women call us the white people of black people. And comments like this make it evident that they're right. This is some Karen shit.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people.
Did I just spend all this time replying to comments? Yes. Did it feel good to get that out? Yes, it did. Every now and then, I got to set the record straight. Using your comments to get precise about my arguments is an excellent method in my eyes. This is a lesson to people dropping bullshit on my videos. You might get got. In conclusion, let's talk about the myth of misandry. It's the real issue bubbling below the surface of a lot of these criticisms, and it deserves its own breakdown. I read articles on this and did research into why it's a thing, why the philosophy doesn't really stand up, all that. I'm going to restrict that to facts because y'all love to parrot sayings like facts over feelings and facts don't care about your feelings. This is an academic study, not an opinion blog. I got it linked in the description so you can see it for yourselves. It's pretty compelling. In 6 studies, they quote, examine the accuracy and underpinnings of the damaging stereotype that feminists harbor negative attitudes towards men. In study 1 with 1,664 people, feminist and non-feminist women displayed similarly positive attitudes towards men. Study 2 replicated those results among almost 3,900 male participants. The only study here that
women as a whole are so optimistic about men. We keep having babies with you, marrying you, dating you, making excuses for you, posting you on TikTok and then defending your shitty behavior. And also we have a hope and a faith that the men in our lives that we love, from brothers to fathers to uncles to whatever, sons, will be good and better. Never underestimate how much women believe in men, because we do. We're never going to get rid of it, because I know at the heart of us, we are better people for it. We are better people for believing in the goodness of men than ever actually giving into bigotry and prejudice and throwing a whole group of people under the bus. We will never do that as a collective because it is not a part of our liberated joy. It will never be a part of our liberated joy to look at little boys being born into the universe and to write them off because they are simply boys. It will never be the right move. And so as women liberate and become more progressive and as a group deconstruct, we will never actually become misandrist. Okay, at most it is a meme and a cope and a place in life you're in. But the truth is, we could never have the time to be misandrous. We're too busy feeding our communities. We don't have time to be misandrous. We're too busy clothing people and helping people and tutoring people and being the phone call that people, 2 a.m. phone call for people in our communities. We're too busy. Okay, another study came out recently that I saw that said having a sister, especially an older sister, is literally better for boys and brothers' mental health, the same way that having daughters is literally better for fathers. So, okay.
Comes close to anything near what all these commenters were implying is the conclusion they drew from studies 4 and 5, where feminists were shown to see men as more threatening, but also more similar to women. I don't know if it's news to y'all, but men are more threatening. We've been collectively murdering men and women on a daily basis for centuries now. This article from the Women's Aid Organization, again, rigorously sourced, says, quote, whilst both men and women may experience incidents of interpersonal violence and abuse, there are important differences between male violence against women and female violence against men, namely the amount, severity, and impact. I'm sure even some of the men who commented on that last video would agree with that. But here's the really crucial part. Quote, women are more likely to experience higher levels of fear and are more likely to be subjected to coercive and controlling behaviors. Men do not experience domestic abuse as part of embedded structural inequalities against their sex. For women, however, domestic abuse is deeply rooted in inequalities between women and men, end quote. That's the whole point.
Which is why it's always, what was she wearing? What did you do to piss him off? Did you have an attitude? Did you bring it upon yourself? That is like culturally embedded in a normal conversation and something people casually say like, oh, what did you do to make it happen? Like that is just the reality of the situation. Also, that statistic everyone always talks about how lesbians have more domestic abuse is literally not true, because that study was done on women who were asked throughout the lifetime of your relationship history, have you experienced domestic abuse? And many of those women were talking about abuse they had had at the hands of men, but because they now currently identified as lesbians, it was counted as lesbian domestic abuse, but their partners were not women, they were men. So it's a misquote of a study that conservatives love to use that just like isn't true.
Point I've been stressing. Not only are we more violent and more deadly, we aren't dealing with a system designed to suppress our rights or the level of coercion we exert on women. That's the whole thing. That's what you need to take away from this video. I can guarantee that some of y'all wouldn't even have left a comment if it wasn't a man talking to you in the first place. You don't even respect women enough to listen to their complaints and leave hate on their videos in the first place. So you came to me instead. You know why, right? You think I'm cool and people listen to me. Therefore, I struck a nerve. Calling me gay has happened before, and I've noticed a pattern. It happens every time I challenge something black men believe or something they enjoy. They see homosexuality as the worst possible thing someone can be. And calling me that when you know it isn't true says so much more about you.
Chet says it's literally a lie, not even a misrepresentation. I think the lie came from the headlines. The lie came from the way the study was expressed, and I think that's the problem. I think what happens is like people read headlines, they don't read articles. And so the headline might have been lesbian relationships show more domestic violence instead of like what it really was, which is women who have been formerly partnered by men show higher statistical probability for domestic violence, regardless if they now identify as a lesbian. You see how the second is too long for a header? And so like that's the problem is I think people just love a headline and they go, oh, I'm gonna, And so you want to just like make sure and read and just like double check that that's what they're saying. Because, headlines are always trying to grab people,
Than it could ever say about me. My skin isn't clear enough to be a gay man. Don't insult them like that. I got a new skin routine recently. I'm trying to get on their level one day. I'm going to close this out by recommending some black feminist authors and activists.
He said, it's a joke. All generalizations can be harmful. Good catch.
You should read or listen to. I'll give you specific titles, but just start by Googling them and go from there. It's an amazing rabbit hole that will absolutely wake your ass up. We Are the Ones We've Been Waiting For by Alice Walker. Women, Race, and Class, and Women, Culture, and Politics, 2 separate books by Angela Davis. Need, A Corral for Black Women Voices by Audre Lorde. Anything Toni Morrison has ever written. Anything by Bell Hooks, but especially Ain't I a Woman? Beverly Guy Sheftall, who founded the Spelman College Women's Research and Resource Center, edits the Sage Academic Journal, and led the criticism of Nellie's tip drill video. That's probably the only one that caught y'all's attention. Degenerates. That's enough for the next year of your life, honestly, but there's so many more. Here's a starter article that lists the ones I just named. This goes beyond black women, of course, but they're always going to be my priority. I've been pretty open about that. That's all I got until I revisit the red pill next month. We'll be talking about specific manosphere creators, including women in the manosphere, because it did not die. Catch y'all in the next one. It's a huge
It's funny. I just saw someone say, hold on.
interview. Power to the people.
I just saw a huge, I'm going to go ahead and link. Okay. Yeah, his shirt does say Dragon Ball, Daima. It's from the show that came out where they're all like kids. Okay. Wait, I lost my train of thought. Why did I answer that question? Hold on. I got this. Oh, I was watching somebody say, interviewing Andrew Tate or Sneeko or Justin Waller is like, it's old news, right? It's like, it's so old. It's so like, they're dead now. Sneeko, who's that? Like, who are even these people? You should have interviewed Clavicular, right? And the thing is that I do think the original Red Pill guys are probably too old now. And I do think there's a bubble for them, but I don't think it's like for young guys at the same rate. I do think the original audience they had are probably grown now, right? It's been like 10 years. It's been like 5 years, whatever it's been, depending on who you're talking about. But I do think the younger guys will want someone younger who understands them more. So Clavicular makes sense, but he's also collabing with those guys. But I do think they're still relevant and they will be just like anybody else is in these bubbles. Like, it's not hard to stay relevant if you're willing to do whatever it takes. And I do think what will happen is there will be a shift. New voices will come out. It won't just be these guys anymore. They're past their peak, right? And that's normal. That's pretty typical, especially when you're trying to be sensational. You will have a peak. And so that's why I think there's a pivot. But this is my fear. My fear is that Jake Paul doing a collaboration with Trump and Trump saying, if you run from office, I'll support you. That's going to be the new pivot. All of these men will stop being interesting online, so they're going to run for office. And they already know they can make it because Trump made it. And Trump is endorsing Jake Paul. He literally, the president of the United States, said he would support Jake Paul if he ran. And I think for the meme, people would vote for Jake Paul. You know what I mean? So I do think like that will be the next pivot for a lot of these people. And I think you should be definitely concerned. I think you should be so serious and you know what I mean? And you should probably stop sending out the message that voting doesn't matter in the sense that you should let people know like, hey, your vote matters. Be careful about who you vote for, you know? So again, nothing is new. Everything is always regurgitated or reformed or remarketed or rechanged. Right? It is, but it is the new thing and it's relevant. So like, okay, one day you will watch my content and you will be bored by it. One day you will say to yourself, oh, Brittany's still talking about relationships? Yeah, because I'm in the position of getting people past the basics probably for the rest of my life, right? There's going to be a new generation of people who are looking for the same advice of, but how do I go on a first date with somebody? And I will probably be answering that question forever. Well, what do we think about free will? I'll probably be answering that question forever. How do I have like a healthy relationship? Keep in mind, when my marriage gets to 10 years and then my marriage gets to 20 years, that's just going to encourage really more people to join my community who are younger, who are 18 and 19, who aren't even alive yet. There is a fetus, there is a sperm in somebody's balls right now that will be a future viewer of mine. And they're going to find me in 20 years from now. And they're probably going to read a book I wrote or something that I create later as an older person. And they're going to come to my channel and be like, oh my God, Brittany, you've been married 20 years. Can you tell me about it? And I'm like, yeah. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the fact that I have to start preparing to be the adult in the room. Like the real adult in the room. And realize that kids who don't even exist yet will one day maybe be adults who will watch me and ask me the question that like you guys are asking now, right? And I want to be that person, so I'm preparing to be that person, okay? But I think that's the big part of it is like, I don't think any of these men, which is why I think a lot of people fall off in social media and stuff, none of these people give a fuck about those kids. None of these people care about the future. All these people are trying to do is stay relevant. So I actually think Hassan is going in the other direction. You remember how we watched that interview he did with those NPR sounding guys? I think he's trying to become more mainstream and trying to appeal more to liberals. He's becoming less radical. I know you guys thought he was radical to begin with, but That's why he's going to the Oscars after party. That's why he's going to shake hands with more, quote, normie NPR guys. It's why he's going to appeal more to liberals. Like, you know, if the most radical thing he can say is that I might not vote for Gavin Newsom, it's like, okay. Conservatives also don't vote for Gavin Newsom. You see how that's not radical? So again, okay, when we have these conversations, you have to decide what role you're playing in the community. And it's really about your values. I think your values show up. And then you can be honest and transparent and say it out loud. Say, hey, look, I'm in a really hard place right now. I really want to get more popular to spread my values. And that also means making friends with people that I think are pieces of shit. Oh, but you can't say that, can you? Because you're afraid they'll see you say that and then they won't invite you to the party. And then from some philosophical perspective, you also don't want to just be out here calling people a piece of shit, because the truth is, like, people are all struggling in their own right. And honestly, most people are pieces of shit, yourself included. But also, like, humans are going to humans, so you should be kind to people. This is why philosophy is interesting to me, because it makes you realize you're kind of in a catch-22. Like, I want to be good to my neighbors, but I also know my neighbors are bigoted. But also, like, I'm going to feed my neighbors. But also, I don't want to invite my neighbors over for dinner because they're bigoted. But also, who am I to deny people food? But maybe I don't have to invite them over. Maybe I can just take them food. But then wouldn't the normal, reasonable aftermath of taking people food be that you maybe see them more often? And here we are talking about in real life communities, but how can I have an in real life community with people around me who tend to be more conservative? I'm in a pretty conservative country, you know? So if I made friends with the locals, they'd probably be more or less conservative. So I don't want to make new friends here. Oh, so you moved to a country and you didn't even bother making friends with the locals? You didn't immerse yourself in the culture, Brittany? Oh my God, you're such an American. Oh my God, you're so fucked up. You're fucked either way. So that's why I say we participate in local things like protests, fundraisers, maybe boycotts, something we can do without us being the main character, something we can do as a collective that has nothing to do with Brittany being in one of the, like, a neighbor people can name. That is my way of showing up in a community that I don't want to become a main character in. Is like participating in a boycott is a collective effort. It's not about me. Easy. You know, easier than, you know, becoming the neighbor that everybody knows the name of and showing up to her house and then being like, what do you do for work? And then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? They're accidentally doxing me because they don't understand how important it is that, you know, you don't take pictures of me and post them on the internet. That's what people don't think about too. Is like, yeah, I don't want to be famous. I don't want people to know everything about me. I want to be a private YouTuber. How can I do that if I'm going out in public and bragging about where I live and doing interviews at my house? And you know what I'm saying? You know, like that guy who came to Hassan's house to do an interview with him? You know, people come to Hassan's home. I don't want people in my house. It's my house. I don't want you here. But that's how celebrities, they open up their house to people. I watch those videos where they're like, look how we decorate our house. I don't want you in my house. But you see, it's because people are curious. They want to know how you live. They want to know if you're different from them, you know? And I get it. You do all of these things to create some sort of a buzz around you. But then, so I'm not saying I'm better than these people, but I'm saying, like, we're not doing the same thing. And that's okay too. But you know what we are doing the same thing on about? We're anti-capitalism, baby. Let's watch it. This is SBS. Okay. This is SBS The Feed. Do you remember we watched the video with them last time where they interviewed all the, like, manosphere kind of Australian men, red pillars? Okay, this one's about capitalism, and I thought, oh, this would be fun. So let's watch this together. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Privatized, though. If it was nationalized, if it was publicly run, you wouldn't have had
straight away. If you're on a pension or you don't have a high income, you can't get a house. So
that's because housing is privatized, though. If it was nationalized, if it was publicly run, you wouldn't have had the 12-year wait because of the private market just, you know,
yeah, like in the
gobbling up all the
Soviet
houses.
Union where there was no homeless people and you could get into a house straight away in the beautiful
Sure, I'm not a Stalinist, so I'm not advocating
what are you
for the
proposing?
Soviet
The government take over all the properties? Like, I'm very confused.
Capitalism is the most common economic system in the world, but the divide between rich and poor in Australia is still growing. Is Australia's current version of capitalism still working, or...
I don't know what's happening here, but I love everything about it. The gold, the lip color, the hair, the off the shoulder. I don't even know what's happening. brown with polka dots, but somehow I just love it. I love everything that's happening here.
Has it outlived its purpose? Today, our panel is going to debate a range of statements based on common pressure points and online discussions. And just a reminder, the views shared here are not those of SBS.
Woo, 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 woo. Let's go.
Workers are worse off under Australia's current version of capitalism. We're going to start with Jordan.
Definitely, workers are worse off. We live in one of the richest countries in the whole world. We have enough wealth, enough resources to provide for everyone to live a decent, happy life. But at the moment, instead, what we have is 1 in 3 households experienced food insecurity in 2025. 1 in 7 live in poverty. And, we're currently living through a housing crisis.
Ugh. I want to say something. Oh, should I say something? Be quiet. Did you see that? Okay.
Mental collapse. It sucks for workers in this country, but also at the same time, it doesn't suck for everyone. Some people are doing really fucking well. Gina Rinehart's wealth, for example, is 100,000 times the average Australian. She doesn't work 100,000 times harder than the average Australian. The richest 10% own 2/3 of all investment properties in this country. Some people are doing great, and the working class is not. If that were the case,
this could be America.
Then the wealthiest individuals in this country would be the nurses, the teachers, the firefighters, the cleaners, the ones that actually work really hard.
Does anyone want to respond to that?
I completely agree. It feels.
Wait, we're back now, right? The stream has censored me, but we're back. Fun. Yeah, we're back. We're back.
We have this kind of K graph of wealth where the wealth keeps going like this, and everyone else, they're either getting worse off or they're not getting any better. I used to be a huge believer that capitalism was the best solution, the right solution, and to some degree, I think capitalism has its place. It works for the very wealthy, somewhat works for the middle class, and it doesn't work for our most poorest. And I think that's where socialism comes in, that's where government support comes in. We need more of that, but I just don't know how we get there.
It's just impossible to have this conversation without talking about how we treat housing. And so our living standards have materially gotten worse. All of our living standards.
Wait. How fucked up is this stream? I just didn't say it. You guys were like, say it. What did you want to say? I just didn't say it. You didn't miss anything. You guys can hear me, right? It says you can hear me. Okay, restart YouTube and get your sound back. Okay, restart the stream. Okay, I think there was a major tech issue with YouTube. So some of you can't hear me, could hear me. Okay, it works. Okay.
Have gotten worse because our income as a share of the value of housing has just been deflating. And that is why there is so much anger and resentment and debate, good debate that's happening, because people really feel like they are stuck. They can't make ends meet, and they're trying to hack the system by staying in a granny flat or staying at home into your 30s. I don't know anything about that. And so I just think the idea that work is what gets us ahead in life and is the thing that we value in Australia is just a complete lie. We do not value hard work. We do not value work. If we did, we would celebrate work, and that would be changing the tax system and changing the housing system.
Eddie, you're a business owner. What are your thoughts?
Just from my personal experience, I've seen over the last 10, 15 years that in terms of working conditions, I've seen it improve, and I've seen it for my team members. Now I have 70 employees. I don't even remember HR being a thing back when I first got a job. So they can talk to, therapist or whatever they need if they're on stress leave or whatever it is. Have wages kept up compared to house prices? Absolutely not. I'll agree with you with that. But I have seen personally wages myself go up dramatically over the past 5 to 10 years.
That's not correct. Real wages have declined to a 2011 level at the moment.
It's not in my business.
Real wages have gone down.
I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, but real wages have gone down because of inflation and things, but there's also all the non-wage costs of employment. You add superannuation on top of that.
Okay. Listen. When he went, not my business. I have 70 employees. I want to see where that business is in 20 years. Because here's the thing. I'm glad that you're successful. I'm glad that you have a business that's working. Is it sustainable? And also, you're one fucking business. There are 8 billion people on the planet. And how many people in Australia? You're so selfish, bro. You're so fucking just loser behavior. I'll say what I said before. I'm going to say what I was going to say. Listen. there is something happening where, oh, this is so confusing to explain because again, you're gonna be like, Brittany's judging people for how they look. There is now a signaling people are doing with their clothes that I think has already been played out with hippies and everything else, where the square guys who are conservative dress in suits and do their hair nice. The hippies, they have, you know, bandanas and, you know, and this is sort of being displayed here in this group of people.
You have inflation things.
You have these two guys, this girl, they're very meticulously groomed. They look like they definitely showered and had enough coffee and maybe even worked out before they came. And then you have these people here who these two guys, the girl looks cute, but these two men look like they literally didn't shower. They look so tired. The middle guy definitely looks like he drank on the way here. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to judge the way you look like you're a bad person. I'm just trying to say there is an imagery thing that is selling conservatism, which is like, but we look better. You know, look at us. We're so handsome. I don't know that they look better, but I would say that they technically are signaling at least they showered today, versus the two guys on the right are just not signaling they showered. Okay. And so it's just like a little annoying to me that you didn't show up looking presentable. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a little annoyed with them. They could have worn the same clothes. They could have looked the same, but like, do your hair, shave your beard, like groom it, go to the barber. Like, I am a little annoyed that they showed up looking like they do live on their mom's couch. And I'm also annoyed that maybe as a woman, I could never, like, women cannot just like roll out of bed, fluff their hair and show up. Even today, you might not notice it, but I'm telling you right now, because I didn't get enough sleep and my face is so puffy and I sound sleepy, I will be discounted. I did not come to work today in a way that if I showed up to an office, they would think I came prepared. I am tired. I am tired and I got to get that under control, right? But you will be judged. You will be subconsciously judged, whether you know it or not. And I'm not saying it's wrong on all levels, but in some ways it is a problem, right? It is a problem because the truth is I shouldn't be this tired. I'm suffering from chronic health. I am running a burnout. I am tired. But this is why makeup is used to disguise that tiredness. And even like, you know, you do things to mimic awakeness so people don't think you're suffering. Because if they think you're suffering, even if they say they understand, they will see you as less performance and they will be less invested in you because you're giving off the image that you're doing less. And even the most progressive brains are still brainwashed from capitalism. You will subconsciously not feel like you can get on Britney's train because Britney's too tired. You don't know it, but it's true. And I know you don't know it because you're going to say, no, that's not true. It is true. It is true. Otherwise, I'd be more popular. I'm telling you right now, there is a correlation between audiences believing you will do something and audiences not feeling like they can get behind you because you're not going to do anything. If I sent the signal to an audience that I was going to be bigger and better and more famous, I would be more popular. That's why I think Hasan does it in a big way, because the consequence of not doing that is being less popular. And I'm saying the reason Hasan gets so much credibility is because of the way he looks, the way he shows up on stream. Even when he's tired because he's going to another conference or another speech where he's being promoted as like the main speaker. He's doing something. And because he's doing something, he's allowed to be tired. This is the same psychology that makes you feel like you're not doing enough when you're literally working 40, 60 hours a week to feed your kids or go home or do your hustle. And like, it's not good enough because you have nothing to show for it that gives you the credibility. You don't have the 6 figures. You don't have the house. You don't have the paid off school loans, right? So there is something we're fighting here. And I think it's being displayed in this setup. Like I see it here. Look at this setup. Other than the girl in the blue, look at the contrast between these two. Look at the contrast between the two groups, you know? And this is so interesting. Like, this is a very fascinating social dynamic. You know what I mean? And I don't, like, again, I think this is a thing. They're not immoral or unethical. Like, these men are not immoral or unethical for showing up the way they did. Personally, but I do think because they're representing a movement, I would have preferred if they dressed up a little bit, which is me giving into the idea that I know they're going to be judged for how they look because they do look tired. They do look like they're not serious. And because people want to back people who feel serious, even the most progressive people. I do. I want to back people that feel serious. Don't you? I do. Right? There is that part of it too. Like, I do want to think you're serious about your work. And I know that it takes a lot of energy. So, okay, there's a lot here at play that I think is interesting, you know? Chat says, I think they suffer from being white. They might suffer from being white men. They might, because I'm sure like a big part of it too is they might just feel like this is the best I can do, which I'm not judging them for. But I think that's also a testament to like, are they given the right tools to groom? Do they know how to present themselves? All of that stuff, right? Zelensky's suit flashbacks, exactly. But the irony is Zelensky looked good. The irony is that he was signaling to his people an appropriate way to express himself. The problem is that it didn't fit the American bully standard. So the American standard allowed themselves to bully him, even though culturally I think Zelensky was appropriate for Ukrainian fashion, right? Because he was trying to symbol solidarity with his soldiers, if I'm not mistaken. So then it's like bubble hopping. It is bubble hopping. Zelensky, you know, bubble hopped into an arena, which, by the way, was very uncouth of the administration to bully him for what he was wearing. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. But whether we like it or not, we too notice it ourselves. I have this opinion. I will tell you this right now. When I give into my chronic illness and I dress for comfortability, it makes me less capable. I hate that, but it's true. When I dress up, you remember when COVID was happening and everybody was wearing boxers and they kept forgetting and then they kept pulling out their chair and they'd be in boxers? It would show up. Like, people could tell we had less quality, and I psychologically suffer from this. If I'm in sweats all day, if I'm in PJs, if I don't do my hair, if I don't take a shower, I am just less productive. I am less helpful. I am less ready for my day. Like, I think it is true that I am, like, I hate when people call me and I'm not ready for the day. I hate when my partner and I are like, oh, let's go to the store. And we're like, we're not ready. Fuck it, we won't go. We won't go out for a walk because I'm like, I haven't showered. I don't want to go outside. I don't feel presentable. I also feel gross. I hate that feeling of feeling like, you know, I just woke up. I don't want to do it. But if I got ready at the beginning of the day, then I don't care if we do an impromptu walk. I'm ready. If we do an impromptu shopping, I'm ready. If my neighbors call me and knock on the door, like, I'm ready. So, like, I will say, I don't think it's technically wrong that we do see people as, like, maybe a red flag when they don't look groomed. I think the difference, though, and the scary part is when you're too meticulously groomed, then I start to think you might be a Nazi. When you're too meticulously, like, from the I'm like, oh, are you a white nationalist? Because white nationalists and Nazi communities have co-opted for a very long time meticulous grooming. And then I get worried because, like, it's also a part of, then you want to rebel and you don't want to be as meticulously groomed, because if you're too meticulously groomed, well, now you're giving, yes, chat, American Psycho vibes. Now you're giving scary. Now you're giving North Korean army perfectly, you know, no one out of sync. And if anyone, you know what I'm saying? So there's that problem too. So then it's like, oh shit, like, what's happening in this moment? Like, what is this? Anyways, that was a long rant about a thing that I find really interesting about aesthetics. And chat said something, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I saw it and I lost it. Chad says, not gonna lie, I do get tired of white people getting away with showing up like this. Black and people of color get so much shit for showing up this kind of way. Absolutely. And what's worse is, like, you'll have black and brown people, specifically black people, who will show up meticulously groomed, but because let's say their hair isn't culturally relatable to whiteness, it will still be considered ungroomed. And that's what we don't want. We want to deconstruct our bias and prejudice and saying this is groomed in this bubble versus, like, because groomed across global populations, it looks a specific way, even if it looks different. Oh God, does that make sense? Like, you can have a meticulously groomed black person with locks that is culturally unacceptable to quote white culture, but you know it's groomed. You can see the groomed. You can see the groomed. You can see it's organized. It's aesthetic. It's there's something to it. And then you can tell the difference between like other groups. I think groomed can look universal and different. And that's what people are forgetting. Like, I don't want to signal white supremacy by my groomed looking like a Nazi, but I do want to look groomed. So I'm trying to signal queer groomed eventually, right? I want to signal like put together and clean and aesthetic, but I don't want my rebellion to look like I don't brush my teeth, because there is also a conservative bubble that is rebelling hygiene as a form of like, there's poison in the toothpaste. Yeah, gay groomed. I want to be gay groomed. Eventually I want to be able to look organized, but not try to appeal to like conservatives or white supremacists. Like, that's why I don't call myself girl clean aesthetic ever. I don't say natural girlies. I don't want any signaling to patriarchy or white supremacy. So I just like I hate when people try to weaponize the fact that I don't wear makeup, because they do that. Like, my mom will say, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you don't wear makeup. You were always so pretty natural." And I'm like, don't. I will put on a full face of foundation right now. Don't yell at me. Because I don't want to signal to you that I'm in any way giving into your whole like women should be natural bullshit. Okay? And that's the problem, is like, I just want to be able to not have to wear makeup. Which, by the way, when I do sleep, I do look good without makeup on. I feel like when I don't sleep, but I probably see it more than you guys do, but I know how people are treated. I understand social dynamics too much not to know. They will notice, okay? Chad says, wait, is clean girl aesthetic bad? It's not bad in and of itself, but it is tied heavily to like natural girl communities, a lot of capitalism, skincare routines with 12 items, which plays into capitalism. It does play into also wealth disparity, meaning like you can't even afford to look clean, girl, because you can't afford these 12 cleansers, and poor people don't get to be clean, and therefore poor people are dirty. There's a lot of layers to the idea of like, I don't even need makeup, So there's a lot here that's a problem. So I try really hard just to, you know what I mean? Anyways, thank you for listening to my rant.
The past 5 to 10 years.
That's not correct. Real wages have declined to a 2011 level at the moment.
It's not in my business.
Real wages have gone down.
I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, but real wages have gone down because of inflation and things, but there's also all the like non-wage costs of employment. You add superannuation on top of that, you add, if people get leave entitlements, you have to have an accounting team to pay them, like all these other non-wage costs of employment have grown as well, and that's a product of regulation. And not saying it's a bad thing, it's something that we've chosen, that we want people to have better conditions. So that's probably where there's the disconnect between a business owner and a worker.
But that's not the complete...
I'm not saying it's a complete
real wages
thing.
have just declined.
No, I agree with you. Real wages have declined, but there's that...
And they haven't been caught up by, the 1% increase in superannuation contributions.
But it's not just about super. There's like
all the other things. But that doesn't meet the gap that's been created.
100%. I agree with you. But I think this is getting back to like what I don't think workers are well off under this version of, I wouldn't even call what we have.
Wait, you know what another example of this is? Oh my God, I'm gonna derail. I'm gonna make a whole video about this, though it's really not my bubble. There are 2 liberally leftist, quote, hot teachers on TikTok right now, and they both give me super fucking red flags. Like super, super duper huge red flags. And I think whatever the fuck they're doing, they need to get it under control. Okay, they both need to fucking stop whatever they're doing. You're teaching children, you're being really weird about stuff, and I don't like it. Okay, but they're like liberals. And I don't like it. It's very fuck boy, fuck girl, but for teachers, and I hate it. I fucking hate it. And it's about aesthetic and fashion and being appropriate. Hold on, let me show you. Fuck, what's his name? I don't know what his name is. Show it to you. And they're punk. That's why I think it's interesting too. They're not typically attractive. They're fuck boy punk attractive. And I just, ugh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. I found it. I think I found it. Yeah, is this him? Hold on. This is him. This is him. Okay, and then he like uses his kid as well. I think this is his kid. right? It's like weird. Okay, so this is her. Let me show you what she looks like. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me look for the right one. Hold on. Give me a second. Popular. Okay, this is it. This one. Okay, this one. Okay, I'm gonna play you with the sound. So I'm definitely gonna get fuck. Why does it say H3 ad band? I don't know what that means. Is this an H3 sound or is that the name of a band? Okay, here we go. Ready? This is the girl. Okay, this is the first girl. She teaches high school.
What's the
Perhaps you have seen into what you smart girl. I think
passing the phone to someone who lost their eye.
Okay, so that's the girl. Okay, here's the boy. It goes, Dad, I don't want to be a blue-haired liberal. There, and then he goes, Dad, I don't want to be a, and he goes, no. That's like the male teacher. And then I guess this is his son says, I want to be a red-haired one. Okay, this is his content.
Go ahead and give you a guide for the male educator. All right, guys, school's gonna be starting soon.
It says the male teacher's guide to not being creepy.
Go ahead and give you a guide for the male educators on how not to be creepy. Don't be creepy. Rule number 1, you need to make appropriate comments, okay?
Rule number 1, don't have a girl in the background with a typically specific aesthetic in a schoolgirl outfit or school chair. Like, what is this? Is this a teenager? Is this a woman?
It's good to boost your student self-esteem with a compliment, but don't be weird, okay? Can't be over here in this girl's bosom saying, I like your top. Dude, that's weird, man. Don't do that or anything like that. Keep your eyes to yourself. 2 is good for everybody. You need to maintain personal space, okay? You shouldn't be all up on the desk like this, helping. You shouldn't be over the shoulder.
What is this? Like, what is this?
Trying to help like this. Like, it's uncomfortable, okay? Lean away. Give people their space, man. If they can smell your breath or your BO, dude, that's not cool.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think this is bullshit.
To everybody celebrating St. Paddy's, waving an Irish flag, expressing Irish pride, why don't you go back? What does respecting women have to do with math? Let me break it down for you. 55% of my students are girls, which means 81% will... Does a woman's looks determine her worth? No. No, absolutely not. Does what a woman wears determine her worth? No. What would you do if you were drafted? That's what a student asked me today. War anxiety has officially hit the classroom, and I told him I didn't know, but the truth is, I'd go.
And my last name Blick, so I'm picking the tool up.
What would you do if you thousands of miles to kill men? Charlie Kirk is now plastered on the side of the Department of Education, which is insane. What does Charlie Kirk have to do with education? He was never a teacher.
I just feels like people who peaked and this is their peak. Like the only way they feel cool about themselves is appealing to teenagers. Why am I posting this? Why am I seeing these? Why are you doing fashion fit checks? Like, I don't like it. You know what I mean? I do think there's a way to do this that isn't this way, but this just feels like main character high ego to me. This feels so much like Walter Masterson. You know what I mean? Just being like, I care about oppression. Also, I'm going to go troll Nazis. It's like, I don't know. Like, it's not the tattoos. It's not the punk style. It's the way they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way you're engaging in it. There is a way to do this that isn't this. This is not queer. Let me say like this. This is not queer. This is not drag queen. This is worse. This is what conservatives are actually worried about. Is like, you're being a little too fucking cool person with kids. Like, you don't know teenagers are going to cross boundaries and it's your job to put them in line. Like, it just feels like you're not really thinking about the kids. It really feels like they're thinking about themselves. Like, drag queens are drag queens are more appropriate for school. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and I love a drag queen at school, but this just feels really weird to me, you know? But I think the message is good, but again, this goes back to the liberalness of it. Are you pushing liberal propaganda, which is great? I wish it was more progressive, but like, is this really progressive? Is this progressively minded? Is this actually thinking about the kids? Are the kids the focus of this, or is it the 1 million likes on the video? You know what I'm saying? Or is it the, 2.2 million followers on TikTok? You know what I mean? Is this really about the children? And why is your email in the thing? It says fashion and disability because, she's got one eye blind. Hey, Miss Teacher at grailtalent.com. So she has a talent agency. I'm sorry. I have like 6 or 7 teachers in the family. They can't even post photos on Facebook of them holding a beer. Are you teachers or are you in a fake classroom? I know so many of the women in my family who teach that once they got letters from their male students with like making sexual comments, they changed the way they dressed so they wouldn't distract the students, and / they would set a better standard, and / they understood that they look fucking there. I get it. But also the male teachers also, when they got comments, put down hard lines with students because the adults aren't making it about themselves. The adults aren't saying, I'm an adult and I get to dress how I want. You're a teacher. This isn't about you coming to school and expressing your personal fashion. This is your teaching. And also, this isn't the same thing coming from a conservative. Like, I'm not a conservative. I'm not saying you can't be a teacher that like dresses cool or dresses interesting or has blue hair. I love that. I'm saying you have to make sure as a teacher, you are not the main character. The kids' education is. I don't know. Is this fake? I don't know what this is. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you can be a teacher with tattoos. I think you could be a teacher who wears cool clothes. I think you can be a teacher that dresses all kinds of ways. I just don't think these two people are doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to say this without some people thinking I'm signaling some conservative bullshit, but I'm not. This isn't about conservatives. This is about, is this progressive, or are you guys so oppressed by conservatism you think this is appropriate? I just don't think it's appropriate. And I think as a person who, like I said, I talk to a lot of teachers, they know the teachers on campus that are always trying to be really cool. And they're always the teachers who get found out years later. They're always the teachers that got problems. If you're the cool teacher on campus, be cool because you challenge the kids in ways that are interesting, not because you dress cool. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that's what I'm saying with clothes and signaling. It's just like there is a signal being pushed here. I just know what it is. You know what I mean? Again, I would love a future like classroom where teachers dressed eccentrically and Miss Frizzle and blue hair and all these cool things, tattoos. I think that's awesome. Piercings. I think that's awesome. I just don't know what that has to do with the way that this is being pushed. That this is being like just these two people, by the way, just these two people. And yeah, it gives MGK, which we all know we hate. You know what I mean? It's giving like fuckboy teacher. Fuckboy teacher is not an aesthetic that I think is appropriate. Okay? Like, if you look like a fuckboy, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's like a crazy vibe to try to express to kids. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you're a pedophile, by the way. I'm accusing you of something socially worse than being a pedophile because that's too easy. I'm accusing you of being a fucking pathetic loser who tries to appeal to teenagers to look cool. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, being a pedophile is bad enough, but I'm not even accusing you of that. I'm saying you're pathetic. You're literally a fucking loser. You're like an adult who stops a hot topic to impress 15-year-olds. Pathetic. Okay? Absolutely pathetic. Anyways, let's go back to the video.
Now capitalism, it's like big government, big corporate, like a terrible system. Half of the jobs created in the decade after the GFC were in healthcare and social assistance, education and training, and public administration. And those three industries are characterised by high rates of part-time work and low wages. So we were told this transition to a services-based economy was going to be great. Really, it's just these taxpayer-funded, low-wage, part-time jobs, which
that subsidise private companies, yeah.
I definitely see that it's a lot harder for workers and especially young people. But I feel like there's also a lot of opportunities as well for our generation. You know, like if you actually have a look at some of the richest Australians, like some of them are actually young people that have started innovative businesses that are changing the world. And I feel like maybe if we found ways to like support people into maybe creating their own businesses, it would just be more prosperous for all of us. One of my friends, he started a business from Western Sydney as well and turned into like $100 million business. And he actually moved overseas and like took that business overseas because he didn't really see the growth opportunity in Australia. And it's just such a shame that, you know, some of these really innovative companies and business owners like moving overseas, taking all those jobs and resources with them.
I think like with that example that you use is really good because like when you say, you know, this person took their business away to another country and started doing it there, like we don't need that person. At the end of the day, like it's working people that make the whole world run like they do for every single business. Workers know how to run businesses better than their bosses. Like the Sydney Opera House was completed under workers' control, for example. They kicked the bosses off the site and then finished it themselves. We don't need bosses. We don't need people like hoarding their capital and then threatening people to move or threatening governments to move their capital overseas if they implement some policy that they don't like.
Just a reminder, when I worked with a group of, quote, liberal progressive women in the capitalist bubble, I was telling them like, hey, I'm already like charging enough for stuff. I'm already trying to raise money in different ways. Like, I feel like I'm doing enough. And they're like, no, you should charge double. I was like, I think that's inappropriate. Like, I think that's a lot of money. Like, I'm already charging a lot of money. I don't know why I would charge even more monies. And then I was like, I'm already charging like an exorbitant amount. Like, and it's already a privilege to like, it's not something people need. I already know that. Right. And then they go, if you need an editor, hire one from overseas. I was like, why would I do that? And they're like, because it's cheaper. And I was like, but why would I do that? And they're like, oh, it saves money. All my employees they work overseas, and they were Australian mostly. Though they were a mix of people, I guess. But I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. I feel like that feels very like, not that I don't want to pay foreigners. I just feel like that's really, that feels that's bad. Like that feels very unethical. Yes, I'm paying their salary in their area and they'll be living a good life, but it feels like I'm not paying people in my local area when these people are suffering. So I'm putting the money into people who don't live here, who just to save money. It just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel very community. You know what I mean? And like, it was hard to explain because again, I'm not like the people I'd be paying to edit would be making a lot of money in their area. So they'd be good. I'm not exploiting them. I'm not taking away their income, but I'm not benefiting the people in my local area, which is what businesses are doing. Like businesses are taking jobs away from local areas to put it overseas to save money, which is why local economies are suffering and why things aren't manufactured this. So it's just like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, it just doesn't feel good. And I think that's the problem is like, if you're running a business and your goal is to make money, then you try to make money at any cost, right? I was just watching a TikTok of Graham Stephan say, I've used every possible tax loophole to save money. And he has a scarcity mindset. He's really afraid of like not making enough money. Like he does make enough money. Obviously he's a millionaire, but he just like never feels like he has enough. I think he's just living in a constant wave of fear, Graham Stephan, which is really, he should go to fucking therapy, like go to therapy. You know what I mean? But it's one of those things where I do think people like him are always looking at every possible way to never pay tax. And it just feels like I'm not thinking that way. I'm thinking of ways to pay an appropriate amount of tax for the money I make because I don't make that much. But I'm never thinking about like every possible way to cut corners to not pay tax. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking like, hey, I don't make that much. I shouldn't have to be paying as much tax as I do. I think billionaires should be paying their fair share of tax. You know what I mean? So it's like all this thing. Anyway. Super chat from Bees. Thank you so much. Hi, Pet Bees. Says, hi, Brittany. Love your content. You have helped me a lot in accepting my own identity as a non-binary trans woman. I have 5 years on HRT this year. 5 years. Let's go. I hope it's been working out for you. That's a long time to know if something's working and benefiting you. And I'm so glad that it sounds like it is. And congratulations. And thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. That's a good amount of time. I love a 5-year time span. 5 years tells you everything you need to know about a lot. You know, I love that for you. I hope you feel just so happy with where you are right now because it sounds like you're in a good place. All right, let's go back to this video that I just realized we're only 7 minutes into. Holy fuck.
They should just disappear and workers should run everything because we make everything run.
The problem with and I agree, having workers owning the businesses they work for would be a good thing. And that I firmly believe in profit sharing schemes and employee ownership share.
Yeah, I agree. So, Chat, you said that correctly. That's, the whole concept of cheap labor is exploitative, whether local or offshore. I think that's what you guys are trying to say. And that's what it is. Yeah, just the concept, just the idea of how do I get people to labor for less is gross to me. Gross!
Ownership and things like that. It's great. The problem becomes one of coordination, and that's the beauty of capitalism, is you have someone who comes along and they have money and they say, I'm going to start a business. It's hard to do that if you've got 1,000 random people. So that's the beauty of capitalism as a system, is this coordination, and it's the profit motive, is that incentive to coordinate something complex, most of the time put something on the line. And it was interesting you talking about this distinction between business owner and workers. That's what self-employment is. That's if you're an electrician.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the petty bourgeois or anything. I'm talking about workers and the people who exploit their labour.
Yeah, exploit is such a loaded term.
Yeah,
well, it's not exploitation if you go and voluntarily work for someone.
If you have to survive, yes, it is.
Well, everyone has to work. You have to earn.
Yeah, because we need to survive.
So then you're being exploited. Yeah, that's exploitation. That's the definition of exploitation. You have to do something.
That's how the world is. You got to work to make money.
And that's therefore why it's exploitation.
You have to eat, and you have to warm yourself or shelter yourself.
Correct.
And so I guess in days gone by, people used to try to do that on their tiny little scale of
when we lived in a feudal
toiling
society.
in a field. Yeah, well, before that, even toiling in a field, you have to work to live. That's
totally.
No, you must labor to build goodness. You must labor in all things. You must labor in your mind. You must labor in your spirit. You must labor in everything. But good labor is rewarded labor. And right now we have exploitation, which means labor for no reward. And we need to make sure that people labor in good ways. And I think a majority of people, I really truly believe this, that 80% of the population is more than happy to labor. And let's say 20%, which is a huge number, by the way. I'm probably just being, that maybe 20% are going to be pieces of fucking shit. And they will figure out what to do with them. But everybody else, I think, would be more than happy to go to work and or labor in a way that feels fulfilling, okay? But we also have to be honest with ourselves about what that labor looks like and what that reward will be that will make us feel satisfied. Because even in a perfect society, oh my God, this goes back to Kino's journey. In the anime Kino's Journey, Kino is an individual who goes from bubble to bubble, town to town, and they all have their own unique diverse ways of existing, and they all have their pros and cons. And there's one of the storylines, without giving anything away, no spoilers, is in one of the storylines, all the children are free to be who they want to be until they reach a certain age. I think it's 9 or 10 or 11 or something. And then they get a job assigned to them, and that's the job they do, whether they like it or not. And it makes the society run perfectly because everyone is perfectly assigned to a job, kind of like Brave New World in a way. But the problem is one of the kids is I do not dream of this. This is not the world I want to live in. I want to live in a different world. And it's very controversial. And there's a whole storyline attached to it. But the idea is that's real life. Real life is, yes, in an ideal world, maybe we'd all be assigned to a perfect job that we would all do, everything would work. But the truth is we will get assigned to jobs that no longer fulfill us. We change over time. Decades go by. We want to do something new. Instead, we should thrive in a society that allows people to transition from one to another, allows people to experiment too, and see is this what I want to do? Is this what I want to do? And to acknowledge that people don't know what they want. We don't know what we want. We don't know what food we want to eat tonight. We don't know what kind of person we want to live with. We don't know what kind of life we want. We barely know if we want to stay alive. So it's I love the idea of a cohesive society that works so well because everything is a well-oiled machine, but humans are not well-oiled machines. We are biological creatures having a biological experience, and we got a lot of feelings and opinions and caveats and nuances and, different variations between person to person. So we're never going to have that. You have to accept that the world is exactly the way it is because humans are exactly the way they are for now. We're just in a moment of time. It doesn't have to be this way forever. It hasn't been this way forever. Things have always changed, and things will continue to change. But to be honest with you, I think we're just at the beginning. Weirdly enough, I really do think we're just at the beginning of stuff. And I think we forget that because we think the world has existed for a long time. Not really. I feel like the world's been doing this, maybe maybe this. And I feel like this is the first time truly that we're about to do this. Foop. And I think we're right here, right now. And I think a lot of people just they want to do this, or some people are going to do this. But I think the world is truly about to hit the biggest learning curve it's ever, we're about to learn so much. I really truly think like we're here, we're like in the next 100 to 200 years, this current connection of we're about to see it really, guys. Gay marriage, talking about racism, women's rights, like we're having conversations that are so interesting because the fact that we even had to have them in the first place. You know, when people say like, it's 2026, okay, and what is it about 2026 that you think is modern? You know what I mean? We're just about, and I'm saying I want to go here. I want to see what's next. And then all these people who do this, whatever, it is their journey. But I want to know what's going to happen. Okay? So again, like stay optimistic, but also realize like we're so young as a species. We're so young as a people. And I think we're just at the beginning. We just really started to get a handle on this shit called life.
But you don't have to be exploited to live. So like that, you know, in a feudal society, for example, people owned their own means of production. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great way to live, but there wasn't like a boss or a factory worker
in a feudal system where you literally had a lord and you had a serf. I think there was.
Yeah, but you were given board and food. You didn't pay for
you
food.
You owned the thing.
Stop trying to go back. I'm so sick of these men. Stop trying to go back. Fuck the past. It didn't work. The present's not working either. Move towards the future. Instead of thinking, oh my God, we should go back to the past. White men. No. Okay, we keep moving forward. We hit capitalism and we're like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing that ever happened. And we're like, yeah, this is so great. Hey, it's less great now. Should we change up? Change up. Just because it was great at the time in your mind doesn't mean we should keep it. Everybody is so focused on the past. Capitalism is the best thing. Industrialism is the best thing. Back in the day was the best thing. Nothing was good in the past. Everything sucked. Everything sucks. Move forward.
I don't want to go back to feudalism. No, we're on track. We're on track to feudalism. I would say because right now, as you're explaining, like we have to work to be able to feed ourselves, to be housed. So we're working for the capital owners that have the profit motive. Where did they get that capital from? It was still from workers. So while I agree, like you do need to have someone that can be like a ringleader, but that you can do that within a worker-centric.
Thorfinn being literally enslaved by a man who, quote, will give him his freedom if he works long enough to pay him back for the cost of his labor. And I'm like, or hear me out, you could just free him. Literally, these slave owners, these enslavers being like, oh my God, I'm such a good person. Look at me buying slaves and then giving them their freedom once they've labored for me. I'm so good. And I'm like, how are you the good? But there are people who are like, oh, this guy's dope. This guy's cool. This guy's really awesome. He really gave Thorfinn like a chance at freedom.
Like view where you still don't have a hierarchy, right? So you don't need someone to.
And look how he got exposed later on in the anime as being one of the lowest pieces of shit that to ever exist too.
Have accumulated wealth based on the work of others to then come and then accumulate more wealth based on the work of others. And the profit motive inherently gets in the way of actually those workers' quality of life because the profit motive doesn't serve the product or the workers. It only serves the people that are profiting.
This is, sorry, I'm just going to make this point really quickly. Please. This is the absolutely amazing, beautiful, revolutionary thing about living in a free capitalist society. You can go do that if you want to.
No,
you can go start a workers' collective.
Because
yes, you can. You can go. No one is stopping you from starting a workers' collective and going and doing that.
Capital.
Yeah, but we don't have access to workers.
You go and get a loan and you start a business. That's how it works.
And then you
can't just go and get a loan. Like there's so many things.
Wait. Oh God. I watch too many things on the internet. I watch too many things on the internet. Fuck, where did I watch this video? Hold on. I'm gonna go to my history. I watch too many things. Internet. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Where did I watch this video? Give me a second. Did anybody watch this video? It was a guy interviewing or going through store to store, and they found like a little co-op where like it was a store stocked by the employees, and you have to buy into the store. You have to own the store, and then you have to work one day every like month or something, and then you get to shop there for groceries. Does that ring a bell? Does anyone on my side of the internet? Was it a TikTok maybe? Does anybody know what Fuck, what was this video called? You saw that? You saw it? Do you remember what it was called? Thank you. Okay, you saw it on YouTube. Okay, me too, right? Is it this one? No, it's not this one. This is the Hamptons, the most expensive grocery store, Hamptons. It's not this one. But it was like, it was a part of, I was watching this video and then it showed up. Does anyone know? I saw that on YouTube Shorts. Oh, was it YouTube Shorts? So then maybe I saw it on TikTok. Because I did think it was a short in my brain. I was like, was it a short? Hold on. Maybe it was a short. Hold on. Let me go to TikTok and see if I can find it. I feel like I don't watch YouTube Shorts enough. You know what city it was in? Oh, fuck, I don't.
I've heard what a lot of people are saying.
Cutie, please. Cooperative? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Is this it?
We have to reimagine what it means. We have this.
Where are we going to get?
Forming cooperatively with bylaws.
One thing that a lot of
Before defining.
Yes, you can find.
What was it, bro? I'm so annoyed. Oh.
So right now I'm going to the grocery store.
Is it him?
No.
If you live in Brooklyn and are looking for a new way to shop, you've got to check out.
Wait, isn't this the business? Wait, I think this is the business, but I saw it from somebody else. Wait, let's watch this because this looks familiar.
Green Hill Food Co-op. They are a member-owned and member-only store carrying high-quality.
This is definitely the business.
Groceries, home goods, and beauty supplies. I found them online looking for some Meow Meow Tweet products in the area. What's cool about Green Hill is they keep prices low by only being open to members. To be a member, you just have to work there about 2 hours a month, which seems like a pretty great trade-off for such a unique shopping experience. If you live in Brooklyn and are looking for a new way.
Okay, this is 100% the place. A bright green storefront, a vegan store. No, wait, what's it called? Wait, did she literally just make me a video and not put, is it called, it's not called Meow Meow Tweet. Brooklyn.
If you live in Brooklyn and are looking for a new way to shop, you've got to check.
Co-op, Green Hill Food Co. Co-op, Green. I already just forgot the name of it. Green Hill. Let's see. Music.
This question. So you.
Damn. Okay. Well, this is it for sure. But I wonder what video it was that I specifically watched on it. I mean, this is it. Well, either way, what do you think about that idea? It's called Green Hills Co-op. Yeah. What do you guys think about that idea? You guys shop at Winco, or did you guys ever shop at I don't know, Costco, I guess, you know, members only? What do you guys think about these ideas? Do you think they're good ideas? I mean, it's a cool concept, right? Is it weird that my brain gets triggered by the idea of like being trapped? My brain really hates being obligated to people. I was watching J-Reg make this video about building a community in real life. And the way he built a community was literally to get multiple people living in the same space, all paying to live in this apartment. So like a bunch of YouTubers, you might know their names, all live together and they share a space together, or they rent out a space together rather. They rent it out and they all film videos together. I don't like people. I think that's my problem. I really don't like people. So the problem is that I really struggle to trust that I'm going to like the group of people I'm signing up to be with, because I just don't get along with humans that way. I get along with everyone superficially, period. But non-superficially, right? Purple, welcome to memberships. So yeah, I kind of like freak out a bit over the idea, but I love the idea and concept. In concept, I'm such a big fan, right? Oh my God, that sounds so fucking cool, right? Like, how do we vet people? Who do we know who's involved? You know what I mean? Like, or is it more casual than that? And so you don't have to worry about it. I feel like it's probably more casual, So it works. But I really, really like the idea, you know? I think it's a really cool idea to build community in different ways. The problem is, again, is like who you building community with. You know what I mean? Like JReg, his Artchad's like left me comments on my video being like, oh, hey, if you're ever in the area, come see us. And that's beautiful that I've talked to JReg on the phone. I think it's beautiful that they would be open to seeing me or even maybe hosting me or whatever. And also, they're a little too open. They talk to about everybody. And I'm like, I don't want to be with everybody though. I want everybody to be housed and clothed. I don't want to hang out with everybody. They've also had Kyla on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they've talked to Destiny. I'm pretty sure J-Reg's been on his show. It's like, yeah, I really like people. But I don't like people like that. I really want people to be taken care of. But I don't want to have to like, you know what I'm saying? So that's like kind of that's sort of the big disconnect for me. But I would say this, I support this idea. I think there could be a co-op I would 100% be a part of. I could foresee a future in which one is made and I 100% love everybody involved and I'm into it and I would love to work there a couple hours every month. That sounds so fucking cool. Like, I think there is a possibility that this could 100% work for me. 100%. And if I ever come across that place, I would 100% join. 100%. Oh my God. Like, no hesitation. I just think it would have to work. Like, the problem is, and this goes back to building an ideal place, you can't because people are, you know, you guys ever hear about those like little book libraries in neighborhoods? I loved them in Seattle. And then some people started vandalizing them, and then it's mostly boys. And then they leave like soda cans or litter, or they take all the books. The problem is, what do you do with those people? You know, that's always the problem. It's like, what do I do with you? Or there was like these farm stands that exist in neighborhoods and you could just trust people to leave the cash in the box. In some neighborhoods, that totally works. And in other places, it wouldn't. Or like Croatia as an example. One time my partner and I were walking and I was like, oh my God, like somebody left their baby chair. Like somebody left their thing outside. Should we put it somewhere? And he's like, don't touch it. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, if somebody left it there, no one's going to steal it. I was like, no one's going to steal it? He's like, no. He's like, unless they're degens or like we're in a bad like area, I guess. But no, generally like, no, don't touch it. Somebody left it there on purpose. I was like, oh. Or like I would be at a restaurant when I first got here, when I came to visit him and his friend, and the table next to us left like their wallet, their glasses, their phone on the table to go smoke. And I was like, hey, they left their stuff on the table. And he's like, okay. And I was like, isn't someone going to steal it? And he's like, no. And he's like, God, Americans suck. And I was like, oh my God. He's like, unless we're at like a club or something, we're at a nice restaurant in a nice neighborhood with nice people. Like, it would be so embarrassing. You would be so ashamed if somebody caught you stealing someone's, like, who would come into this? It was just a bar, by the way. It was like, it wasn't a bar. It was a barbecue place. It was just a barbecue place. It was like not even a fancy ass restaurant. It was just a nice restaurant, but it was like barbecue. And he goes, why would somebody do that? And I was like, I don't know. I'm just so used to being, oh, watch my purse. Oh, watch my stuff. Like, the fact is, like, I wouldn't feel safe at a Starbucks getting up to pee unless I asked somebody, can you watch my stuff? And he was like, you could just go. No one's going to take your stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's like the different ways that people exist in different places. You know what I mean? But I think there is like, yeah, Chet says you literally ask strangers to watch your stuff and nothing stops them from stealing. Exactly. Except I do think there's a sense of accountability that happens in a brain that goes like, can you watch my stuff? And someone goes, yeah, because now I've seen your face. Now you've said it. I wonder if that stops them from even thinking about stealing unless they're really willing to steal. And then at that point, how embarrassing. Maybe they don't have embarrassment. I would be so embarrassed if I stole someone's purse after they asked me to watch it, which is why I didn't like Julia Fox's memoir at all, because Julia was never embarrassed about the things she did to people. She was just never embarrassed about the way she stole or hurt people. She showed no remorse in her book, just no remorse in her book about anything she ever did. And I was like, don't you feel guilty that you weren't reliable as a community member, that people couldn't trust you because you would steal from them? Don't you think that's like, don't you feel bad? And we understand you were raised bad, but don't you feel bad about the fact that you were raised bad a little bit so you wouldn't do that as an adult? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Chad says high trust versus low trust. I think that's a huge part of it. When you have a high trust community, it's just like people who leave their babies out on the sidewalk, the Scandinavians, I don't know who does it exactly, but they leave their babies out on the sidewalk. and they're not afraid. Versus in America, I feel like if I let a kid out of my sight for 2 seconds, it's over. Okay, it's gonna be over. So like, it's kind of interesting. So yeah, in an ideal world, and nowhere is perfect, okay? But yeah, like in an ideal world, we could leave our babies out on sidewalks. I wouldn't be afraid of my child getting out because somebody would stop to help them. In an ideal world, I could leave my purse at a restaurant and nobody would take it. In an ideal world. Yeah. So like the point is, can that happen? I do think it could happen in small numbers, in small quantities. And the problem again is how do we hold people accountable? That's what's really hard. Okay, how do we hold people accountable? Hold on, chat says, I think I might have found it. Let me go look for it. Because I would be interested to see it.
Just to be clear.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. Is this him? Kind of looks like him, maybe. Hold on. Okay, I really don't like his thumbnails because I can't tell what's happening. Oh, these are bad thumbnails. See how you're making me read? You see how I have to read to see what the thumbnail is? Versus the way I remember a video is the way it looks. But then he has 600,000 followers, so what do I know about anything? It must be working. See, this is why I'll never be famous, because I keep trying to appeal to my brain, which is limited. Like, I have a very particular taste, and I'm not trying to appeal to other people. This is why I need a marketing team to help me. Because every instinct I have is the wrong instinct. Because I'm getting so overwhelmed with this video. Holy fuck, I'm getting so overwhelmed with this channel. I got this, though. I'm a genius. I got it. Or not. I don't have it. I Googled Green Hill and nothing's coming up. I'm not finding it. Fuck it. I give up. I don't care anymore. See? Now I don't care.
You have to have a property to get a loan potentially.
I agree. So I grew up poorer than anyone here, I would dare say.
How do you know that?
because I know. Mount Druitt, Western Sydney. I'm very confident in that. So I think it's up to the individual. Like, yes, you can't just say it's too hard, it's too difficult, and there shouldn't be a boss out there. Well, I think, some bosses give people a bad rap, but like, you need people to be rewarded for the risk that they take. Otherwise, businesses wouldn't be started in the first place.
Australia is the land of the fair go. If you work hard enough, you can overcome anything.
This is so America coded. America, see how America's not different, apparently?
I think it's complete bullshit. We supposedly cultivate this idea that hard yakka is the most important thing in Australia, and if you just get into the pits and pull your socks up, that you can achieve anything.
Pull your socks up. It's called pull your bootstraps up. Isn't this so funny? Look at this. It's basically the same thing. Is this even a different country?
A system that punishes us for doing that work and rewards just sitting on property or sitting on an investment that appreciates over time. If you win a marathon, but you got a head start halfway down the running track, then you didn't really win based on merit. And that's the truth of privilege in a society like Australia. That there's people that are born in super high socioeconomic areas that have way more opportunity, way more chance, way more capital to invest, and opportunities from their network, from the schools they went to, and there are people that are born into the opposite end of the spectrum.
From my personal experience, like I grew up in housing commission, in poverty. My mother's only source of income was a pension. Now, personally owning a lot of property and a business and well off, I'd say I'm the exception, but I think it's a combination of you have to learn to take the accountability on yourself at the same time, because I found personally over the years, if I would say it's this person's fault or it's the government's fault, or then I would be giving them the power in a sense. There's a lot of things that could be changed and improved upon that. Like I would rather try to empower someone than say it's too difficult.
Do you think that everyone can achieve what you've achieved? If everyone, how many homes do you own?
I own different types of properties, like over 180 properties that I personally own. Do I think that people can get to my level, everybody? Obviously not, because then everyone would have that. I realized from a young age when I was a teenager that people that were well off, they owned property or they had a good job, and I was not around that atmosphere at all. So my goal was to get a property as soon as I could. I couldn't even qualify to buy a property to live in because my weekly wage was like $500 per week. The only other option was to buy a small investment property, and then I used that to buy more, and I continued saving and living humbly at the same time.
What would you say to someone sleeping rough? Like, how would they get their foot in the door?
Like pretty much the same way I did. I took it upon myself to learn, and nowadays I believe it's actually probably even easier to get the right information and knowledge if they've got YouTube. Like all that stuff is for free. Like that wasn't around when.
Oh, look, not everyone can do the same thing. If somebody said, do you think everyone could make as much as you do? Yeah, I make a pretty average salary, guys. I do think a majority of people can make as much as I do and live the way that I do, and I don't think they want to. I don't. I mean, it certainly is. Again, because it's an average salary. Okay, it's an averagey, it's a little bit above averagey depending on where you are salary. Okay, it's the kind of salary that makes most people go like, you cannot live off that, Brittany, and makes other people go like, you make so much. Okay, it's that middle of the ground salary. And I'm saying we would struggle. We would struggle, but not in a bad way because we're in living mode. That's the difference. Is like, I don't think my life is extravagant enough not to be comfortable for most people. And I just don't think it's what most people dream of when they think about their life because they're still buying into capitalism. You're still buying into this idea that you should have 2 nice cars and $65,000 cars. You know what I'm saying? Like if you still buy into the idea, like, and then it depends on where you live because if I lived in America, like I would want to, on the salary that I'm making, I would want to live in a place where we didn't need a car. It would be very important to us not to need a car. And that would be very hard because it would limit where we would move and or we would have a budget for living without a car because that's really like, it's really hard to live without a car in most places in America, but that would be our goal. Because like I was just watching that TikTok about the MAGA people. We saw at the beginning of stream. She was like, oh, petrol or diesel is very expensive. I haven't had to look at gas prices for 3 years. For 3 years, I have not needed to know the price of gas. It's a completely different reality that I live in right now. I used to be so meticulous about where I got gas. I had all the apps on my phone about 20 cents cheaper here, 10 cents cheaper here, 2 cents cheaper here. Like I was so paranoid about gas prices because even on my road trips when I was living off $15K a year, that $15K, most of it went to gas. Because, you know, if you live in your car or a trailer and you're traveling, you have to pay for gas. And gas was very expensive. And so, like, it's stuff like that where, yeah, obviously, if you want a car and you want insurance and you don't want to have to stress about a car bill, and let's say you're spending about $500 to $800 a month on your car bill, yeah, you can't make as much money. You're going to have to make more money than I do. We live in a place where something isn't as expensive. Like, we live without a car. You know? So again, when we talk about these conversations, the question is, what I do with people is I say, what is your goal and what do you want? And then I say, how do we get there? And then you say, okay, are you willing to do what it takes to get there? And they're like, no. And I'm like, great, let's make a new plan. Because like I said, I'm not willing to do what it takes to become rich and famous because I don't think it's worth it. So even if my dream is to say, oh, I would love $5 million in the bank so I don't have to worry about money, I'm not willing to do what it takes to get there. And I don't think that's a moral judgment on myself. I think that's just the reality of my values. If you tell me the only way to make $5 million is to do X, Y, Z, and they all contradict my values, I'm not doing it. Like, I'm not willing to do it. If you told me, Brittany, I'll hand you $5 million right now if you eat a steak, I wouldn't do it. And I know you don't believe me, and I don't even believe me, because honestly, that sounds so stupid, right? What do you mean? You're not going to have a steak dinner for $5 million? I don't eat meat. I haven't had it in a really long time. For Brittany, a really long time. But how stupid does that sound? How privileged does that sound? How privileged do I sound right now that I would say, like, yeah, I'm not going to eat a steak dinner. Eat a McDonald's hamburger. No. I don't eat meat. But see, it makes sense for me because I'm like, so you want me to sell out my values, my principled position for money? I was always taught that was bad, you know? But that's what most people, when I was eating meat again, but that's why it's worth $5 million. Because the person who would offer me $5 million to betray my values wants to see me say, oh, see, you're not as good as you think. They want to see you fail. They want to see you crumble under the weight of the temptation of the money. Because otherwise they wouldn't offer that to anyone. Because it's not interesting if a meat eater eats a hamburger. Do you know what I mean? Like, where's the fun in that? The fun would come from watching me suffer and watching me betray and see what I'd be willing to do for money. And so I think that's the big problem is like, what are you willing to do for money? And I still think you can have a quality of life. You don't need, yeah, it's $5 million for a humiliation. Exactly. And I have we went over my values list yesterday. Okay, we went over it yesterday. No humiliation, no sensationalization, no throwing my personhood under the bus for money or clout, right? No doing interviews where people are like, oh my God, were you really in a kink club? Oh my God, what was that like? Like, It's okay if you ask me genuine questions about the BDSM community, but I don't want to be on a show that's like, oh my God, Brittany Simon was in a BDSM dungeon. Oh my goodness. You know, it's like, you know what I mean? Ew. I don't want to be objectified that way. But of course, like, again, easier said than done, right? Somebody offered me $5 million to eat a steak, so I know if I'm principled or not. Because to be honest, you know what I mean? Chet said, but what if you took the money and invested it into starting an animal sanctuary? See, that's the kind of justification, moral justification we do, though, that lets us be bad in the first place. What if I killed this person, but he was a pedophile? Hear me out. What if I stabbed this clerk at the grocery store in front of everyone, but it's a pedophile? Okay, hear me out. What if I do this really horrible thing to somebody, but it was for a good cause? That's the problem. That's the math we do. What if I hang out? Okay, guys, what if I was offered $5 million of charity to do a stream with Andrew Tate? Would that value it? I did a stream with a rapist. How about Trump and Andrew Tate? Should I sit between two rapists to raise $5 million for women's battered shelters? Would that make any sense? Or no? Would that be fucking crazy? Like, would that be absolutely fucking insane? Right? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And why would they even want that money? Like, why would they even want that? Like, why would the victims want that money? So tainted and disgusting. That's what Epstein used to say. Epstein was like, when people asked him about the money he had, he's like, okay, what about the money I've given away? Epstein believed he was justified in the bad he did because he raised a lot of money for charity.
When I was starting out, but
So
I guess
do you
it's
reckon
fine.
someone sleeping rough can buy like a cheaper property, like now, because of YouTube?
Oh, define sleeping rough.
Like sleeping on the street.
Well, that's a different thing, I would say. Like, they obviously have to get a job and work and get an income, I think, no matter what, if they want to buy a house or not. Like, I think that's probably somewhere to start.
I want to go back to meritocracy. I feel like a lot of people that grow up with families from immigrant backgrounds, you kind of get taught, like, if you just work hard, go to school, get a good job, like, you're sorted for life.
Chat says, it does, but where's the line? I think when you break down everything into causing less harm possible, it becomes very difficult to decide where your values have limits. Just for the record, I do not follow this line of thinking, though. I'm not saying everything I'm doing causes less harm. I'm saying it could also cause more good. It causes more harm and less good to take $5 million from a rapist, right? I also want the benefits. So me eating a steak dinner to go against my principled stance for $5 million, it causes not like I don't need $5 million. Like, just to be clear. I mean, I could do with $1 million. That would be great because that's what you need. And you need $2 million for retirement. But I don't need $5 million. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to do the most good. How would I live with myself? It would probably send me into a mental spiral of like, I can't believe I just did that. Like, it would make me feel terrible about myself. So like, am I willing to sacrifice my mental health, my values, my reputation, my business, my relationship with people, the disappointment from my partner, the disappointment from my community just for $5 million fucking dollars? Like, damn, I'm gonna die, girl. That money can't go with you. You know what I mean? Like, you can't take that money with you. I'm basically middle-aged. You know that, right? I am middle-aged. People are out here dying at 70. I'm dead. I can't take that money with me. But at least on my deathbed, I know I live. So for the record, a lot of more comes into play than just like harm reduction. And also that's the point of philosophy, and that's the lack of objective morality. Because there's no objective morality, it is a constant where's the line. That's what philosophy is. It's a constant process of thinking where's the line, which is why most people burn out, most people get exhausted, and most people go, fuck it, give me the $5 million. And I'm saying it's really hard to be a good person. It's really hard to be a good person. It's really annoying to be with a girly like me who's always going, hold on, should we do this? Every decision we make as a couple, like, we basically sit and debate, you know what I mean? Forever about whether or not we should do something. And we have to weigh all the pros and cons of what we do. So it's not always about like harm reduction on this scale, harm reduction also in our own personal lives. Example, we bought something from Amazon that we neither could get locally nor from another company that didn't come at the difference of a $200 difference, which we can't afford. Okay, so I was like, we can buy this one thing on Amazon because we cannot afford not to. We don't make that kind of money. $200 is a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? For the amount of income we make. So, and we needed the thing. So I said, okay, let's buy it from Amazon. I'm not happy about it, but that makes more sense because we cannot afford it yet. But when we can, that's why it was annoying to see Hassan brag about buying something from Amazon when he doesn't have to. He makes enough money. It was like he was trying to like be one of the guys where he was like, oh, I bought this off of Amazon for $12. Yeah, but why? You don't have to. You have the privilege of buying it from somebody else. You can afford a markup of $38 more. We can't. If we spend that money, we don't have money to eat. That's the difference. Like the difference is seriously insane. Like, are you crazy? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. I said, I'm not saying I follow this line of thinking, by the way, just positioning something I think about a lot. Like when it comes to engaging in forms of capitalism using the internet, for sure. For sure. My job on the internet, it benefits our life. Listen, I'm disabled. I'm neurodivergent. I want to do this job. This is my dream job. Yes, by having my dream job, I also engage in making capital or / making money from Google, which is a controversial company, or having a platform like Discord or doing any of these things. So obviously I have to take that into consideration. And so that goes into play too. Like, who would I be willing to take money from? It's more like, who would I be willing to take extra money from? You know, I get emails every day. I got another one this morning from a sponsor who's like, hey, we'll pay you $2,000 to do this sponsorship. I don't like the company. So no, you know what I mean? I haven't taken a sponsorship in literally years that paid me, years, because I'm just like, I don't like this company. So it's like extra money. This is minimal money. There's nothing extra about the money I'm making right now. This is my base salary that I'm making consistently, but any extra money that comes through, it gets debated about whether or not I can take this money. So that's how we do it, right?
And it wasn't until over time where I realized that necessarily isn't the case. And there was a study done and they looked at 260,000 people's tax returns, and they were really surprised because they found that if you went to the same university and did the same degree, the children that had wealthier parents ended up earning more. And that's not to say like it is only caused by having wealthy families, but it just goes to show, yes, personal responsibility helps, but it's also acknowledging the hurdles.
Totally, yeah.
I would agree with that, for sure.
Yeah, like we know that like the biggest determinators of how successful you are or how much wealth you get are, which postcode were you born in? How many houses do your parents own? How much do your parents earn? Like, were you born with a disability? Are you Aboriginal or a Torres Strait Islander, for example? These things we have no control over, and they're the biggest determinants of how well we do.
We individuals have no control over how the world will ever perceive us or engage with us. But I want you to liberate yourself personally from that reality and accept it as a part of your external reality. Internally, I don't care how the world processes me. Externally, I do. So when we talk about how I show up on stream, that's not internal, it's external. It has nothing to do with me. If I am on a debate and the world is perceiving me as less than because I'm a woman, I do not internalize that information anymore. I externalize it as a part of a reality, but it has nothing to do with me. And that's because I've deconstructed, but I also accept that I live in a world where other people haven't deconstructed. And so instead of waiting for them to catch up, I just learn to live or work around it while still encouraging people to deconstruct, right? But I can't literally make people deconstruct. They have to make that decision, right? Chat says, as an example, I am plant-based. I have several times where my food came with animal products on it. I take as much off of it as possible and still eat the meal because the food waste was worse. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, like, I'll make those kinds of decisions too. But I think that's a good example. That is a good example, right? Like, you engage in the time, like in the position you're in to the best of your ability, and you go from there. Like, if I ordered something at a restaurant and they accidentally brought a customary cheese sploosh on the plate, I would just scrape this cheese sploosh and give it to my partner, right? But I'm not gonna like freak out or wipe my plate or give it back. I'm not having that embodied, because I'm not a vegan, I'm not having that embodied experience. I'm not icked out by cheese. You know what I mean? Like, it's just cheese, but I'm not gonna eat it also just because it's available, because I don't have to. I give it to my partner because they eat cheese. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna, but that's where I'm at personally, right? Maybe that would change if I had more of a ick response to cheese, but I just don't. I also don't have an ick response to meat or you know, animal flesh. I have an ick response to seeing animals being killed, like more now. Though I have more, not an ick response actually. I have a sad response. I don't have an ick response. I have a sad response. Sometimes I have an ick response, but not, it's usually a sad response. So again, I think that's a good example, right? Like you just want to do your best within the context of the situation and that you can. Like, when I was at my in-laws' house and they made us a barbecue, they asked me if it's okay if they barbecue my veggies on the same barbecue that had meat on it. And I said, yeah, I don't care. It's not that deep. Like for me, it's not that deep at this point in my journey. I don't care. Like, I'm not eating the meat. I'm not consuming it. You didn't buy meat for me. You bought veggies for me specifically. I don't care if you put it on the same grill. You know what I mean? But I know for some people that's not, you know, that's not, you know what I'm saying? I said, if your partner didn't eat cheese, would you eat it anyways to avoid the waste or try something else? No, at that point it's fucked. Like if both of us are there and we don't eat cheese, it's too late. It's already on our plate. It's on the table. We're not going to eat it just for the lack of food waste. You know what I mean? That wouldn't make sense because that'd be going against our higher principle is we didn't ask for this. They put it on our plate without our consent. I don't consent to eating it. If, you know what I'm saying? Like if I didn't order it and then it accidentally showed up on my plate and I didn't ask for it, then it makes no sense to violate my consent to eat it. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's absolutely ridiculous to assume that if anyone works hard, you know, they can achieve whatever they want.
But Australia didn't used to be like that. Obviously, disadvantages always existed and certain people have had it rougher than others. To, you know, our parents or grandparents, it was the case that if you went and got a job and worked hard and saved money, you could buy a house. It's not the case anymore, for young people in particular. So among 25 to 34-year-olds, in 1981, the bottom 20% of income earners in that age group owned a house, 45%. So almost half owned a house. In 2021, it's 25%. So what we've seen across all age groups is lower income households are no longer homeowners, whereas they used to be. That's like the foundation for then
Wait, isn't he on the pro-capitalism side?
building, you know, broader wealth or building some kind of intergenerational wealth. So I don't think we really are, particularly for younger Australians, not really the country of a fair go anymore.
We hear this catchphrase, billionaires shouldn't exist. No one should be worth billions of dollars. And we'll start with Sim.
When someone says like billionaires shouldn't exist, you kind of hear of the idea of the shrinking middle class, and billionaires are such a on-the-nose visual representation of how much wealth exists. And so I understand the frustration. Are billionaires even good for society, or should we get rid of them? Because if they're not useful, like, they shouldn't be here. If they can add value, exactly what value do they add? I don't necessarily have a problem with someone having $1 billion. My issue with them is when they use that money to start getting involved in policy and government. We should all have one vote.
There's no billionaire that has no political sway. That just doesn't have anything to do with politics. Most billionaires, as we move forward, will be inherited billionaires. And so that comes with an inherent political sway. The other side of the billionaires, like you can talk about, like most billionaires in Australia, some of them like are self-made, they like began a business or whatever, but like there's no such thing as self-made billionaires. It's based on the workers that created the value of that business. They also exist on government loans, government investment, like tax concessions. Like there is no billionaire that exists outside of the political systems. I don't think that like there's a moral argument for a billionaire to exist because it means that they have accumulated so much wealth based on the surplus value of the people that worked in their businesses or our taxpayers' money. Elon Musk is a perfect example in America. Like most of his wealth comes from American taxpayers.
I completely agree. We don't need billionaires. I don't believe like in the trickle-down economy, and I agree they are in policy and they're in government and they're creating that. I want them out of that. That's where I stand.
Like, unless you stop billionaires existing, they will not be out of that. Either way, it's still political sway, and I have a way more power than the average voter to do that, purely just based on my existence.
That's
so
right.
when we say people, like billionaires shouldn't exist, I think people would be like, let's get the guillotines out. But really, it's just about like creating the settings within the policy framework to not allow so much wealth accumulation to happen in the first place. Because wealth begets wealth. The more money you have, the more money you have to invest, the more money you make, and you can start buying elections, and capitalism turns into an oligarchy, which is something that we are really seeing. We have like 51 billionaires. They make $67,000 an hour each on average, which is very close to the median wage in Australia. And that will continue to increase unless we change something.
Oxfam, okay, 47 billionaires in Australia. 47? We're earning an average of $67,000 an hour in 2025. The median Australian wage is $74,000 per annual. As of August 2025, that's about $40 an hour. Yeah.
Because like, why wouldn't it?
Look, I personally don't mind if billionaires exist or not, but what I find interesting is that if we were to rewind the clock back, there would probably be a group of people like 100 or 200 years ago saying that millionaires shouldn't exist either. But I'd say the billionaire is the new millionaire from 100 or 200 years ago.
That's inflation.
But they're not.
Because
But they're
inflation-
not.
Wait.
The new like 100 or 200 years ago saying that millionaires is that if we were to rewind the clock back, there would probably be a group of people like 100 or 200 years ago saying that millionaires shouldn't exist either. But I'd say the
What?
would probably be a group of people like 100 or 200 years ago saying that millionaires shouldn't exist either. But I'd say the billionaire is the new millionaire from 100 or 200 years ago.
God, this guy fucking sucks.
It's inflation.
But they're not.
Because
But they're
inflation-
not.
They're
Because
not.
like the
Inflation
level of
at
wealth, the level of wealth, humans have never existed in a time where there've been a class of people that have so much.
Such
wealth.
concentrated.
Like we've never.
Yeah, the richest 10% of the world currently hold 75% of global wealth. Jesus fucking
Like no,
Christ.
kings, queens.
Well, we
like,
did.
Emperors. No, we
That's
never
right.
have.
We did. Our old
It's just that we never have. Like, yes, there's been a huge wealth inequality, but it's never been as great as it is today. That is just a fact. Fact check me.
Yeah, I think it is a bit scary because when you think about wealth and the compounding that happens, like once you have investments, and it's just like an infinite money loop, and you can assume that the billionaires that exist today will be billionaires forever and their families will. But there are some actually interesting studies. It's called the third generation curse, that wealth only really lasts 3 generations. Obviously, it's not the case for every single family, but the first generation makes all the money. They grew up in tough times. They hustle. Second generation, they're taught to preserve the wealth. And the third generation, they've just never known struggle at all. So they just spend all the money. And then the cycle happens again. Obviously, we want to make sure that,
I've heard about this. This shows up in every finance video I watch. This is so interesting to me too, because again, that idea of wealth, or that idea of oh, you'll have money later on. People have trusts, people have certain things. Again, just the idea, what is, again, everyone starts off on a different footing. But do you guys watch the rich people shows, like Rich Asians or Rich Indian or rich Black or rich, whatever? It's Rich African technically, so it's Africa rich. It's an American Black. But rich this country, rich this people, rich this thing. Okay, I watch a lot of those shows, and what it does is it's obviously hypercapitalism, but it is a sort of dream of legacy. I want to do better for my kids, $50,000 birthday parties. I want to hang out with rich people. And there is some part of it that feels so nice because it's wow, I have so much money. I can spend $10,000 or $20,000 on a purse, because in this reality, we feel bad spending $50 on a purse. You know what I mean? We live in a reality where I spent, I think, €35 on my purse. And I was oh, that's so much money. Oh my God, that's so much money. And I just sat there thinking but imagine living in a world where you actually aren't swiping a credit card for a $10,000 purse. And that's the problem with poor people or people in the middle class. I think we forget, better for you not to swipe on that credit card to get those shoes to make you look cool than to swipe the card to appeal to who? Who are you appealing to? Just think about that. Who are you trying to impress with those $500 shoes? And then you have to really talk about your values. And this is really difficult because there is a pressure from the world to say you are less than if you don't show up a particular way, which again, to the grooming conversation we had with these men, you don't have to be very wealthy to groom. You have to make a decision about what you're signaling, but I would not want to signal wealth. I would not want to signal money. I would want to signal I showered today and I brushed my teeth. Thank you.
don't have these people that just keep on printing money forever, but it's kind of it is interesting.
You can also stop that wealth with inheritance tax. I mean, America surprisingly does a decent job at it. They have inheritance tax, and I really don't see why that doesn't exist in other countries. I didn't used to be for it. I was like, no, if I work hard and I accumulate money and I give it to my kid, why does that get taxed again? But then I understood, after a certain amount of money, if you are receiving $500 million, you're not going to work. So then those people become not useless members of society, but useless in the sense of adding to the tax revenue.
But if you
is this RFK Jr.?
If you just tax them, I'm assuming you don't want to cut their heads off. You want to tax them out of existence.
No, at this point, I'd like to tax them out of existence. I think
But
that's a better
won't they
option.
just move? Won't they just go somewhere else?
But what are they taking with them?
Well, they have all that money, right?
Yeah.
I do.
But where are they going to? What are they putting it into?
I do.
Well,
And then the employees would be out of work.
They can go to many other countries in the world.
Yeah,
People say, you can come here and pay taxes here on the proviso that you make an investment here or whatever it is.
Which is
And
why it's
so
not
that-
good enough to
But
just
who does it come at the expense of? The locals.
tax them. We need to expropriate the wealth.
You could
So
do an
you
exit
want
tax.
actually just
Yes.
take everything off.
Totally. Yeah. Like we know, like billionaires are profoundly useless.
They're not profoundly useless.
They're profound.
Yo, his name is crazy,
Take
bro.
everything off.
Totally. Yeah. Like
Everyone's name has been crazy so far. Jordan Van Den Lam. Van Den Lam. And then the other person was like Queenie. And I was like, oh, cool. They got some cool names in Australia.
like we know, like billionaires are profoundly useless.
They're not profoundly useless.
They're profoundly
This is
useless.
insane
I
to
think
talk
the
about another
idea
human
that,
being like this.
60%.
Billionaires are not people. They're a money status. Nobody looks at me and goes, oh, middle class. Like, that's my status. I'm not a middle class. You identify as a billionaire. I'm a billionaire. I am not a middle class. You decided to make billionaire millionaire a fucking status point that wraps around your identity. We're not coming for you as a person because you are not your money. We don't actually think billionaires that's what I'm saying. Like, this whole thing is like, oh, that's a horrible way to talk about people. He's not talking about the person not existing. He's talking about the wealth that gave you the status.
All billionaire wealth is either inherited, comes from cronyism or monopolies.
60% of billionaires.
60% of all billionaire wealth, you can fact check that as well. I'll send you the link.
According to analysis in Oxfam, 60% of billionaire wealth is from inheritance, monopoly, and crony sources. Broken down is 36% inheritance, 18% from monopoly sources, and 6% from cronyism.
If you want. They only exist because, again, of the exploitation of the labour of others, or they just were born into the right family, or they just have the right political connections, or they just own a monopoly. If we take Elon Musk, for example, what the fuck does he do? He does nothing. It's like child slaves working in the lithium mines that are doing all of the productive capacity.
It says some Tesla batteries contain cobalt sourced from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Child labor is common in the DRC's cobalt mining industry.
Capacity building to make the lithium that goes into his fucking batteries. He doesn't do that. He just has money, and we should take that money.
We agree we should take it. That's the whole tax thing. And exit tax is actually a really good point. In India, there's a 20% exit tax. You take $1 out, you pay 20 cents on it. People will then not take the $1 out, or they commit fraud and take it the other way. To answer the question about what if billionaires leave, that's what multinationals usually do to scare countries. They go, okay, well, I started Canva here, and Canva is growing, and if you want to tax me, I'll just move to Ireland. That's where everyone goes to. I don't think we can get rid of them, so let's make them work for the everyday person.
If you're trying to defend the existence of billionaires, to on one hand say that they have like this net benefit for society, and then also be like, but if we tax them, they're going to pick up their balls and go home like a spoiled little brat. If they are going to go to the Bahamas or to Ireland or whatever to get favourable tax concessions, like we should think of them very poorly. Like we should think like that's a shit go. Like
This was Logan Paul going to Puerto Rico. So the Paul brothers moved everything to Puerto Rico, and it was for taxes or whatever. And even though they claimed it wasn't. And it's one of those things where like, yeah, there's something really shitty about that. There's really something shitty about being that rich and trying that hard not to pay taxes. Again, it's different when you're making $55,000 a year. I think it's within reason to not want to pay $8,000 a year in tax. Like the fuck? You know what I mean? Like $10,000 on 70K. Like what are we fucking talking about here? You know, depending on how you make your money, if you're 1099 or if you're a W-2, like what are we talking about here? I understand making $120K, not wanting to pay $20,000 in tax. Like all of that makes sense to me. Making $10 million a year and not wanting to pay on tax is like, come on now. Come on now.
You're taking capital that accumulated by the workers of Australia, and you're going to be like, well, now you're going to tax me and I can't buy my 17th yacht. Like that's not the Australian way. Like that's not where I think that most of us agree on the value of like, we should care about each other and work hard for the sake of all of society.
I don't think Australians really think about billionaires. I think they think about themselves and their families and how things are going for them. Things are not going great for ordinary working class Australians, but it's this real like undergraduate politics of envy to think that because someone has made a lot of money and accumulated capital, oftentimes it's a business or a factory or whatever it is, natural resources that they have custodianship over basically. They've created all this wealth, created all these jobs, created all this tax revenue, and contributed enormously to the economy. I don't think most Australians actually sit there thinking about it all the day and being like, oh, I'm so envious of these people and our lives would be so much better if they didn't exist. They can exist and you can have a decent standard of living at the same time.
You've decided it's envy. You've described it as envy. It's not envy. I'm looking at this from a point of inequality and unfairness. Australia, the land of the fair go, I'm looking at the fact that they've accumulated this wealth. Gina Rinehart, for example, inherited her wealth.
She did not inherit her wealth.
Yes, she had a rich
Gina inherited half her father's estimated $100 million fortune in 1992 and assumed control of Hancock Prospecting. Hancock's estate was placed in bankruptcy in 1999. Rinehart is now worth $38 billion whatevers. $38 billion? The fuck? How'd she file for bankruptcy? Lang Hancock's estate was placed in bankruptcy. This is a loophole. This is some fuckery right here. What?
She didn't inherit the amount of money that she's worth now. She didn't inherit that.
And there was
she doubled it in 1 year, but she didn't work.
It doubled from 2019 to 2020 from 13 to 28 billion. Maintain her lead as Australia's wealthiest person with a fortune of 38 billion. The fuck?
Commodity prices and things. Like,
Not her own hard work.
She didn't like innovate something, like created a product that like existed in the earth for billions of years. She didn't come up with something cool and new, and ultimately it's damaging the planet.
It's a huge coordination problem. I think you're massively understating and
the hard work of Gina Reinhart.
About the people like that who managed to coordinate. Iron ore exports were banned in Australia, and it was like Lang Hancock, her father, who campaigned to be able to export iron ore. I don't think you can understate what a massive achievement that is to unlock that wealth for Australians to export their natural resources.
But like most of that wealth has not stayed in Australia.
For some Australians, like
that company in particular, Hancock Prospecting, is headquartered in Australia and has paid taxes in Australia, has invested in multiple projects, has created tens of thousands of jobs, has paid out.
Man, the way they fucking go to bat for these companies. That is the propaganda of capitalism. And I get it. I come from that bubble. You know, you talk about, oh, they did it amazing. This is the American dream. This is the Australian dream. This is like amazing. Wow, this is everyone's dream. And then you just realize, like, you know, it's really gross. Also, things rich people do that they don't get judged for, but poor people do, and they get judged for: bankruptcy. Bankruptcy.
Bonuses to all of their workers, including all the workers up on site. Like, I just don't think you're very
like as a proportion, like those workers, those particular workers that work for Hancock, generate way more like money for Hancock Prospecting than
shareholders.
Yeah, than like any other worker in this country. But they get paid as a proportion of the wealth that they generate. They actually get paid very little compared to other workers.
Wait, have you guys seen this video? You must have seen this video. Hold on. You must have seen this video. Yeah.
How are you?
It's, oh, hold on. Maybe this video.
How are you? Good, thing.
Okay, so this is Jeff Bezos walking through his factory next to an employee, and it shows you how much money they're each making as every second goes by.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate
that.
Hey, I've been in the business 36 years and
Really appreciate that.
how are you?
Good, thank you.
Ugh.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate
that.
Hey, I've been in the business 36 years and
Really appreciate that.
So by the end of this conversation, the guy made 35 cents and Jeff Bezos made 4,400. Ugh. In a 10-second interaction. This is from Real Time Salary. Jeff Bezos versus employee, estimated annual income. Jeff Bezos, 14.2 billion a year. Blue Origin engineer, 110,000 per year. So it's like, okay, it's good money, right? It's 6K or six figures, sorry, a year. That sounds really good, right? But that just makes you go, wait a second. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's so interesting. Ugh. Icky. Vicky, she's so icky. Icky Vicky.
They should get paid a lot more than the amount that they're already paid, which is a fair bit.
But do you know what they're paid? Do you know what a truck driver?
It depends.
They pay a lot of money for sure, but again, it's the proportionality of like of
the
how
wealth
much.
that they generate.
And the point is, there were natural resources that there is no reason in an alternative version of Australia we could have nationalised those resources. We could have a sovereign wealth fund like somewhere like Norway, and we would be living a way higher quality of life.
I don't think we should demonize billionaires in a sense, because again, like 100 years ago, there wasn't millionaires around in Australia. At this rate, with the
Fact check, 100 years ago, Australia had several wealthy individuals who were worth millions, such as Sidney Meyer, who established the Meyer Department, and in 1932 left an estate worth over 1 million or 100 million in today's terms. Holy fuck.
amount of properties are my own and my total worth, like I'll be a billionaire by the time I'm 40 in another 6-7 years.
We should be nice to billionaires.
What?
My own and my total worth, like I'll be a billionaire by the time I'm 40 in another 6-7 years.
We should be nice to billionaires. I might be one.
So no, it's not.
This is the most undateable bro I've ever seen in my life. Ladies, ew. You know, I always think about the girl who married Mr. Beast, and I'm like, or the girl who's engaged. I always think about the girl who married Logan Paul. Like, they're all so perfect for each other. They're all disgusting. You know what I mean?
It's like we shouldn't demonize, like there's
I don't
billionaires
think you
out
should
there.
demonize any human being.
Yeah,
personally.
that too.
Would these people please say we're not demonizing people, but I think you should acknowledge that you had to do pretty bad things to get to that point. And how are you going to become a billionaire? Because like, who are you buying up that land from? Whose land are you buying? Are you one of those crummy landlords? Are you taking it from people in the area who now can't afford it? Are you raising prices for locals in the area? Like you say, you just buy property and sell it. Okay, who'd you buy property from? Which neighborhood? What community did you move into? You know what I mean?
But there's things as an like you were referring to Canva before, like
Yes.
sorry they became a billionaire.
And Chad said first date questions. Do you simp for billionaires? Great question.
Right, so I don't think we should demonize billionaires in that regard because they are very innovative in one sense. Are there bad ones? Yes. Are there good ones? Yes.
Housing shouldn't be treated as an investment. Katie, can we start with
Here we
you?
go.
The environment that I grew up in Poverty and Housing Commission, in arguably one of Sydney's worst suburbs, a lot of people didn't have jobs. You can't qualify for a loan when you are on Centrelink. I'm probably arguably the only one here that actually grew up in Housing Commission. It was actually over a 12-year wait to get a house in public housing. So prior to that, where would we have lived if property investors did not then rent properties out to us? If you did change the rules to eliminate property investors, you'd have millions of people homeless. Personally owning over 180 properties, I personally would encourage people to take accountability for their own and learn on how they can get ahead. And while housing should be available for everybody, yes, but it's not meant to be easy.
I personally don't think that there's something wrong with investing in properties. Like I personally do have an investment property, but I do feel like it starts to become an issue, especially when we do have really, really expensive housing prices. I mean, Sydney's now like the second most unaffordable housing market in the world, just after Hong Kong. It's interesting because Singapore, I feel like, is one of those places that should be in the top 10, yet the government has put in measures to make sure that housing is affordable. So for example, about 80% of the population of Singapore, they actually live in government housing, but it's not government housing like we know it here. People are able to buy into it and they have a 99-year lease and they're able to like sell it. And they also do have extra taxes on people who do invest in more than one property, which we don't really have anything like that here.
Jordan, can I get your perspective on investing in property?
Yeah, I reckon investing in property is morally reprehensible. I don't think anyone should be profiting off something that someone else needs to survive. And I think if we're trying to compare situations, like imagine if there was a famine and people on the street were dying from starvation and you had 150 warehouses full of food and you were just hoarding that to make a little bit more money. I think you would understand probably if people on the street suffering from starvation or homelessness turned on you.
Do you think people will turn on property investors?
Yeah.
Housing is doubling every 10 years. It can't keep doing that. It's exponential growth. So it's exponential growth for you to continue buying properties while the rest of us are exponentially getting further and further away from being able to buy our first home. I'm assuming in your 150 properties, like you have every one of those was a brand new dwelling or a brand new office. You bought existing properties that someone else could have owned their first one. So it's not fair. I don't.
You know, that's the thing. So you own all of these properties, which means no one will ever be able to own those properties as their first, right? So then there's going to have to be more properties and more land, and we're going to have to buy up more things. And it's like, what do you need 180 properties for? You know what I mean? Like, what do you need 4 houses for? Why don't you rent? You remember when Trisha and Moses were friends with Ethan and they were like, oh, we're going to buy a house down the street. And Ethan's like, why? Why wouldn't you just rent it on occasion? Why would you buy 2 houses within 2 miles of each other? And they're like, we just want 2 houses. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you keep seeing Trisha as anything other than a capitalist who's willing to do absolutely anything possible to become rich and then throw everyone under the bus that it ever took to get rich. Like, I love to see a person get better, but ultimately they are a capitalist. You know what I mean? They're all about money. They're all, you know, I don't think they ever did it, by the way, buy that second house. Cause I don't think, you know, they only have so many millions, but it's like, you know, that idea is so funny to me. I'm like, what? Are you fucking serious? Please be so fucking for real. Like, okay. Again, my partner and I talk about this a lot too. Like, do we want to own a house in Croatia and then own a house in America? And I was like, the only reason we would own a house in America if we ever got that established is like to put family in it. And we would put, like, we already know which sibling, and it would be my sibling because my partner doesn't have family in America. I do worry about certain siblings. And I think to myself, I want to have a house for them. Not that we could ever, if we could afford it, but that's all I think about. I don't think about, like, I'm not worried about renting it out. I'm not worried about any of that stuff. If I had a property somewhere, I'd probably put a family or friend in there and probably charge them like the bare minimum to just upkeep the house type thing. Because I'm not trying to make money off my family, right? I'm not trying to make money off of people. I'm just trying to like have things in place to say like, okay, which one of my siblings is going to struggle? because I don't want any of my siblings on the streets, like, at all. And I don't want them to struggle with rent prices, and I don't want them to struggle with like sickness, and what if they're chronically ill? Like, that's what I'm thinking about. That's how we talk about it as a family. But again, this is Dreamer, because like we don't even make that kind of money yet, and we might not ever. So, but it is the worry I have. But you see how the worry is about like, I'm afraid about my family. It's such a different worry than I have an investment property. Investment for what? You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like such a different why. You know, why is like so important. And I bought into investment property concepts like throughout my 20s, 100%. And even at the beginning of my 30s, really, I was always thinking, yeah, like we buy a house, we sit on it for 20 years, we sell it at the high price, or we buy a plot of land and we sit on it and then we sell it for years later to make money. And then I just realized, like, why are we doing that? You know, why is that something we're buying into? Because again, it's like it's kind of it's a little bit of a version of, again, chasing wealth. Like it's kind of like get rich quick, but it's not get rich quick, because you have to sit on those properties for like 10, 20 years. You know what I mean? So yeah, like I think about my family. And I think that's a much better why, but you know, who am I to say? But that's what we think about, is like who's going to get sick first? Because I have 9 siblings. And I'm like, who is going to need help? And everybody better do their part, because what if 10 of us get cancer? What if all 10 of us get cancer? You know?
I think this idea that we have 3 classes, we have renters, we have owner-occupiers, and we have landlords or property investors.
What
right?
about the Centrelink people that can't afford a property? Like, where do they live?
But the only reason that property is expensive is because people speculate on property. We could just say today, like somehow we could just wipe all the value of housing off. The houses would still be there. Yeah. The house could be worth $1 each, and those people could walk into a house tomorrow. It's artificial value.
Never let housing be $1 each. The inflation just continues going up.
You won't let it. I'm happy for
Yeah, you wouldn't let it.
I'm happy for it to be $1.
There's millions of properties out there. Inflation
exactly. There's millions of properties out there. So the people that
there's millions of properties, and yet we're in a housing crisis. There's all these homes, all this land, and yet we're in a housing crisis.
live on Centrelink could buy a house that was affordable.
You can't get a loan if you're on Centrelink.
Again, this is the housing market
I grew up on Centrelink.
The housing market that we exist in doesn't allow you to get a loan on Centrelink.
That's the banking system.
Because
the banking system doesn't.
This guy is so he's so stupid. This is what I'm saying. You only have to be a certain kind of smart to be rich. Rich does not mean you are actually that smart. Like, you're smart in a different way, but like, how is this guy not getting it?
And the two main architects of the housing crisis are property investors and the banks. The banks are the evil that sits above, but like they're the ones that make the most profit. And why would they invest in business when they can just loan you the money for a house that they know is going to double in 10 years? And if you default on that loan, then they can sell the house in an endlessly inflating market. The only reason why people are investing in property is because we've culturally agreed that that's the way that we build our wealth. But we've just made that up. There's the cost of building, the bricks and mortar, the cost of the labor, and the cost of the products. That's the cost of a house. But most of it is just made up value. We've just decided that houses in Sydney cost $5 million for a brick shit house. I don't blame you for getting into property, because that is just the cultural obsession that we exist within. I think your money would be doing a lot better in other areas of the economy, and you would actually be better off, and the rest of us would be better off, because there'd be more houses available for owner-occupiers, creating a downward pressure on house prices to make sure that people on Centrelink could also afford a house eventually.
I don't know the in-depth details about the different policies, because I believe that a person's individual circumstances, that they should take that upon themselves to learn that, like, you shouldn't hate the player or the game. Like, you should just learn the game and then learn how to win it.
But then
You know, I'm trying to use an example that isn't like, you know, people in Sudan and Palestine should just like not hate the game or the player, bro, but just like learn the game. Like, you're going to get genocided. You're going to get displaced. 24 million of you are going to need housing and water, but like, don't hate the player, guy. Just hate the game. Don't hate the game. Wait, to hate the player. No, don't hate anybody. It's so stupid. It's like, don't hate Hitler. Hate the game that you lost at. It's like, Hitler was just good at the game, bro. He was just good at the game. And just like, my brain is so fried, I can't even make a good meme. I can't even make a good joke on his behalf, like at his expense. I'm just like...
But that's why we call like the housing market a Ponzi scheme, because you rely on more people wanting to invest in property for your property to inflate in value, to make your capital gain from that property to buy more property. So
look, I will say I use games sometimes because it actually autistically helps my brain. Like, actually... game theory, or not game theory, relating gaming to real life is real, and it's so helpful for me. It actually makes me better at life when I think about how much gaming is similar to real life. The dilemma, though, is that I don't think you should gamify people's dignity. I think that's the problem. Like, yeah, game equals system for you. Exactly. Games are like systems, and I understand systems, but I don't think you should gamify people's like housing and water and food and like their basic, because like, look, I don't think human, like, yeah, because I'm sure I sound like this to some people. I radically accept the way the world is, and I think it should be better, but I only think it will be better if we all get better and fight against the systems. He's saying life is the way it is. You can't fight against the system. You have to learn to be successful in it. That's like liberals and Democrats. Like, we can change the system from within. I kind of think we need a new system. We need a new way of doing things. The system we have is like a really good cope, but it's like a really bad solution. It's not working. Like, I mean, look, I exist in the world the way it is, and you would call me privileged, right? And the fact that I exist and more people are probably living like me than not like me is in some ways probably an indication that it feels pretty fine to most people, because like I look pretty privileged, right? Maybe you like make a little, like maybe the average makes a little less than me, or like has a different like, but generally, you know, it depends on your values. It depends on how you feel like the world is working. So it's not enough of incentive for us to radically do something, but we're getting there. Like that, like Guy said, he said, yeah, like you investment property guys might be, you guys might have some problems soon. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's that surprising. If enough people are truly impacted, something will happen. But you really have to have like a lot more people than we have right now, because not a lot of people realize they're being fucked over. And so it's kind of like you have to have them pop a bubble to have the realization. Like my brother coming to me and my sister and being like, guys, I think there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. And we were like, big news. He's like, yeah, I just think like it's kind of gluttonous. I was like, it is gluttony. He's like, yeah, dude, like the more I think about it, like how the fuck you make all that money? I was like, how the fuck do you make all that money? And he goes, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. He goes, because like I, you know, like when I think about it, I was like, and like we're all sitting there like, and like that takes time to have that realization, you know, especially when you're born in a capitalistic bubble that tells you it's all on you, your success is you, the reason you're not successful is you. And I'm just sitting here like, yeah. And then especially since like the problem is like it's an individual, so the individual does need to deconstruct it in order to work for the collective. Oh my God, this is it. It's clicking. But he is saying the same thing I'm saying, but we're saying completely different things. Because I'm not saying the same thing he's saying. I'm saying it is up to the individual to change their relationship with the system, but it is the individual's relationship with the system that is also fucking us all over, because he's decided to gamify people's lives. And I'm saying, no, change your relationship with the system and realize it's never going to have your back. And you should hate the system. It's really bad because it's not a good system. Okay? That's the thing. So we're not saying the same thing, but our words are similar enough that people might mistake them for the same message. It's a different message. So until he, as an individual, has the realization in the bubble pop, they're like, oh, this system is bad. He is going to work on behalf of the system and at the expense of himself and others. Boo. Chad says, I'm on a philosophy-focused major, and these types of discussions are often present, especially language and culture in relationship with each other. Love that.
Properties go
so
up
what
no
you're
matter
saying
what.
is we have to all play a game that is unfair, and so that's the problem, and that policy can be changed from a government level. Anyway, I'll try.
When people say like, don't hate the player, hate the game, I do understand where you're coming from. And I think for clarification, I also own a plot of land. I've got 2 houses on them and I rent them out. I don't think property in itself is a bad thing. Also, property is naturally an investment because it becomes an asset class. It's the same as like, you know, a picture frame is just a picture frame, but if there's art in it and lots of people want that art, it suddenly goes up in value. And saying that...
You don't need the frame or the picture to survive, I guess.
That's true. That's true.
So it's supply and demand though, and they don't make any more land, so it's going to go up no matter what.
I do agree with what you're saying, and my perspective is Australia is so unique.
Pause. What?
It's going to go up.
A picture to survive, I guess.
That's true. That's true.
It's like supply and demand though, and they don't make any more land, so it's going to go up no matter what.
I do agree.
Because you keep taking all the land. So he's doing this thing where he's like, well, the fucked up people are already going to do it, so I might as well get ahead of them. But now you're a fucked up person along with them.
With what you're saying, and my perspective is Australia is so unique. We love our property. We see.
Wait, I don't know if this is true. Wait, who's the guy who did Minecraft? Minecraft? Is this true? Hold on. Is it Minecraft? Is this true? Oh, I saw a story that I wasn't sure if it was true or not. He's a Nazi and a transphobe. Then it must not have been him. Who was it? Who makes video games? What's another video? Fortnite. Maybe it's Fortnite. It is Fortnite. It's Fortnite. I don't know if this is good or not, but most billionaires buy land to develop it, but Tim Sweeney, the creator of Fortnite, buys land to protect it. He acquired 40,000 acres of wildlife across the United States, especially North Carolina, not to build on, but to ensure it stays untouched. So then I was wondering, is this like, if this is to preserve nature, I'm about it. But anyways, I thought that was interesting. Epic Gamer founder Tim Sweeney just dropped $100 million to buy 40 acres of pristine U.S. wilderness. Not for mansions, but to keep it from developers. That's pretty good. Is that good? Is that bad? I can't tell. Is that good news? Is that bad news? I don't know. But I thought that was interesting. But yet, how are 40,000 acres $100 million? The fuck? 40,000 acres or $100 million? The fuck?
Property as a safety net, and we've kind of overindulged into that. And that's worked for our parents' generation and our grandparents' generation, but doesn't work for us. And I remember what it was like being a first-time buyer. It's so, you go home, you kind of cry every day.
Also, I think generational wealth and giving my kids a better life than I had also plays into capitalism a lot. Instead of thinking I want my kids to have a better life than I did by breaking generational curses, which I featured on my commentary video yesterday, about the parents who were like, take 2 steps forward if your father said I loved you or says I love you, and the kids take a step forward. That's the kind of better life I want your kids to have, not a life where your parents buy you a house. Because you shouldn't have to need your parents to buy you a house. You should be able to afford one. And that's the other part of, that's the part about legacy wealth. And FD signifiers talked about this with minority communities. And I think even gay communities suffer from this. We all suffer from this idea that the only form of liberation we will get is being able to give our kids some sort of inheritance. Instead of thinking the liberation we can give our kids is being okay with our death, moving them to the afterlife safely, giving them medical care, like being there for them when they need us. Like, I mean, the greatest thing you can do for your kids is make your death an easy process for them. The best thing you can do for your kids is make sure they can come to you and be heard, right? Like, I don't need my parents to leave me a house. I'd rather they just not be homophobic. Like, I don't give a fuck about their house. You know what I mean? What do I care about their house for? I don't need their money. What I want for them instead is to like have been supportive parents. Like, I would have rather have had not homophobic parents. That would have been great. You know what I mean? Right? Chess says that segment made me tear up. I was crying while I was editing. I was literally crying mid-edit. I was like, bro. Okay. Let's see. Chess says, is everyone truly playing the same game? It feels like who's this? I don't even know this name. Language games, but applied into materialism too. Is everyone playing the same game? I don't know what you mean by that, but everyone is. No, I don't know what that means.
In saying that, I think people need to move their investments out of property and move them into other asset classes like shares, like startups, and invest in venture. We can't stop people from wanting to improve
If you want to expand, you can, of course.
Wealth in their lives, but we can encourage them through policies like, hey, if you take your money out of property and put it here, and you get an incentive.
Higher return.
Or a high, well, the return.
You do get a higher return. You might be curing cancer or inventing the next thing that's going to change society by investing in businesses that innovate.
Exactly.
So I think I agree with Eddie that there is a role for investors to play. Like at the end of the day, the system should be one where people can make a decision, but every Australian should be able to buy a house if that's what they want to do. I actually completely agree with you about the way, it's like we've gamified the housing system, total Ponzi scheme, but you can't deny the role that immigration plays in that. Because if you look at the biggest property investors in Australia, they will say don't touch things like negative gearing, and they will say bring in more people.
We stopped immigration during COVID and house prices went up
quicker than it's
ever gone.
Well, first they went down.
They went up in the year. They went up. They went up the highest amount. Property values increased the most that they'd ever increased when we had negative migration. I disagree wholeheartedly. The data does not support the fact that immigration is increasing house prices. It's the tax settings and our cultural obsession with property that increases house prices.
He says as he's literally sitting next to a brown girl.
If we stopped immigration tomorrow, house prices will continue to rise because you need house prices.
I think she said she's Indian.
To continue to rise. Otherwise, you lose money.
Since the pandemic, we've brought in 1.3 million people in net overseas migration. You can't ramp up migration in the country and not be building houses and then expect house prices to stay in a range where people
But we
can
are
afford
building
them.
houses.
Yeah.
There's been more dwellings completed than there's been households formed. So that's just a racist scapegoat.
For the last 4 decades, we've built more houses than our population has grown in terms of percentage. So if we accept that in the 80s that housing was affordable for most people, even for on low incomes, we've built more houses than our population has needed. We've had influx of immigration over the last 5 years, which isn't actually much higher than it would have been had the pandemic not happened. So the immigration argument is one that is potent because it's easy to blame immigrants for the housing crisis rather than the structural issues which were created by neoliberal economics.
I don't think that you can tell ordinary people watching at home that this immigration thing isn't a problem. It's a huge problem. Everyone watching.
Only if you say it is.
Yeah, it's easy to blame migration than it is to blame people like Eddie who own 180 homes.
They need to live somewhere.
Queenie, please. From someone.
Literally sitting next to a guy who owns 180 properties. Literally blaming immigrants when this motherfucker next to you took up 180 properties.
And that comes from an immigrant background. It's not actually as easy as people think it is. You know, my dad came to Australia, he studied engineering, he worked for Sydney Water, he built like many of the clean drinking water systems that we all still use today. It's really difficult for immigrants to find work and to actually stay here. So the ones that are able to stay here, the reason they are doing that is because they contribite a lot to our economy. Yeah,
I don't think anyone will deny that immigrants contribute a lot, but people need to live somewhere.
Yeah,
that's
how you feel.
Yeah.
Privatising Australia's public services would make them more effective.
Boo.
Kian, do you want to start?
I don't think there really is an argument about economic efficiency. Like privatised government services have been better. I think it's interesting to look at like an example of that in Australia with the national electricity market. It was privatised in the late 90s and then it worked. We had affordable electricity. Then over the last kind of 15 years, 20 years, when the government started to get more involved again, and we've seen this kind of deprivatisation of the national electricity market, prices have gone up and reliability has gone down and everyone...
It says over the past 20 years, energy bill increases have been caused by various factors. The most significant ones have been supply costs, including network and wholesale generation, geopolitical stocks, and aging coal-fired power stations. Lesser contributors have included market concentration and energy policies, like the renewable energy target, though the latter has also helped to decrease wholesale price recently.
Paying the cost. People sitting at home can feel that real example of the government getting back into the electricity grid and how poorly that's gone.
Yeah, I disagree.
We privatised the poles and wires in that time. We sold everything off. And the reason why energy bills are expensive is because we have private businesses selling our resources, our gas overseas, and selling it back to us at international rates. So the increase in our energy bills is
Listen to that system. Listen to that.
our gas overseas and selling it back to us at international
Sell it and then sell
right.
it.
So the increase in our energy bills is purely due to the privatisation of our resources and the services. The thing that is actually putting downward pressure is government investment on renewables that have come into the grid.
Yeah, but we privatised it and then the government just jumped right back in. And so you can't say, well, it's a privatised grid when the government says what you can use to generate the electricity, how much percentage of your generation has to come from solar and wind. Like when the government is so involved in all those things, you can't. It's not really a privatised market.
But that's not the thing that makes it expensive. Like $12 for every $100 that we spend on our electricity bill actually goes to the cost of generating the power. The rest is pretty much purely like profit for a bunch of private companies that are like, you know, having their little profit-making, I don't know, shenanigans. We've had this privatisation experiment in Australia for, you know, Qantas, electricity, health insurance, roads, ports, like anything that you can think of, we've privatised. None of those services have gotten better. They've all gotten worse and more expensive. And we still, you know, subsidise people. There is no need to profit from people's human needs. And that's the reason that everything is so expensive, because there's a profit motive. Like everything should just be nationalised.
I do agree somewhat with like some things we should never privatise. For example, healthcare. I feel like that is like a human right. And as soon as you turn that into a business, it just gets a little bit, it gets messy.
Yeah, like housing and stuff.
I do feel like though, sometimes the government might not be as efficient at spending our money as, say, like a business might. I'm not sure why. Did you see the new BOM website, Bureau of Meteorology? It costs $100 million for a website.
Because they outsourced to a private company.
Yeah, I mean, no business would spend that much money on a website. So it's like,
in a free market, business to business, they're never going to spend that much money. But that's where you've got the worst combination of big government and big government largesse, and then big.
I feel like I just had a bubble pop realization that we're kind of watching like a bunch of 32-year-olds argue. Why are we watching these people? Like, why are we watching? Who are these people? On the panel, hold on. Content director Jack Tuhey, Simran Kaur from Friends That Invest, buyer's agent Eddie Dillon, Queenie Tan from Invest with Queenie, policy analyst, Chan, how do you say this name? Lucy, and a member of Victorian Socialists, Jordan Van Dan Lam, just kidding, Van Dan Lam, best known for Purple Pingers. The envy line was very telling from the guy in pink, fella. And the printed shirt, Jack was right to call out just because the capitalists and exploiters are envious of billionaires doesn't mean the rest of us are. The projection. It's funny when there's a one well-read person dog walking the rest. Jordan's too qualified for this trash. Loved hearing Jordan talk about this. He really deserves a platform. Okay, so these are people. It's just like sometimes it just feels very unserious, but maybe that's just because everybody is always unserious, you know? Because our debate shows mostly younger people. Yeah, they are. I just had the realization that we're talking. You know what it is? I think my brain started to actually really want to hear from somebody who kind of maybe like what is actually happening now, because like these are really interesting points, but also what is actually happening. I started to actually desire to learn more about systems for just a second. My brain was like, I would know more about these systems, and then my brain went, who are we watching again? I think that's what happened in my brain.
Big corporates. Big corporates who say will go in, your government spending more and more money, we'll go in and get some.
Yeah, I'll take some money. Yeah. Totally, yeah.
You know what I hate though? I hate that I would special interest move into these systems to try to figure out a better way to do it. And then I'd be annoyed I did all of that research just to realize no one was going to care. And so I refuse to do it. But also it's not a special interest of mine. But I do grasp, like my brain goes, oh, hey, I want to solve problems. That's the problem. My brain is like, I wonder if I can solve this problem. Don't think about it, Brittany. You cannot solve this problem. Sit down. Because I'm not going to solve this problem. I'm going to start with the basics. Listen, I have a whole project I want to work on that I think would solve a lot more problems than pretend playing this system. Because I'm not in this world. This is not my responsibility. I would just be wasting time.
If you're a private company, why wouldn't you take free money from the government, particularly this Labor government who is really keen on handing it out to whoever the fuck they want?
We need to be like more efficient at spending the money and just making sure that it's not wasted, because I feel like, we need that balance.
But there's no people aren't born as like a public sector worker or a private sector worker, and somehow these private sector workers like woke up, came out of the womb, and were like, I'm just more efficient at my job. Like that's not like the people that can work in both fields can transfer and do transfer. There's no reason why the private sector is inherently more efficient. Like the profit motive like really makes for a scenario which actually doesn't make it more efficient, it makes it more profitable.
But do you think that maybe the government is the best at attracting like the top talent of Australia to make sure that, you know, we are spending our money wisely and we are spending our like hard-earned tax dollars like in the best way possible?
Totally.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, definitely.
We need to attract
Totally.
the best of the best.
I'm a public servant. I've worked in the private sector. In the private sector, my role was to make as much money for this private company as possible. In the public sector, my job is to do my job to the best of my ability. It's like the motive is completely different, and it, results in worse outcomes.
Big difference,
for people, for customers, for everyday Australians. When your job is to make as much money as you can for some shareholder that you don't know, then to make sure that someone's needs are met.
And healthcare seems like a perfect example of that. Like a for-profit doctor isn't going to provide better service than a for-service doctor.
Not necessarily. The public sector doctor, you work an 8-hour day, 5 days a week, and that's it. Because if you choose to work an extra day, you're not going to capture any extra value. And then you have a private sector doctor who has a private practice, and you say, if you choose to be open 7 days a week, you can make more money. There's an incentive there for the doctor to be open and available to people 7 days a week. And that's the beauty of the private market. is it's about incentive.
You shouldn't have to have an incentive to make sure that people don't die, and particularly when the incentive is the profit motive. Like, I don't think that's right.
So there is absolutely a case for public ownership of a public hospital that's available to anyone, no matter what time of the day or night, how much money they have in their bank account, they can rock up and receive healthcare. Absolutely. But if you have an entirely public system where then you don't allow doctors to work extra hours and earn extra money.
Why can't you do that? Why can't you just have more doctors working for the public system, more GPs that aren't, working?
I don't know what's happening. In Croatia, there's both. So right now, we went to the doctors the other day, and they will do free pap smears and free checkups yearly basis, but it only happens in the fall. But I need one sooner than that. So because I need one sooner than that, I can't get it covered by the national health care that I pay for every month. I pay 100 and something euro or something. I can't get it faster than I need it. So I have to go to a private doctor. Okay. So we're going to go and get a private doctor to do a checkup faster. And then I will go on my yearly basis and I'll get it done for free, or not for free because I pay into the system, but you know what I mean? It's because I'm a foreigner. I'm not a citizen. So I do pay into the system. It's different. So I will pay, and then I will go every year and get my quote free checkup. Okay. Versus, keep in mind, in America, when I was quoted for a health insurance, it was $800 a month plus I needed to reach $10,000 before they kicked in. So bullshit. But in Croatia, I spent 100 euro a month, and it basically kicks in right away to any like government run hospital. Certain things are on a very particular timeline, but otherwise they should be good. And we've run into certain things that haven't been as convenient, like they don't have Nexplanon on here, so we have to go find a surgeon who can take it out of my arm, because the regular doctor's office, I guess, told us they don't actually have Nexplanon. So I'll have to get them my paperwork, and then they'll have to hook me up with a surgeon, and then I'll have to get it out of my arm. So it's like a little bit of a loophole, or not a loophole, a little bit of a struggle, but we'll figure it out. Maybe I've misunderstood. Maybe I don't understand because it's in Croatian and I'm getting it translated to me. But so far it's been fine. It's just like a process, But if we get into the system and it starts rolling, then it won't feel like a big deal. That's what our goal is as a family, is just to start doing everything. But yeah, like I have to get this birth control out of my arm eventually. But they said they called it a surgeon. I don't know if it is like a surgeon or if it's just something more specialized. You know what I mean? But yeah, I have to go get that done. So again, I think the system can work. I just think like you also have to be ready to get on the train. And I think, that's what it is that can be hard. That's the part that's exhausting to me, is like, you do still have to go get all the paperwork. You still have to do all the appointments. Like they don't have a herpes diagnosis here as traditionally as the US, because herpes diagnoses are actually kind of controversial because the blood test is a little different than the visual test. So they can't guarantee me my medication here. So now I need a refill on my meds. And now they're like, well, we can't just give you meds. You have to prove to us that you have this thing that we're not going to test you for. And I was like, okay. So now I have to go to America, get my original documentation, give them it, and try to figure out what meds I can get here. So like there are some struggles country to country, but we'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. But it's one of those things where like all of that stuff comes into play, right? Some ADHD medications aren't available in Croatia the same way they are in the US. So not everything is available in the same way. Like I said, they don't have Nexplanon here. So I'm going to have to figure it out, but it's okay. It's just exhausting, like doing all the paperwork. I even have my old pill bottles for my original doctor. I'm like, look, I have a prescription, but you still have to do paperwork, right? So anyways, I have to get that all going. But it's that kind of stuff that I think people have this idea that like it's socialized medicine, it should be easy. It's still going to be hard, guys. You still have to labor for your community. Just because you have a system that works doesn't mean you don't have to put any effort in. You know what I mean? You do have to put effort in to the place you live, period. You must always labor. So the question is, are we going to recognize that we're not looking for a solution that makes everything so easy it feels like we didn't even go to the doctor? Or are we going to acknowledge that regardless of where you are, you're still going to do paperwork? I don't want to do paperwork, but you're going to have to do paperwork.
Looking for a boss that is a clinic that is profiting from
But what's
their
the problem
labour.
with having both?
Because the profit motive makes everything more expensive.
The profit motive is that it doesn't make things.
You don't need.
Wait, chat that says the doctor in the US can't send it to them digitally. I mean, obviously, I didn't mean I'm going to go to America. Sorry. I'm not actually going to get on a plane and go to America. I'm going to log in to my doctor's appointment or my doctor account or email my doctors to email me a code to send to the doctors in Croatia. I'm not going to America for paperwork. Sorry, that's not what I meant.
A profit motive to have more doctors. You can just hire more
Well,
doctors
I think
and pay
that
them well.
people become doctors because it pays quite well.
Yeah, so we should pay doctors well.
It's the same as like teaching or something. Like we
should pay
can just afford to pay teachers
Yeah,
more. Like
and
and they
firefighters
can't
and
work on
cleaners
they
and
can't work on a Saturday as a teacher. But like we should just be paying them as like a livable wage to that based on the value that they create to society. But when you think of that from a private schooling perspective, the ultimate goal there is to increase profit, increase school fees. But the reason why you're able to attract like better teachers in the private sector is only because we're underpaying public sector teachers or underpaying public sector nurses. So
And it's not even that the teachers
argument-
are better or worse. It's
No.
just like they have less resources because the government underfunds the public schools.
My-
Like the teachers are excellent in public schools.
My like personal issue with privatization is it just genuinely creates so much inequity. If you're someone that has money, you can go get an X-ray. You have much better health outcomes if you go to private school. My bad.
Totally.
You probably have much better education outcomes.
Because you can afford to, yeah.
It creates an issue that I have, which is if you privatize things more and more, then what you see in healthcare, in my past life, I was an optometrist, and you could see that patients that didn't get access to good healthcare, that went through the public system, they would not be able to get seen fast because the public system had so much stress. They would then have worse outcomes, and it would actually be a higher cost to the government because you have more poverty, more negative distribution. There's all these like offset effects of privatization.
I do also think we need to create a culture that doesn't stigmatize getting diagnosed, or doesn't stigmatize getting pap smears, or doesn't stigmatize having periods, or doesn't stigmatize, herpes, or doesn't stigmatize all these other things. Like, we also have to have a culture that encourages us to go to the doctor. We have to normalize it within culture. So it's like, it's so expected of you. You don't feel bad. You know what I mean? Like, you need to normalize giving people time off to go do these things. Like, you have to normalize it where it's so normal. It's like common conversation at the locker room almost. Like, oh, hey, did you go do your pap smear? Oh, yeah, bro, weekly pap smear. You know how you get I voted stickers? I'm not saying this is literal, but we should have I got a pap smear sticker. You know what I mean? Like, it should be so normalized that you taking off work to go to the doctor is like, same with the dentist and same with anything else. It's like, oh yeah, cool, dude. You know what I mean? That's awesome. Like, oh, Croatia also does a yearly cleaning. So go to the dentist, do your yearly cleaning, and it's paid through the healthcare system. A lot of Americans don't even go to the dentist to get a cleaning. My dentist in Arizona, he charged me $120 or $130 every cleaning. Hello? $120 for a cleaning? It's just like, damn, girl.
Which is probably hard to measure. I wouldn't want Australia to get more privatised.
I'd say, obviously, from a property investment perspective, you have to have the private sector there. There was over a 12-year wait for myself and my single mum who was on a pension on Centrelink. If you're on a pension or you don't have a high income, you can't get a house. So
That's because housing is privatised, though. If it was nationalised, if it was publicly run, you wouldn't have had the 12-year wait because you wouldn't have had to wait 12 years to have a house because of the private market just,
Yeah, like in
gobbling
the
up all the
Soviet
houses.
Union where there was no homeless people and you could
That's what I'm saying to this guy. Like, what isn't he getting?
get into a house straight away in the beautiful
Sure, I'm not a
Soviet Union.
Stalinist, so I'm not
So what are you
advocating for the
proposing?
Soviet
The government
Union.
take over all the properties? Like, I'm very
why not?
confused.
Well, they did that in
How would they do that?
They did that
I mean,
in
we can
Singapore and
expropriate it.
Vienna.
You can come up
We can do that. An
with,
individual can do
ideas
that.
like that.
You can go
Like,
squat in all the
what's
empty
There
houses.
were two case
Problematic
studies.
way to do it.
I had the same thought process. I was like, oh, how on earth can you make housing public? It doesn't.
Build public housing. It's pretty simple.
Well, it's simple, but it's also not, because you'd have to then take all. Like, if let's say you want to distribute, if you do public housing just on bare land, then you're pushing everyone to one area, and that's not what you want. You want public housing to integrate into society.
Totally,
But then to
yeah.
do that,
Okay, how about this? We wouldn't need public housing if the private market was working. So how about we scratch it? What system is going to work in which makes everyone feel liberated and safe in their own homes, good neighborhoods, streets paved, trash taken out, people good? Fine. Don't pick or choose one or the other. I'm sick of this conversation. We need a system that works. There's too many unhoused people, not enough healthcare. Everyone is sick. Everyone is tired. Fix it.
you have to buy houses off, everyday Australians, and
You could just take it. Wouldn't have to buy
You can't actually, under the Constitution, our Constitution, you can't just seize property.
There's unjust terms and whatever.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
If you let me finish,
Sure, let's do that.
if you let me finish, then
Chad said the dentists just want to make money. Okay, I learned that dentistry school has one of the highest suicide rates, and an average dentistry office has to go take out $1 million to get their practice figured out in America. That's capitalism. That's the problem. Is a lot of these industries, the dentists just want to make money. Yes. And also, why do they need $1 million to start a practice? That's what we have to ask ourselves is why did I just go to school? This is all the call-in shows I listen to. anytime the person says, I have a $500,000 school loan, the host goes, are you a dentist or a lawyer? Or a doctor? What are you? He goes, I'm a dentist. They already know. Why? Why does it cost so much to become a dentist?
You'll hear what I was about to say, which is that 2 case studies showed that you can actually remove housing from people. They did it in Vienna. They built all these houses, public houses. They used luxury tax as a way to pay for it. And 60% of Viennans live in public housing.
Can I just get Kian to wrap up the point?
I think that we too often put too much faith in the motives and the incentives of political leaders. And the beauty and the power of the free market is you take away that ability for public officials, politicians, and the very senior bureaucrats to abuse their position or have some elements of corruption or kickbacks, which is what you see in every communist and socialist society all through history. Beauty of the market is taking that power away from them and leaving it up to individuals.
I just don't understand. I agree. History has not been a good sell for what the future should look like. Fuck history. But the present isn't a good sell for capitalism either. Fuck the past. It hasn't worked because people sucked. What if people didn't suck so bad? What could we do to lead us into the future? Because why are you acting like capitalism is working?
To make decisions about how things are done.
You're taking it away from the voting population and giving it to shareholders. That's what the power. That's what you just talked about.
You make a decision every time.
I get to vote for a politician who gets to decide on who the public servants are. I don't get to vote on the shareholders of Qantas.
That was really amazing. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank Jesus Christ.
Good job.
All right. La, 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 la. Eddie's a terrible guest. I grew up in this context and I've done it so everyone else can do it. Boo. Let's see. The guy on the right side in the black shirt is completely right. Is that him, Jordan? Or whoever? No, not Jordan. Eddie. Okay, let's see. People can easily imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Literally, people can more easily imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. That commenter, exactly. It is literally easier for people to even dream of the end of the world, but God forbid you question capitalism. And they're like, oh my, like their whole identity is rooted in this fucking system. That's why, by the way, I don't identify with systems. I think it's stupid to identify with systems. What do systems have to do with humanity? Humanity builds systems, but like if your identity is tied to a system, then it will be harder for you to dismantle it. And that's why I say, like, I do not identify with systems. I am not a system. I'm a person. So like, I will say it's probably not good that people are identifying as capitalists or even socialists, honestly. Maybe in your bubble that makes more sense, but capitalists identify as capitalists and they're really having a hard time thinking about destroying it because, again, if your whole identity is built on this thing, they would have to start again, which is why introspection is hard and extrospection is hard because ultimately you have to basically be a new person. If you radically change the way you see the world, you will radically become a different person. And this means you cannot exist in the world in the same way, in the same capacity. And there's a lot of good to change, and it's hard to guarantee it. And I certainly am probably not living the life that would guarantee it for a lot of these capitalists, but there is another side of it. When I gave up my chase for money, because it was never making me happy, even when I wanted to be a good capitalist, I just never could bring myself to doing what they did to be successful. When I gave it up and I realized like, oh, this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much money I make. What matters is that I'm going to liberate my spirit. Oh my God, life changer. Now I understand for a lot of people, they also have to contend with the reality that you do have to make more money though. So you can't live off 30K a year in most places. Maybe around the world we can have a conversation, but you know, even in Croatia, it's being so heavily impacted by a lot of like tourism or people moving here that even locals are really struggling to live off that sort of like dream Croatian income. But the problem is that also there's a problem with everywhere you go. But if people are scared and so they upcharge people, even foreigners, it's coming at the expense of the locals. If you know what I'm saying, but also foreigners keep living here temporarily and contending with rental places that locals can't get into because a bunch of foreigners are taking it up. There's also a problem there. Now, the foreigners who move here, there's a difference between becoming a part of the system and becoming a part of the life here and immigrating, and the difference between temporarily staying here and trying to escape America or other rich countries in order to like live frugally. That's different. Mind you, I am immigrating here. I'm trying to immigrate here, right? I'm trying to become a Croatian citizen. I file with the tax, tax, they don't call it the IRS here, tax building company. Anyway, the point is like, I am living here. I'm not here to escape America. I'm not here to pay cheaper rent. I am here to try to build a life here for as long as it makes sense for us, maybe forever, right? Like we don't know what the future holds, but my life is here. You know what I mean? And so there's just like I think there's like an issue sometimes because I do think people see me and they think like the internet sees me and they don't understand I got married. I literally got married and moved to my partner's country of origin. I think they just like they don't process that I'm not some digital nomad chilling here and trying to like escape. So I'm also, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just it's just kind of interesting, especially coming from progressives that are so pro immigration, but all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like, what do you think immigration is? Anyways, we'll figure it out. Not we'll figure it out. I hope people figure it out that as long as you go to a place and genuinely try to add to it and not take from it, I think it's good. That's why I'm pro immigration. As long as you come to a country and you're trying to make it better, like it's always good. And studies have shown time and time again that immigration improves countries. That bringing new people in from around the world always improves economies, education, invention. There's always a goodness to it. Okay? So that's a big part of it, right? So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, this conversation about like immigrants and foreigners and people. It's definitely, they're all different things. Like they're all different things, right? Chad said, you are different from a digital nomad, in my opinion. You're settling down roots and participating in the community. For sure. Yeah, I don't know what digital nomads are doing here other than like chilling in a foreign country for a while, which is like fine. But I wouldn't think to do like digital nomad for 20 years, right? Like, does that make any sense? Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not here on a digital nomad visa, okay? I'm here for family reunification, right? My family is here. So I'm reunifying with my family. I'm on a marriage visa here. If I wasn't married, I would not even be able, by the way, to qualify for a digital nomad visa. Do you know that? We looked into it because we were like, what's the best way for me to get here? I don't even qualify for a digital nomad because I'm a 1099 worker. I have no proof of income. Croatia, they're like, you don't work for a company. They don't have 1099 workers here. So like, it's very funny, like the way systems work in different countries. You know what I mean? I don't even qualify. Yeah, we looked into it. They're like, you don't qualify. You don't have 6 months worth of paychecks. I was like, I don't get a paycheck. They're like, where's your pay stubs? I was like, I don't have those. They're like, yeah. They wouldn't give me that anyway. So I'm here on a reunification visa or a marriage visa. And I apply. I'm a temporary citizen. I have an ID. I have a cute little ID. I like literally, it's so cute. I carry my wallet, you know? Chad says you couldn't start this channel under a business and then go from there. Again, most YouTubers were independent contractors. You could start a business in America. You could start a business in Croatia, depending on certain things. Like with peace and love, I'm not a capitalist. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Starting a business and like paying taxes. Like I am not a capitalist. I don't even know what any of that means. Except when I've looked into it, it's so beyond my comprehension. I'm a little artiste. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my best, but there are a lot of capitalistic parts of building a business. Addresses and lawyer fees and taxes and employers and like all this stuff that I'm like, that's why I tell you, do not think you can just start a business. Most businesses in America close within 5 years. Owning a business is a very different venture, especially when you're not trying to be a capitalist. You know what I'm saying? And then you're 1090, you know, this is a very different game. So just a reminder, it is paperwork after paperwork after paperwork. It is so exhausting of a process. This is why most people work for themselves. You know what I mean? Right? Don't give me advice about running a business. I've paid people to do these things for me. I've talked to adults in these businesses. It's trust me, there's a lot of reasons why it's not as accessible to people as people think. Again, I know a lot of people who quote open businesses all the time. They're doing shady shit. Okay, everyone is doing shady shit, and I'm trying really hard to do things in a way that doesn't make me feel bad, which is really hard. It's really actually hard. But with that said, I am making a living and I am paying my bills, and I'm very grateful to be here. So thank you for supporting me. And that is the end of the stream. You know what I mean? That is the end of the stream. And I'm grateful for you being here. I know we're all autistic, so we try to really help each other. Sometimes I think I should stop talking about my life because I think I'm trying to help you understand that it's not as easy as you think it is. But also by doing that, I think it makes people think that like, oh, they should help me. I already know what I'm doing. I already have professionals who are working on it. What's really important is you realize nothing is as easy as it seems, but there is a solution. That's what I want you to understand. It's not as easy as it seems, but there is a solution. And with that said, get ready because either tomorrow or Friday, we're going to do Love is Blind. Talk about running businesses, okay? Talk about running businesses. Let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you. With that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.